leadership, policy advocacy, and best practice sharing in sustainable water management, with special focus on water use efficiency, urban wastewater management, and corporate water stewardship. The mission instituted the India Industry Water Conclave since 2015 and the FICCI Water Awards since 2012, with the latter aimed at recognizing exemplary contribution in the areas of industrial water use efficiency, urban wastewater management, community initiatives by industry, NGO initiatives in water, and innovations in water technologies. The awards are adjudged by an eminent jury chaired by Dr. Mihir Shah, former member, Planning Commission, Government of India. Each year, the conclave focuses on a wide range of topics. The theme for this year's conclave is sustainable water management, scaling up and deepening of corporate best practices and strategies, water as part of the ESG agenda. The 2 days will cover the topics of industrial water use efficiency, innovations in water and wastewater technology, water as an asset class for financing, corporate water stewardship, urban wastewater management, watershed management, and integrating water to the top of the climate agenda. We have attempted to bring excellent examples from industry, municipalities, state governments, technology companies, and the social sector. So welcome to all of you, and I'd now like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you, Rita. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, my good friend Dr. Mihir Shah, Chair, FICCI Water Awards, and distinguished Professor, Shivnada University, Naina Lal Kidwai, another good friend, past President of FICCI and Chair of FICCI Water Mission, distinguished members of jury, Reshma Anand, my colleague and co-chair of FICCI Water Mission. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaskar. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome all of you to the 7th Industry Water Conclave and the 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards, being held under the aegis of the FICCI Water Mission. We are grateful to the Ministry of Jal Shakti for being a partner once again this year. Water is a resource that we all share, a common gift, as the source of a life and well-being. Water also has a critical role in powering India's economic ambitions. We recognize that there is a risk that India's water demand will significantly outpace the supply. This water shortage will not only impact agriculture, industry, health and welfare of our citizens, but also in the process impair our country's growth agenda. Thankfully for us, there is a clear recognition that we need to act on the nation's water agenda. It is absolutely heartening that the Government of India has made water a critical national priority. Mr. Minister, my congratulations to you on several milestones and initiatives, including covering 100 districts with tap water connections in every home in February of this year, functional tap connections to 5.8 crore families over the past 2 years. 6 states have already achieved 100% coverage. The continued focus in the budget this year on JJM river interlinking projects and schemes, including the Atal Bhujal Yojana. Last but not the least, Mr. Minister, my compliments to you for bringing a participatory approach to the discourse and action on water by encouraging the voice and participation of all key stakeholders. On behalf of India's industry, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate our commitment to the government's vision on water. I'm delighted to share that several member companies have graduated from optimizing water use within their manufacturing boundaries to reaching out to communities, government bodies, and scientific experts to create a positive difference in their respective districts and states. The actions of the industry are towards addressing the mismatch between demand and supply based on certain core principles of sourcing sustainably, replenishing the groundwater responsibly, using efficiently in production, and recycling and reusing the grey water effectively. If I may use the example of the company I lead, Hindustan Unilever, working on the theme of water for public good, we have worked in thousands of villages over the last decade, both on the demand and supply side, and have created a water potential of 1.3 trillion liters. I'm acutely conscious, Mr. Minister, that our challenges on water will continue to be significant. With rising uncertainty due to climate change, innovations, collaborations, and partnerships in management of India's water resources have to become the need of the hour. Mr. Minister and Mr. Secretary of Jal Shakti, I take this opportunity to highlight a few challenges and key areas for your consideration. We in FICCI would be happy to work with the government and other stakeholders to further these initiatives. The water sector will need a large-skilled workforce. Training, capacity building, skilling is needed to develop a strong pipeline of professionals. The challenge before us is to make this sector an attractive employment opportunity. The second is, how do we encourage greater private sector participation in water services and infrastructure projects? Third, on wastewater, the introduction of central schemes to incentivize greenfield sewage plants and common effluent treatment plants on PPP basis for cities, municipalities, and MSME clusters can be significant enablers. Formalizing PPPs will catalyze aspirations of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the water sector by enabling the domestic market for homegrown, world-class water service entities and companies in several areas: consulting, research, data analytics, equipment manufacturing, water and wastewater treatment, O&M services, software, and many hardware services for water. With the approval of the implementation of the Ken-Betwa River Link project and finalization of draft project reports of 5 other river links, we hope the government will be open for further opportunities for private sector participation under the schemes. Rapid depletion of India's groundwater is linked to agriculture production. We must promote efficient water use and crop diversification aligned with India's agroclimatic conditions without compromising on our food security. We hope the success of the millet mission will prompt the government to support other climate-appropriate crop systems as well. The inclusion of water disclosures in business responsibility and sustainability report is a big step toward mainstreaming responsible water and environmental practices. We urge the government to enable a policy and regulatory framework which enables water disclosures for all sectors. And in the process, we may have to handle MSMEs during this period. I'm glad that we are presiding today over the 7th edition of FICCI Water Awards. The awards are an effort to recognize and support outstanding solutions on water in India. With its high level of scrutiny and assessment, the esteemed jury led by Dr. Mihir Shah has made the FICCI Water Awards a credible recognition of effective solutions on water. The awards reaffirm my belief that India has the science and the solutions to solve for our water challenges. The awards have built a rich repository of solutions on water use efficiency and innovations in water management. What we need to build is scale. Scale needs partners and all stakeholders to join the Jal Andolan. I would like to thank the esteemed jury and expert screening panel for their tremendous contribution to the awards. My heartiest congratulations to winners of the 9th edition of the FICCI Water Awards for the exemplary work. Honorable Minister, Secretary, thank you for your presence and support. And to Dr. Mihir Shah and Naina Lal Kidwai, thank you for taking this platform to its prominence. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, President, for laying out the key points for the Honorable Minister's consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of the Minister's presence despite his very busy schedule. He will soon have to leave for the airport. So I am delighted to invite Honorable Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, for his inaugural address.
Thank you, Rita ji. Chairman FICCI संजीव मेहता साहब, मेरे मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री पंकज कुमार जी, FICCI जल मिशन के अध्यक्ष और FICCI की फॉर्मर चेयरमैन श्री नैना लाल किदवई जी, जल पुरस्कार जूरी के अध्यक्ष और शिवनगर विश्वविद्यालय के प्रतिष्ठित प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मिहिर शाह जी, FICCI जल मिशन के सह अध्यक्ष श्री रेशमा आनंद जी, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सबको मेरा नमस्कार, हार्दिक अभिनंदन। FICCI के 7वें इंडस्ट्री वाटर कॉन्क्लेव तथा 9th FICCI वाटर अवार्ड समारोह के इस उद्घाटन सत्र का हिस्सा बनकर के हालांकि मैं लगातार ही उसका हिस्सा बनता रहा हूं, मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता है। जल के क्षेत्र में अपने बेहतरीन योगदान के लिए मैं फिक्की वाटर अवार्ड समारोह के उस उद्घाटन सत्र में मैं सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं और साथ ही साथ में इस अवार्ड्स के लिए चयनित सभी विजेताओं को अपनी हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूं। मुझे दुख है कि जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां कोरोना के कारण से बनी है, वर्चुअली हम सब लोग आप आज एक दूसरे से मिल पा रहे हैं, वरना इस तरह से जल के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले लोगों और जिन्होंने वास्तव में अपने परिश्रम से, अपने पुरुषार्थ से जल संरक्षण के क्षेत्र में या विवेकपूर्ण उपयोग के क्षेत्र में योगदान किया है, उनसे व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिलकर के मुझे और प्रसन्नता होती। मैं संजीव जी से और मिसेस किदवई से कहूंगा कि कुछ परिस्थितियां अनुकूल होने के बाद में निश्चित रूप से हमें इन सब के साथ में बैठ करके इनके संस्मरणों को और अधिक गहराई से सोचने और समझने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिलने का अवसर मुझे देना चाहिए, मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता होगी। लेकिन हम बेशक चाहे वर्चुअली मिल रहे होंगे, लेकिन इनके योगदान की अहमियत उससे कम नहीं हो जाती। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि आज उन्हें जिस तरह से इस काम के लिए चयनित किया गया है, इनकी कामयाबी दूसरे लोगों के मन में भी, लाखों लोगों के मन में इस बदलाव के अलख को जगाने का काम करेगी। मैं फिक्की को भी इस वर्ष के पुरस्कार विजेताओं द्वारा जल संरक्षण के क्षेत्र में किए गए सर्वोत्तम कार्यों के विवरण को एक संग्रह के रूप में जारी करने के लिए बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि ऐसे संग्रह को सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स द्वारा समृद्ध ज्ञान के एक बड़े स्रोत के रूप में स्वीकार किया जाएगा और न केवल इसका एकेडमिक पर्पसेस के लिए उपयोग होगा, अभी तो एक सकारात्मक माहौल पूरे दुनिया में इस जल को लेकर के बने और जल का आंदोलन जन जन का आंदोलन बन सके, इसके लिए भी इसका उपयोग होगा। ये प्रयास बहुत जरूरी है कि पुरस्कार विजेताओं द्वारा किए गए कार्य अन्य लोगों के लिए भी प्रेरणा के स्रोत बने। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि पुरस्कार देना और पुरस्कार का आयोजन करना भी निश्चित रूप से उसके पीछे कहीं ना कहीं ये भाव हमेशा रहता है कि ये पुरस्कार से पहचान बने और पुरुषार्थ से जो परिश्रम से जो लोगों ने हासिल किया है वो दूसरे लोगों के लिए प्रेरणा बने। तो पुरुषार्थ, पहचान और प्रेरणा के इस कड़ियों को जोड़ने का काम जो किया है फिक्की ने, मैं उसके लिए फिक्की को बधाई देता हूं। और साथ ही साथ में पानी बचाओ, जीवन बचाओ और दुनिया बचाओ, उसकी ये जो है भावना जन जन तक पहुंच सके, इस दिशा में जो एक मुहिम पूरी दुनिया में और भारत में जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में चल रही है, उसमें वो कामयाब करने में फिक्की का ये प्रयास निश्चित रूप से सार्थक होगा, सहयोगी होगा। फिक्की वाटर मिशन प्रतिवर्ष दिए जाने वाले पुरस्कारों के माध्यम से स्थायी जल प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में कॉरपोरेट जगत और नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस द्वारा की जा रही एक्सीलेंट सर्विसेज को पहचानना और जल संबंधित सफलता की कहानियों को प्रसारित करने में एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाता है। साथ ही साथ हम सबको अच्छी तरह से मालूम है कि कोई भी ये सम्मान किसी संगठन या व्यक्ति का नहीं होता, बल्कि यह सम्मान लाखों लोगों को प्रेरित करने और समाज और देश को बदलने में उनके योगदान का होता है। हम जो सम्मानित करते हैं वो किसी व्यक्ति विशेष का सम्मान नहीं करते या संस्थान का सम्मान नहीं करते, बाबी तो हम साथ साथ में जो उसके पीछे भावना और उसके कारण से जो लाखों लोग प्रेरित होने वाले और देश और दुनिया को बदलने में जो उसका उपयोग होने वाला है, हम साथ ही साथ उस विषय का भी, उस भावना का भी सम्मान करते हैं। जाहिर तौर पर यहाँ मौजूद पुरस्कार विजेताओं की कहानियां भी प्रेरणा की नई नई मिसाल के रूप में आने वाले दिनों में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोगों को सीखने का अवसर प्रदान करेंगे, प्रेरित करेंगे और ये जल का आंदोलन जन जन का आंदोलन बन पाएगा। आज समय की जरूरत है कि सस्टेनेबल वाटर मैनेजमेंट के क्षेत्र में विभिन्न संगठनों के इन सक्सेस स्टोरीज को अन्य संगठनों को भी प्रेरणा मिलनी चाहिए और इस केस स्टडी से दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के सामने भी रखा जाना चाहिए ताकि समाज में बदलाव की गति को और अधिक बढ़ाया जा सके। मित्रों, जैसा हम सबको मालूम है कि जल है तो जीवन है और जल इस सृष्टि का आधार है। और इसके बिना जीवन की कल्पना भी संभव नहीं है। जाहिर तौर पर हमारे जीवन में इसका महत्व सबसे ज्यादा है, लेकिन जनसंख्या की वृद्धि के कारण से और बढ़ते हुए क्लाइमेट चेंज के इम्पैक्ट के कारण से जिस तरह की चुनौतियां दुनिया के सामने और हमारे देश के सामने भी है, निश्चित रूप से खतरा बहुत बड़ा है। दुनिया में अवेलेबल टोटल वाटर के क्वांटम में से केवल 2.5% ऐसा अनुमान किया जाता है कि ये पोर्टेबल वाटर है, या ड्रिंकिंग पर्पसेस के लिए, डोमेस्टिक पर्पसेस के लिए, वेरियस पर्पसेस के लिए उपयोग किया जा सकता है। दूसरी ओर सारी दुनिया में जितने वाटर रिसोर्सेज हैं वो धीरे धीरे कम भी हो रहे हैं और साथ साथ में जो है वो कंटेमिनेट भी हो रहे हैं। और हमारे लिए चुनौती, जैसा मैंने पहले भी अनेक अवसरों पे कहा था, कि और भी बड़ी इसलिए है कि हमारे पास 18% पॉपुलेशन के अगेंस्ट में वर्ल्ड रिसोर्सेज का केवल 4% पानी हमारे पास में है। और इसके कारण से भी हमारी चुनौती और भी बड़ी है कि हमारी देश जो है वो बहुत जो है डाइवर्सिफाइड है, विशाल देश भी है, अलग अलग भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों का देश भी है, और लगातार हमारी पानी की डिमांड जो है पूरी दुनिया में भी बढ़ रही है। और अगर दुनिया के कंपैरिजन में देखें तो भारत में पर कैपिटा डिमांड और ज्यादा बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि हम डेवलपिंग नेशन है और हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट धीरे धीरे बढ़ती जा रही है। जनसंख्या में वृद्धि भी निश्चित रूप से उसके कारण एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती उस क्षेत्र में पैदा कर रही है, और जल संसाधनों के कमी के कारण पैदा हो रहे तनाव और पूरी दुनिया में और देश में विद इन द स्टेट्स जिस तरह के चैलेंजेस खड़े हो रहे हैं, जिस तरह की राजनीति इन सब विषयों को लेकर के हो रही है, जिस तरह के संघर्ष अब प्रदेशों के बीच में या अन्य देशों के बीच में इस तरह की इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्रीज पे पानी को लेकर के हो रहे हैं, ये नया जो है वर्ल्ड पीस के लिए पानी की कमी ग्लोबल पीस के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी थ्रेट के रूप में खड़ी हो रही है, बहुत बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में खड़ी हो रही है। इस इंपॉर्टेंस को देखते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, हमारी सरकार जब 2019 में बनी तब देश के इतिहास में पहली बार जल की अहमियत को ठीक प्रकार से जो है उन्होंने अंडरलाइन किया, और केवल अंडरलाइन ही नहीं किया अपितु एक इंटीग्रेटेड मिनिस्ट्री जल शक्ति के नाम से, ताकि वाटर डोमेन पर पूरी होलिस्टिक प्लानिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट के लिए दिशा में काम हो सके। इस जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन भी उन्होंने किया, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो है हमें एक मंत्र दिया कि एवरी ड्रॉप इज प्रीशियस, और इस जिसको कंजर्व करने का प्रयास जो है पूरी शिद्दत के साथ में करने की जरूरत है। दूसरी बार जब अपनी सरकार बनी उसके बाद में लगातार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पानी के विषय को इंपॉर्टेंस देने के लिए और उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस को स्थापित करने के लिए, चाहे मन की बात हो या अन्य कोई भी प्लेटफॉर्म हो, सभी प्लेटफॉर्म से जो है इस पर चर्चा की है, और निश्चित रूप से उनके फ्रंट पर आकर के लीड करने के कारण से आज वाटर मैनेजमेंट सेक्टर, वाटर कंजर्वेशन और जो है जुडिशियस यूज ऑफ वाटर, इन तीनों ही विषयों को लेकर के पूरी देश में एक गंभीरता का माहौल बना है। और न केवल आम आदमी से लेकर के कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेस तक आज हम सब लोग जो है पानी के विषय में चर्चा भी कर रहे हैं, चिंता भी कर रहे हैं, और इस दिशा में अपने योगदान करने के लिए दिन प्रतिदिन अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सभी लोग आगे आ रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी के कुशल नेतृत्व और मजबूत इच्छा शक्ति से जल संरक्षण को लेकर के समाज के हर तबके में एक नई चेतना का उदय हुआ है, और ये सोच अब सब जगह दिखाई देता है कि अब हमें देश को जल सुरक्षित बनाना है। लेकिन अभी एक शुरुआत मात्र है, अभी हमें इस दिशा में बहुत आगे तक जाने की आवश्यकता है, बहुत आगे तेज गति से काम करने की भी जरूरत है। और जरूरत इस बात की भी है कि पानी के उपयोग को लेकर के एक जन जागरूकता, एक सोशल अवेयरनेस पैदा हो, ये एक आंदोलन की शक्ल ले ले, और भारत इस मामले में हर भारतीय अपने इस मामले में अपनी जिम्मेदारी को स्वीकार करे। पानी के उपयोग को लेकर के जो हमारी परंपरागत सोच है, परंपरागत जब मैं कहता हूं तो मुझे कुछ थोड़ा चैलेंज दिखाई देता है, क्योंकि परंपरागत सोच तो हमारी बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की थी। अगर हम आज से 50 साल पहले की बात करें, मैं अपने बचपन की अगर बात याद करता हूं, आज से 30, 40, 50 साल पहले जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां थी और गांव में पानी को लेकर के जिस तरह की अवेयरनेस भी थी, और पानी को लेकर के केवल पानी नहीं, पंच महाभूतों को लेकर के जल, जंगल, जमीन, जानवर, इन सब को लेकर के जो सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिना पढ़े लिखे आदमी में थी। दुर्भाग्य यह है कि पढ़े लिखे आदमी में वो अवेयरनेस पैदा करने के लिए हमको काम करना पड़ रहा है, हमको चर्चा करनी पड़ रही है, हमको बातचीत करनी पड़ रही है। तो जो हमें पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी परंपरा से जो संस्कार हमको मिलते थे, और वो संस्कारों के कारण से जिस तरह से हम रिस्पॉन्सिबली अपने इन नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज के साथ में बिहेव करते थे, मुझे लगता है कि इस वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के साथ में कनेक्ट के कारण से और इस वेस्टर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम के कारण से हम उन संस्कारों से कहीं न कहीं दूर हुए, और उस दूरी के कारण से अब हमको वापस अपनी ही जड़ों से जोड़ने के लिए लोगों को प्रयास करना पड़ रहा है। लेकिन समाज में बदलाव में जनता की भागीदारी की अहमियत को समझते हुए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय भी इस दिशा में आज सोचती है, और हमारा भी ये स्पष्ट ध्येय रहता है कि हमारी हर एक योजना में जल शक्ति के साथ में जन शक्ति जोड़नी चाहिए। चाहे जल जीवन मिशन की बात करें, चाहे जल शक्ति अभियान की बात करें, अटल भूजल योजना की बात करें, कैच द रेन की बात करें, पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप की बात करें, रिवर कंजर्वेशन के लिए गंगा पर हम जो काम कर रहे हैं उसकी मैं चर्चा करूं। हर योजना में समाज के हर तबके को इन योजनाओं से, इन स्कीम से और इन जो है आयोजनों से, योजनाओं से, अभियान से जोड़ा जाए। इस दिशा में हम लोग निश्चित रूप से बहुत गंभीरता के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी वर्तमान में सरकार की जो योजनाएं हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम रिसाइकलिंग पे बहुत ज्यादा जोर दे रहे हैं, और विशेष रूप से जल जीवन मिशन में भी हमने ग्रे वाटर के रिसाइकल करके उसको कैसे वापस यूज किया जा सकता है, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर के लिए यूज हो, चाहे हॉर्टिकल्चर के लिए यूज हो, या फिर ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज के लिए उसको उपयोग हो, हम किस तरह से इस ग्रे वाटर को रिसाइकल करके रीयूज कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि एवरी ड्रॉप ऑफ वाटर रिसाइकल्ड एंड रीयूज इज अ जनरेशन ऑफ अनदर ड्रॉप in the water cycle or water domain. So it is really very important of recycling, important that we recycle the water. और ये रिसाइकलिंग जो है ये एक केवल गवर्नमेंट का बिजनेस नहीं बने। मैं चाहता हूं कि जब तक, और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जब तक रिसाइकलिंग ऑफ वाटर, मे बी इट इज ऑफ फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री, इट इज कमिंग आउट, और इट इज कमिंग आउट फ्रॉम द किचन्स और द बेदिंग स्पेसेस एज ए ग्रे वाटर और सूवेज वाटर, ये जब तक सरकार की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का इसके साथ में जुड़ी रहेगी तब तक ये कभी सफल नहीं हो सकेगा। जब तक कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर इसमें साथ जुड़ करके आपके घर से निकलने वाला सूएज जिस दिन मेरा ब्रेड एंड बटर बन जाएगा, उस दिन जो है सब परिस्थितियां बदल जाएंगी। तो हम इसमें किस तरह से कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को लेकर के आगे आए, और पूरी दुनिया में वाटर रिसाइकलिंग को और वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन पे जिस तरह से काम हो रहा है उसके ऊपर उसी तर्ज पर देश में भी काम हो, तब निश्चित रूप से ये जो है ये पूर्ण रूप से जन आंदोलन बनेगा। और जब तक जन आंदोलन बनेगा तभी जाकर के हम जो है इस विषय में इस सफलता प्राप्त कर सकेंगे। जल प्रबंधन और जल संरक्षण की बात करें तो आज हम एक परिवर्तन के युग से गुजर रहे हैं, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की इरा से गुजर रहे हैं, और परिवर्तन के इस युग में हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बहुत गुना बढ़ जाती है। देखना महत्वपूर्ण आज यह है कि इस प्रकार आबादी जिस तरह से बढ़ रही है उसके आकार और पानी की उपलब्धता के बीच में ये जो गैप बन रहा है, इस गैप को हम किस तरह से ब्रिज आउट कर सकेंगे, और बेहतर कोऑर्डिनेशन से पानी के मामले में देश को और दुनिया को और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को कैसे सुरक्षित कर सकेंगे। और निश्चित रूप से हमारी युवा पीढ़ी से भी इस समय में हमको बहुत बड़ी अपेक्षा है, और उनको भी जो है उनसे भी हमें बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है। इतिहास साक्षी है कि जब युवाओं ने इस तरह की मशाल थामी, और जब इस तरह की किसी सोच के साथ में, बदलाव के साथ में, इस भरोसे के साथ में कि हम इस बदलाव को लाएंगे, जब काम किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से जो है जागरूकता का माहौल भी बना है और अल्टीमेटली सक्सेस भी प्राप्त हुई है। और समाज का, मैं बहुत गंभीरता के साथ में ये बात कह रहा हूं कि जब समाज में इस तरह का परिवर्तन का दौर आता है, देखिए आप सब इस बात को मानते हैं, इस बात को स्वीकारते हैं, और आप सब लोग अनुभव भी करते हैं इस बात को कि देश और दुनिया आज ये अनुभव कर रही है कि इंडिया इज अंडरगोइंग ईरा ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। और जब ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होता है उस समय में समाज के जितने ज्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबल लोग हैं उनकी उतनी ही ज्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है। तो मैं आज जिन लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ वो निश्चित रूप से समाज के बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल लोग हैं। हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आज इस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के टाइम पे हम उतनी बड़ी है, और हमको बहुत दूर दुनिया से जो है लोग जब पानी की बात करते हैं, इजराइल की बात करते हैं, इजराइल की सक्सेस स्टोरीज की चर्चा करते हैं, मैं ये कहूंगा कि इजराइल की चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। विद इन आवर कंट्री, विद इन आवर स्टेट्स इतनी सारी सक्सेस स्टोरीज हैं। अभी संजीव जी बता रहे थे कि किस तरह से हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर ने थाउजेंड्स ऑफ विलेजेस में ट्रिलियंस ऑफ लीटर पानी को बचाने के ऊपर काम किया, उसको रोकने में काम किया। हर प्रदेश में कहीं ना कहीं कुछ न कुछ कोई व्यक्ति, कोई संस्था, कोई एनजीओ, कोई कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर, कोई सरकार इस दिशा में काम कर रही होगी और उन्होंने सक्सेसफुली ट्रांसफॉर्म किया होगा। हम भी इस तरह से सक्सेसफुली ट्रांसफॉर्म करने का हिस्सा बने। मैं आज इस 7th कॉन्क्लेव से यही अपेक्षा करता हूं, यही कामना करता हूं, और ये मुझे भरोसा है कि निश्चित रूप से इस मंच से ये जो सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अगर आगे जाती है, ये सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को हम अब जो है मल्टीप्लाई करने में कामयाब होते हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से इससे बहुत जो नई बातें निकलेंगी, आज जो आप बात करेंगे, आज जो आप लोग ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करेंगे, उससे जो आगे विषय निकलेंगे वो आने समय में देश को वाटर सिक्योर करने की दिशा में जो हमारे प्रयास हैं, जो हमारे एफर्ट्स हैं, उनकी गति को और अधिक बढ़ाएंगे, उनको गियर अप करेंगे, ताकि हम और अधिक तेजी से जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का नया भारत बनाने का, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने का सपना है, उस सपने को पूरा करने की दिशा में और अधिक गति से आगे बढ़ सकें। मैं एक बार फिर सभी विजेताओं का सम्मान करते हुए, उनको धन्यवाद देते हुए, संजीव जी को, मिस किदवई को, आदरणीय रीटा राय चौधरी जी को और सभी आयोजकों को बहुत सारा धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप सबका अभिनंदन।
Dhanyavad, Mantri ji, and thank you for your inaugural address and for highlighting the dangers of the looming crisis, water crisis, but also how the government has elevated water to every important discourse in the country, and the importance of circularity and many, many other points that you have laid out for our consideration and consideration of the two-day conclave. Bahut bahut dhanyavad. Now we will move on to the opening address by Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, past President FICCI, Chairman of FICCI Water Mission, and someone who is instrumental in having instituted the FICCI Water Mission. Over to you, Ms. Kidwai.
Thank you, Rita. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Shri Pankaj Kumar, Dr. Mihir Shah, my friend Sanjeev Mehta, and Reshma Anand, co-chair of the FICCI Water Mission. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 7th India Industry Water Conclave and what is now the 9th edition of the FICCI Water Awards, which is being held under the aegis of the FICCI Water Mission. We are indeed grateful to the Ministry of Jal Shakti for being our partner once again this year. We have heard from the Minister on what is really the core theme of what we do at FICCI with the Water Mission. And basically, it is the need for collaboration. He talks about how the government, private sector, communities, NGOs, when they come together, that is what will create the Jan Andolan we need in order to make a water secure India. And that is indeed at the core, the essence of why we set up the Water Mission. And indeed, when I started it in 2011, I have to say that this spirit of collaboration did not exist. And today, the good news is we are well on that journey. Do we have to do more? Absolutely. To achieve the parivartan, the transformation the minister speaks of. And of course, the growing sense of responsibility in the country, amongst corporates, amongst communities, is still behind what we need to do more of. So a lot of work ahead of us, but very gratifying to see that the direction is indeed set. Now, Rita mentioned that the mission has focused on sharing success stories and best practices in water conservation and management to encourage replication of these across industry. And it was indeed the need to encourage and recognize exemplary initiatives that we started the FICCI Water Awards in 2012. And I'm delighted that we can indeed have more and more such examples that we put forward before you. And for each of these, I do hope that we have helped them scale up through the recognition they get, but even more important, to create an army of those that look to do what they are doing and to achieve what they are achieving. Now, industrial water use efficiency, private participation, urban wastewater management, corporate water stewardship are focus areas of the mission this year. This, of course, includes highlighting issues, challenges, opportunities for industry and private sector participation. And we want to see the business of water being a profitable one for companies to enter into. We have to go beyond CSR, where companies have engaged and engaged well on many of these fronts to make this a core business proposition. And each of these areas has a potential to grow significantly, and in the process, therefore, deepen good practices and innovative solutions. The theme of this year's conclave, corporate best practices and strategies in sustainable water management from an ESG perspective, is very relevant given that environment, social and government metrics are today becoming the most important determinant of a business's ability to be resilient, agile, and adaptable. And as water is paramount for survival, as you have heard said by our president of FICCI, Sanjeev Mehta, and the centrality of water is critical, an ESG agenda becomes pivotal for business, and water embedded in ESG being very much the buzzword for corporates today. But for us to ensure that water is embedded in that is really where FICCI is putting in a lot of its effort. Now, fresh water is an essential element for all life, and we know that business activities are indeed highly dependent on the availability and distribution of water, also closely linked with changing climatic conditions. Water scarcity, water stress are projected to become even more severe over the next decades. And as per the United Nations, by 2040, nearly 40% of the global population will be highly exposed to water stress. So this is a matter of great urgency as well. Now, water scarcity has the potential of affecting our businesses in many ways: the cost of water itself, operational interruptions, environmental fines, and the expense of building new water-efficient infrastructure. In fact, the cost of business of water risk without action, if we took no steps, is estimated to be $310 billion US. However, the preventive cost estimated is $55 billion only. And this is as per CDP's 2020 Global Water Report on Water Security. So surely what we have to embark on as a world is preventive costs rather than to be open to the risks that water and shortages of water indeed would highlight. Now, corporates are changing. You had excellent examples, and indeed you heard from the president about his own organization, Hindustan Unilever, and Unilever, what they're doing in this front. Addressing water scarcity, reducing freshwater consumption, recycling, reuse of wastewater, investing in water efficient technologies, seeking to advance sustainable water management outside the fence, so not just inside the fence, are all ways that corporates are already engaging. Water management has to be the DNA of the way businesses run, and not just limited to CSR corporates. And the good news is that with ESG becoming very central to the way corporates have to look at the way they run their businesses, we can ensure that the DNA of water management runs through the organization and goes well beyond the social part of ESG, which is more to do with community engagement and the kind of water engagements we've seen in the past. Now, as per SEBI, listed companies will be required to prepare detailed disclosures on water withdrawals, consumption, discharges, and treatment processes for the first time in 2022-23. So it is already there. It is on our doorstep. We have to have these new reporting requirements for listed entities under the BRSR, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. And dare I say, for companies that are listed and have foreign institutional investors, this is already a requirement. It's a significant step towards bringing sustainability reporting at par with financial reporting. And we cannot ignore this as corporates. This will ensure access to standardized disclosures and transparency on ESG parameters, And it enables companies to also better demonstrate their sustainability objectives, position, and performance. This will help in long-term value creation. So it is not a cost. It is value accretive, and it helps to attract more capital and investment. So the reasons are positive, not just about compliance alone. And I'm happy to tell you that FICCI has an ESG task force that is working on ESG reporting, ESG as corporates should look at it, and we will knit this together into what we do at the Water Mission. The inclusion of water disclosures in ESG practices also facilitates better management of risk factors. And I can tell you as a banker that we were looking at water and risk even 10 years ago when I was at HSBC. We cannot ignore the risks that it's not just water scarcity, but it's also floods and the way water impacts an organization and the risks therein. And this high exposure to water-related risks for pretty much all sectors is important when we consider water-related disclosures and the detailed water footprinting, which in turn helps companies understand and mitigate water-related potential risks. So it's not just about the reporting, it is also the guide that helps us as companies to determine what we need to do to mitigate that risk. We have great examples of corporates who are confronting the issues of water scarcity in a very efficient manner and have either become water positive or are in the battle to soon become water positive. And some of these are our awardees. So we have Hindustan Zinc, which is a part of the Vedanta group, which has emerged as 2.41 times, so 2.4 times water positive with respect to the water consumed. Others such as Larsen & Toubro, Hindustan Construction, Havells, ITC, Dalmia Bharat Group, Godrej Industries, Ultratech Cement, Ambuja Cements, Ashok Leyland, Aisha Motors, Asian Paints, and of course you heard about Unilever. Many companies with great examples in terms of their journey towards being water positive. So the need of the hour is a mechanism to encourage and incentivize corporates to lead with examples of sustainable water management. And the FICCI Water Mission is happy to work with the government, industry, other stakeholders towards developing a framework for rewards and recognition to corporates who lead by example. We are deepening our focus on reuse and recycling, corporate water stewardship, financing of water infrastructure, and through the three subgroups, we look to identify opportunities where business and industry can engage more and propose solutions towards enhancing private sector engagement in water and wastewater infrastructure. We are encouraged to see that the ministry has recently come out with the national framework for safe reuse of treated wastewater. Policy direction for reuse will bring in circularity of water use and create a market for treated wastewater. And indeed, I'm happy to see that in Delhi, we already have requests from the Delhi Jal Board to determine which of us, whether in the corporate sector or in the farms around us, are wanting and keen to use treated wastewater. I'm grateful to the jury, so ably led by Mihir over the years, the experts screening panel for the immense contribution to the awards and for setting the high standards that have shown such a phenomenal increase in the nominations and the quality, and even more important, in the profile of the awards. Congratulations to the awardees, and most important, to those who sent their nominations for this year's awards, because every case that we analyze and see helps us to understand, to showcase, and indeed to take forward what the corporates and applicants are doing. Awardees will always be a few chosen ones each year, but every nomination is a testimony of the positive difference the corporate sector and NGOs are making towards water sustainability in India. So once again, I welcome you all to the Water Conclave and Awards, and an exciting 2 days of deliberations where I know we will all go away a little wiser and indeed, I hope, also charged up to continue on this journey. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Kidwai, for speaking about water as integral to the ESG agenda today, and mentioning about the great work that corporates are doing. Speaking of which, I just want to thank two of our leading members of the Water Mission, Diageo India, deeply involved in corporate water stewardship, and Vietech Vabag on the business of water, a very leading company, both of whom are supporting us as gold sponsors. Thank you both. And we have more than 300 participants who are on this conclave joining us via the FICCI Bike platform today, and we are being live streamed on YouTube. It's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Mihish Shah, Chair of the FICCI Water Awards Jury and Distinguished Professor, Shiv Nadar University, to deliver his theme address. Dr. Shah. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you, Rita. Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Secretary Jal Shakti, Government of India, my friends Sanjeev Mehta and Nana Lal Kidwai, with whom I've had such a great experience working together on so many water agendas, and I salute their leadership in taking the corporate sector forward in this direction. Reshma, Rita, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this very exciting process that we have been all part of for some years. I find the process even more exciting because I think you would agree with me that we are at a very unique conjuncture as a nation as far as water is concerned. On the one hand, we have an unprecedented water crisis that afflicts all sections of Indian society, all sectors of the Indian economy, and it clearly requires making a major break from the past ways of looking at water, of managing water, of dealing with water. And I think what is extremely heartening, therefore, at this conjuncture is that we, I believe, have a government which is deeply committed to making a paradigm shift in water. I don't know if the Honorable Minister is still with us. He doesn't like me to say these things very often, but I can tell you this is my experience, long years of experience now working with him and with many previous people who occupied his position, that there is no doubt in my mind that he is the most knowledgeable, enthusiastic and energetic Minister for Water Resources that India has ever had. It's a big statement to make. I make it with all the responsibility at my command. And it is a lot of initiative that he has taken, which I believe is leading this country forward into this situation of where we can speak of a paradigm shift happening. You would all know that a committee was set up in 2019 to draft a new national water policy. And it is for the first time in the history of the national water policy, which began in 1987. In all these years, we never had a committee chaired and whose members were from outside government. This clearly indicates the enthusiasm that this government has for listening to ideas from outside government, to taking into account all the best practices that are happening across the country. And it is in this process of drafting the new national water policy that I became much more conscious of the fact that the kind of paradigm shift that we want in India is actually something which stakeholders across the board, across state governments, across whether it's corporate India, civil society, academia, there is a great unanimity on the direction in which India needs to move. And no one better than the Honorable Prime Minister himself, who laid down the 5 pillars of the paradigm shift on which I would say the new draft national water policy has been built. So I'll just briefly take time to outline those 5 pillars which the Honorable Prime Minister has been emphasizing repeatedly, and the Honorable Minister has also been urging us to move in that direction. The first is the need to break down the silos into which we have divided water. We have constantly looked at water in separate silos of drinking water, irrigation, groundwater, surface water, and water and wastewater. For the first time in the history of this country, we now have a new Ministry of Jal Shakti, which has tried to take the first step. Absolutely, it is only the first step and a lot more work needs to be done. But certainly this is a significant milestone in the attempt to break down the silos into which we have divided water. The second pillar, as I call it, of what the Honorable Prime Minister is urging us to do is to respect the immense diversity of India while planning for water. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. We have had, unfortunately, for many years. And I think we have been moving out of that. But certainly, much more work needs to be done to recognize the agroecological and socio-cultural diversity of this country, which is entirely our strength and upon which we must base any work and any policy that we do on water resource management. The third emphasis of the Honorable Prime Minister is on giving a greater focus to management and distribution of water. For too long, we have focused only on construction and extraction, essentially building large dams across our major river systems and extracting endless amounts of groundwater from below the ground. And we have not paid enough attention to management and distribution of water, to sustainability and equity in the access of water to the people of this country. The fourth pillar is to give the highest priority to recycling and reuse of water, what the Honorable Minister was referring to, and what Sanjeev and Naina talked about. I think it's so heartening that a clear recognition is being given, and a lot of our work in the jury the FICCI Water Awards has been about trying to showcase the work that is being done, which is innovative in these directions. And the fifth and final pillar, which the Honorable Prime Minister is emphasizing, is to give the highest importance to raising people's awareness and people's participation in the management of water. And that is really what everyone in this country needs to recognize, whichever part of the economy and society you belong to, that the principle of subsidiarity, that solutions must be found closest to where the problems exist, which is closest to the ground. And without involving the primary stakeholders of water, I don't think any credible or lasting solution can be found to the water crisis facing this country. So essentially, based on these 5 pillars, a draft national water policy has been submitted to the Government of India, and a lot of consultations that happened during the drafting of this national water policy with state governments, with experts, who have dealt with water for many years, practitioners on the ground, primary stakeholders. We found, as I said, a remarkable consensus around the need for this kind of paradigm shift. And that is what we have tried to base the new national water policy on, which is on proofs of concept on the ground. The Honorable Minister was referring to Israel as, we constantly keep talking about Israel, but I totally agree with him that the amount of work that is being done in India, everything that we have tried to put in the new national water policy has been based on existing proofs of ground or proofs of concept on the ground, which the best practitioners of water have done throughout the length and breadth of India. And what I therefore want to say is that the FICCI Water Awards are a very important step in that same direction, to recognize those who have created proofs of concept on the ground about the best practices based on a new way of thinking about water, where there are definite innovations in the way that work has been done. This is what the FICCI Water Awards are trying to do, because the work on building these proofs of concept, although it exists on the ground, has only just begun. And it needs to be taken very energetically forward. And that is what the FICCI Water Awards are trying to do. What, if I may summarize in brief, the kinds of work that we have tried to recognize: are those which are path-breaking and replicable. You know, there has to be something which is truly innovative and new, but it's not good enough to be just new. It has to be something which can be taken to scale, which can be replicated in different contexts where the same or similar problems exist. And we have been at pains to emphasize, even in the way we have advertised the water awards, that this will be a very important consideration when we recognize work that is being done which claims to be path-breaking. The second element I think the FICCI Water Awards are trying to look at is that kind of work in water which exemplifies the paradigm shift towards which the country is trying to move, towards which the government is increasingly committed, towards which every section of Indian society is showing a greater commitment. The difficulty, however, is that we may want to do a paradigm shift. How exactly that can be achieved? What are the best ways in which can be done is what we are trying to recognize through the FICCI Water Awards. A third element, which actually the Honorable President of India and the Vice President in the context of the corona pandemic have been repeatedly emphasizing, is that we need to change our relationship with nature. We have to move, and the world is moving towards this, in a very strong manner. Nature-based solutions have to be the ones which we move forward onto if we want to tackle the crisis of climate change. If you have learned anything from the pandemic, I think we need to address very carefully how we are going to redefine our relationship with nature. And I'm really thrilled to tell you that over all these years, more and more so, we are getting examples of work which are being submitted to the FICCI Water Mission, and the jury is examining them. And we are very heartened to see that cost-effective solutions which are nature-based, which are sustainable, which are replicable, are more and more coming to our attention, and we are trying to recognize them. And of course, finally, we are also looking at those solutions which are trying to involve the primary stakeholders, which are people-centered solutions, especially those which are being attempted in the most difficult geographies of this country. Because there is so much neglect of certain parts of India which are being deprived of many basic elements of development. So we try in our assessment to see if somebody has done work in those most difficult geographies, and we try and see that those examples get adequate recognition in the kinds of awards that we have tried to provide. And I would finally touch upon what Naina was saying about ESG. And I think that becomes such an important hook on which, a lever on which to base a lot of the work that we are trying to do through the FICCI Water Mission. I think ESG is absolutely not just corporate social responsibility. It's not, in fact, just something which is going to earn you greater business. I would say it is the enlightened self-interest of every profit maximizer that, it's a time to wake up and recognize that without ESG, none of that is going to be possible. There are conflicts over water that are breaking out across the country, conflicts between industry and agriculture. There are shutdowns of, industrial plants, which we are hearing about in the summer season. So the very survival and the possibility of running a successful corporate enterprise, I think, depends on our complying with ESG. And I would say that the FICCI Water Awards are a very, very important element in encouraging more and more examples of ESG compliance in the real sense of the term, and also showing the way forward on how that compliance can be most effectively put into place and be a success for those companies which are taking the lead in this respect. I think a lot of work still needs to be done, of course, in the MSME space. The companies that Naina listed were very much the leaders, but they are also companies which have a history of having done this work. But I think we need to do a lot more. And I think FICCI has a very central role in enabling the smaller players, the players down the supply chain, all of these which are anyway going to be important for the main company that is trying to do ESG compliance. So I think a lot of work remains to be done, but the good news is that I think we are well on our way, and the quality of the kinds of entries we are getting to the FICCI Water Awards has been improving by the year. And that's a really very, very exciting development as we can see it, and the base is also expanding over the years. So that has been also very encouraging to note. I would conclude here and wish all the winners, greatly congratulate them, and also wish the FICCI Water Mission all the best in the years coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mihish Shah. It is always so very inspiring to hear you, and you always leave us enlightened with the thought-provoking statements and insights that you bring us every year. Thank you for elevating the FICCI Water Awards to its highest level of prominence with the high degree of scrutiny and due diligence that has been rendered through the FICCI Water Awards jury. So thank you very much for guiding us and setting the direction on the Water Awards each year. I now have the pleasure of inviting Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, someone who has been very, very open and forthcoming in his engagement with FICCI and has really given us a lot of opportunities to engage with you, sir. So over to you, Shri Pankaj Kumar.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Shri Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chairman FICCI Water Mission and past President of FICCI, Dr. Mihish Shah, Chair FICCI Water Awards, Ms. Reshma Anand, Co-Chair FICCI Water Mission, and Ms. Rita Roy, and all the esteemed participants who are connected with us today. It goes without saying, it's fairly common knowledge that the amount of water which we receive through the natural system is limited. On one hand, we have limited utilizable water, and on the other, as our population grows, as our economy grows, the demands on available water are also growing. What is resulting, therefore, is a decline in per capita availability of water. And this poses a challenge to our country. As Honorable Prime Minister has said, we have to manage our water resources in a manner so that the water availability does not pose a constraint in our development trajectory. So this is the guiding principle for water management resources. And if we look as to how to go about it, as Dr. Mihish Shah just pointed out a few moments ago, the focus has to shift on management of water. And when we are talking about management of water, the single biggest issue that we have to tackle across sectors, whether it is industry, whether it is irrigation, whether it is other uses of water, including drinking water usage, it is about using water more efficiently. So that's the challenge that we have to move on with. Now, at the decentralized level, where the real work has to be done in our villages to meet their demands for irrigation, to meet their demands for drinking water, we have been launching the Jal Shakti Abhiyan in recent years. The first Abhiyan was launched in 2019. It covered 256 water districts in the country, and the results were very encouraging because the focus was not only to have a campaign approach in water conservation measures and all the related activities which come with it, but also to associate the public in a big way. And this Abhiyan in 2019 was a considerable success. In 2020, we were hit by COVID and the associated lockdown. So only a few activities could be carried out with the help of some organizations, but no Abhiyan as such was launched. And in 2021, again, the Prime Minister himself launched the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, giving a clarion call that the village development funds available under Manrega should be utilized for water conservation measures. And the results of 2020-21 Abhiyan, even though we were hit by the second wave of COVID in this period, was pretty good. About 58,000 crores of Manrega funds were spent on about 42 lakh water conservation works. And the outcomes, by all indications, have been highly satisfying. Now, this year in 2022, we are going to launch the third edition of the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, sometime in the last week of March. We also have the Atal Bhujal Yojana program, which is being implemented in 7 states in the water stressed blocks. And the main focus of Atal Bhujal Yojana program is to develop capacity at the local level, to be able to assess and to plan for water usage, to develop, to frame the water security plan for every village. This is also something that we are trying to do through the Jal Shakti Abhiyans in all other places. We are encouraging villages to develop their own water conservation plans. Now, if we look at the water situation, we are the largest extractor of groundwater resources, and they are our reserves. And the principle is that you should take out only that much water as you can put in. So if we look at how we are going, the situation over the years has been deteriorating. But our latest groundwater assessments do point that it is possible to tackle these problems in a concerted manner. When we compare our groundwater assessment of 2020 with the previous one, which was brought out in 2017, we notice that the groundwater extraction has declined somewhat, marginally. We also notice that groundwater recharge has increased marginally. Both of these are welcome developments. And so therefore, the gap between what we are extracting and what we are putting in has got bridged somewhat. Now, there is no room for complacency. There is a substantial gap, and there is a very long road before we can say confidently that we are making significant and real progress. Let's not forget that for the past 3 years, we have had pretty good monsoons. But what we can say today is that there are encouraging signs that these concerted efforts are making a difference on the ground. Our urban centers have been growing centers of water consumption, whether it is for drinking water or industrial purpose. And there we have a huge challenge. We have to now move to a situation where we must treat every drop of water which is used in our urban centers and also reuse that water to the greatest extent possible. And it's very heartening to know that in Amrit 2.2, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister a few months ago, has a target that all the water used in urban areas in the 500 select Amrit cities must be fully treated in a period of 5 years. Such kind of time-bound program has to be put in place by our municipalities and towns and cities. Many states have come forward and they have also made targets for reuse of water. And that's very heartening. As Ms. Kidwai mentioned, we have prepared a draft framework for reuse of water, primarily intended to be a guidance document for all the state governments, all municipalities. We are at present in the process of seeking inputs from the state governments and also the industry and other stakeholders. And shortly, we will be coming out with the finalized version of this document. And we do hope that it will spur the reuse of water, mainly by the industry and also for irrigation purposes. In our several programs, and I must make a special mention of our river cleaning programs. Namami Gange program, which covers the Ganga main stem as well as its tributaries, and also the National River Conservation Program. The private sector is participating in a very active way. In Jal Jeevan Mission also, the private sector's participation is significant. If we look at management of the water sector in the coming years, sensors, measuring devices, technologies, and setups for treatment of wastewater or used water, for reuse of water, drip and sprinkler irrigation systems, which are now expanding, and the integrated water management system built on the basis of these technologies. Like you have sensors in the ground which tell you how much moisture is there in the soil, so that the farmer can be informed as to how much irrigation is really necessary. So such kind of systems, I see space for them growing at a healthy pace in the coming few years. These are the areas where our innovative capabilities must be harnessed and deployed. And these are the areas which will lead us to better management of water to meet our growing needs in the future. I do hope that the awards which FICCI has organized today will give the necessary momentum, provide the necessary interest, motivation, and the necessary momentum for moving towards meeting these the needs of these emerging areas. I must again thank the organizing team of FICCI, and I must again thank Sri Sanjeev Mehta and his team for giving me an opportunity to express my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for your keynote address and for highlighting the areas of innovation, which are very much a part of the FICCI Water Mission discourse and the FICCI Water Awards as well. Thank you, sir, and I hope you can stay on for the awards, announcements of the awards in the next few minutes. We will now go on to the release of the FICCI Best Practices Compendium on the exemplary initiatives by the awardees, as well as the journey, something that captures the journey of the FICCI Water Awards through all the years. So now we will release the compendium, and then I hand over to Ms. Kritika Arora, my colleague, to take on the award ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chaudhary. Very good morning to all of you. We'll now move to our next section, which is the award section. And each year we recognize jury with a certificate of appreciation. May I now request the video of jury to be played? Thank you. Thank you. This is our illustrious jury and expert screening panel. Now, I request Honorable Minister, Sir, Secretary, Sir, to bless the awardees. So we now move to the awardees' testimonial video. Can we have the video, please?
On behalf of Tata Steel, it is my honor and privilege to receive this award from FICCI, which is for our efforts to recycle and reuse effluents from the industry as well as sewerage from the city of Jamshedpur back into Tata Steel and reducing freshwater consumption. It is our endeavor to continue to reduce freshwater consumption in steel making and to ensure that our steel becomes more and more sustainable for generations to come. Thank you.
We at Vardhaman are honored to receive the second prize in the 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. Vardhaman, the largest vertically integrated textile manufacturer in India, under the dynamic leadership of our chairman, Padma Bhushan Shri S.P. Oswal, and vice chairman, Ms. Suchita Oswal Jain of Lore, sustainability is deeply embedded all across our organization. Vardhaman Fabrics is our largest integrated textile unit, located at Budni in Madhya Pradesh, equipped with state-of-the-art technology, with unique installations like effluent treatment plant and RO from Italy with 92.5% recovery. We understand and willingly fulfill our responsibility towards the environment as also the hosting communities. To conclude, I would like to thank FICCI and all jury members.
On behalf of Asian Paints and all my employees at the factory, I would like to thank FICCI for giving us this award on improving water efficiency. We are continuously working on improving the water efficiency in our factory by reduction at source through deployment of new technologies, by various reuse schemes in which the water gets reused back into the products, and also certain watershed development programs outside in the communities or the villages near the plant. We thank you again, FICCI, for this award, and it strengthens our belief and commitment to further improve the water efficiency to the next level in our factories. Thank you once again.
Thank you, FICCI, for awarding us with water awards for the Delhi airport. We are very happy to receive FICCI Water Award. It is a testimony of our commitment towards ensuring water sustainability at the airport. We have as a team taking various initiatives for improving water efficiency, water harvesting, water treatment, and reusing it for various purposes at Delhi Airport. The recognition will further motivate us to better and strengthen our sustainability leadership in the airport sector. Thank you.
One's waste is one's wealth. All communities produce both solid waste and liquid waste. Managing biodegradable solid waste and liquid waste is a challenging task. Usual practice is to treat these two different wastes in two different streams. Innovation is treating both the waste in one complex to get useful end products of treated water, biogas, and manure for in-house use. Green Lantern Engineering thanked FICCI for awarding first prize under the category of Innovation in Water Technology. Thank you.
An honor to receive this award from FICCI for our efforts on water governance and stringent management in Central Himalayan region. Such award will surely help propagate and scale up water security in Himalayan region for future generation. Thank you, FICCI, for this initiative and recognition.
Many well diggers in the city of Bangalore go about their day-to-day livelihood by cleaning, desilting, and deepening existing old open wells, and by digging new recharge wells to put rainwater into the shallow aquifer and bring water security to the city. This award by FICCI recognizes these hundreds of initiatives and draws focus to the need to look at the shallow aquifer as water security for urban India. Thank you, FICCI, for acknowledging this.
We People Service Society Palakkad is very happy to receive a national award from FICCI for our initiative in water sector. Water conservation, water management, and water quality management are the three focused areas of our water projects. And we could successfully complete the projects and could communicate to the people and to the authorities the importance of water and its conservation and management. Recognition from FICCI make us more responsible to work harder in the future, and it's a great honor to us. Thanks, FICCI.
I would like to thank FICCI for recognizing water with FICCI Water Award in the Water Initiatives by NGO category for our work in Odisha. Our intervention in Raigada, Odisha through innovative solutions such as the diversion-based irrigation system provides assured irrigation to 150 hectares of land throughout the year. Enthused by this appreciation and the experience we have gained in the water sector in the last 28 years, now we are expanding our water works across the 7 states water is working in. Thank you.
We are really pleased and honored to receive this award from FICCI in recognition to our efforts for developing a nature-based treatment solution for wastewater and fecal waste. We believe that technologies that are nature-based, easy to operate and affordable at all levels are key to ensure a sustainable solution for wastewater and fecal sludge treatment in India. And we are hopeful that this recognition will go a long way in getting the stakeholders interested and also help mainstream these approaches in the sector. Thank you, FICCI.
We thank FICCI and the jury member for this award. It means a lot to us. We also have to thank the Gates Foundation, HSBC, whose support made it possible for us to work in Y and Sinnar. And we have to thank people of Y and Sinnar who have cooperated in implementing innovative wastewater management program. We are now upscaling this into other cities thanks to support from HDFC and HT Parekh Foundation into Kolhapur and Satara, and we hope to replicate this in other cities as well. Thank you once again, FICCI.
On behalf of Digital Pani, we are honored to receive this award from FICCI for our efforts to transform water management and help solve the growing water crisis. Such awards definitely promote thought leadership in the area of water efficiency as well as help imbibe a culture of sustainable water management. I would like to thank FICCI for this initiative and recognition.
It is a matter of great honor and privilege that Namami Gange is given the special jury award in the 9th FICCI Water Awards. Namami Gange is one of the flagship programs of the government and is engaged in cleaning the Ganga and its tributaries, and has had a good connect with the people and involving them in its programs. This award will go a long way in motivating us and our staff in the field and all the people who have been associated with us in the cleaning programs. I thank FICCI for this award and continue to be inspired by the award given to us.
Thank you, and a great round of applause to all the awardees. May I now invite Ms. Reshma Anand, Co-Chair FICCI Water Mission, to present her closing address. Over to you, Ms. Anand.
Thank you,
Reshma, you're not clear.
Sorry. Am I clearer now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Naina. Thank you for your continued support to the FICCI Water Mission. Sanjeev and Naina, thank you for your leadership and for driving a clear vision for the water mission. Dr. Shah, Professor Gosain, Himanshu Kulkarni, Madhavan, the awards owe their credibility to you. In the midst of an ever-revolving water crisis, the awards are a recognition of the persistence and ingenuity of individuals and organizations that are striving to solve for this challenge. From our own experience, we know that working in water is hard. There are a few quick wins, if any, and it's a test of patience and endurance. And this makes the awards even more valuable and credible. What's also heartening is that the awards have built a repository of knowledge. The compendium is really a public good of best practices that embrace the diversity of India's water challenges and across conditions, social, cultural, and environmental. They demonstrate the will and intent of companies, of civil society, of innovators, to solve and to create the proof of concept that Dr. Shah mentioned for the key priorities also recognized by the Government of India. So in themselves, they are, a testament of, individuals and companies, but they also hold immense promise for replication and for scale. We all recognize that the crisis is real, that the demand for water is only going to go up. Climate change is at our doorstep, and we have a limited pool of water resources. And therefore, the speed and scale with which we act is important to ensure that every drop of water is indeed treated as precious. From the morning, it's clear that the government is listening, corporate India is keen to engage, and stakeholders, including civil society, practitioners, experts, academia, are aligned. And yet, as Naina mentioned, a lot needs to be done. Solutions need to balance equity in access, sustainability in use, and viability for investments to actually work at scale. We need to do this together. We need to do it responsibly. We also need to act with urgency. The role of policy measures, standards, disclosures will hopefully prompt greater transparency and more equitable participation in the years ahead. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great start to the water mission this year, I would now invite the attendees to join, subsequent sessions for a deep dive both into the issues and opportunities that industry is addressing within and way beyond the fence. Thank you everyone for joining us today.
Thank you, Ms. Anand. Now we come to close the inaugural session and the award ceremony. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Sir, Secretary, Sir, Mr. Mehta, Ms. Kadwai, Dr. Shah, and Ms. Anand. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to our first plenary session. We'll start at 12:05. Thank you all. A very good afternoon to all of you. We'll now start our day with the plenary session 1, which is on scaling up and deepening of best practices and strategies in the industrial water use efficiency. The session will present best practices and strategies of companies who are taking leadership in the way they are reducing, reusing, and recycling their water and are on the road to achieve net positive water impact. The session will also focus on policy framework for enabling the dissemination and adoption of the best practices across different sectors and how industry can prioritize water in its ESG agenda. The chair for the session is Mr. Rajneesh Chopra, who is the FICCI Water Mission Subgroup Lead for Reuse, Recycle and Recovery and is the Global Head Business Development, Vatek Vibhag Limited. We have other speakers with us. We have Mr. Avinash Mishra, who is the advisor, Niti Aayog, Government of India. We have Mr. Sharat Kumar, Chief Power Systems and Energy, Tata Steel. They are also the winner of 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. We have with us Dr. Muthu Krishnan, who is the Head Environment, Delhi International Airport Limited, also one of the awardees of the 9th edition. We have with us Mr. Pazani Vanal, who is the General Manager, Environment, Health and Safety, DIGO India. Mr. Vivek Khanchandani, Senior Manager, EHS Asian Paints. They are also one of the awardees of the 9th edition. And Mr. Dibakar Debroy, Chief Manager, Vardhaman Fabrics. They are also the awardees. Over to you, Mr. Chopra. Mr. Chopra, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kritika. Thank you so much. First of all, I feel very, very privileged to chair this. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
You are audible.
You are audible.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
So, very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the viewers. I feel really privileged to chair this session.
Continue,
I'm
sir.
getting a replay of my voice again.
No, you are audible, sir. You can continue.
Sir, it's clear from our end. Like we can listen you clearly,
Oh,
sir.
sorry. So,
Are you
So I'll
dialing from two devices?
I'll just suggest that everybody else keep their mic off, because I think that is what is causing an echo for Mr. Chopra. So if everybody else who's not speaking can keep their mic off, I think that problem can get resolved.
Yeah, request Mr. Chopra to please stop the bike platform if it is running on the background.
Mr. Chopra, please continue.
Yeah, so for whatever inconvenience was caused, I think I feel very privileged to chair, because it's very, very relevant, and also the fact today we have one of the most elite personality from the sector representing the Government of India. I think whatever little I know about him, Mishra not only represents the think tank in the water sector for the government, but one of the most knowledgeable person in the field, and also He has been instrumental in coming out with a lot of policies which are implemented. The other section, we have, the award winners who have, created sustainable practices in their industry, which be, scaled up and can, set up the benchmark for other industries to follow. Now, being myself from the water industry, I can just tell you that the industry has been setting up examples on water management. As far as heavy industries are concerned, in my last over 3 decades of experience in the sector, and they were always the front runners for implementing the best and sustainable practices for water management, water recycling, and even, resource recovery from the effluents. Now, in the current context, topic says the scaling up and deepening of the best practices strategy for the water sector. I think these winners and these industries, they start sharing their example. What we need to do is, we need to pick up practices they have for various processes, like whatever. I think cooling water, is one of the major functions, in heavy industries, boil feed water, process water, firefighting water, utility water, where all the recycled water is being used and helps reducing the water footprint of any industry. Secondly, for each process, all these industries, they have set up their own benchmarks that for this process, the per cubic meter of water which is going to be used. I think these benchmarks are missing. So if these can be shared and maybe can be notified using the government, I think that is something where people can be evaluated, the industries can, and at the same time, if people are doing well, it definitely needs to be incentivized. And if there are industries which are not able to follow and are not doing the right practices or creating a pollution, I think it is high time, we have a strict, polluter pays, this thing. So, the industries have to be responsible for water tariffs. So whatever water tariffs are there today, I think they are not sustainable. And even, there have been a lot of instances where industry has been the groundwater, which is not even measured. I think these are a few things which need to be stopped. I'm not generalizing this for the industry, but yes, there are industries. I think even Mr. Mir Shah was talking, a lot needs to be done with the SME and MSMEs, where, still there is a lot of scope for improvement. If I have to just, look at some of the figures, I think India uses around 50 billion cubic meter of water every year as far as industry is concerned. Look at the productivity, of the industry. I'm looking at total industrial scenario. I think the productivity is one of the lowest. So that is something where all these benchmarks, all these practices, if they are implemented across, shared across, I think it will definitely help the industry improve the water efficiency. Now, even if I compare around 7.5 USD per meter cube productivity, even not talking about very advanced countries, but countries like Brazil, countries like Thailand, countries like Korea, I think Argentina, they are almost 3 to 4 times, if I look at water efficiency and the productivity. But it does not mean that industry is not responsible. What I am saying is there are heavy industries which have, set up the standards. As BATech Vabag, we have built around, 1000 MLD of capacity for various industries for treating water and 600 million liters per day of, effluent we are treating for various industries in this country itself. 20 million liters per day is being recycled. The plants where these where industries are using this, I to 90% recovery from the effluent for the water. that it's very, very evident that industry is a front, but maybe holistically, when we look at the industry across the country, and currently we all say the industry is using only maybe 5 to 6% of the total water, but I think going forward, it is expected to cross 10%, which is a very sizable amount. There are initiatives which we heard from the government where they are talking about water use efficiency for the agriculture sector to be improved. But industry being always responsible bodies, I think we can definitely set which can be benchmarked, which can be replicated, and even the smaller industries can do that. Also, there have been initiatives from the government where smaller they can go for common effluent treatment plants, which can again water can be recycled and the environment pollution can be controlled. But again, the example these all common effluent treatment comes from the major industries which have already implemented that. With that, I would request Shri Avinash Ji to give his viewpoint on scaling up and deep best practices and strategy for the industry. Over to you, Mishra Ji.
Thank you, Rajneesh Ji. Very good afternoon, everyone. To Rita Rai Chaudhary Ji, Kritika Arora, and of course Rajneesh Chopra Ji, and all the dignitaries over this platform. As we know, water is the lifeblood of humanity, with which the community thrive. But when the supply and demand of fresh water are misaligned, the environmental, social, and financial ecosystem is on risk. Climate change, demographic shifts, and explosive economic growth all worsen the existing water crisis. As the water, as it has been said, it is the backbone. If we see, while most environmental discussion focus on greenhouse gas emissions, 9 of the 10 greatest risks faced by humanity are linked to lack of water. Water stress increases risk for communities and business. However, through proactive individual and collective actions, business can combat the water crisis. This is all that is needed. As it has rightly been said by Mr. Chopra, that we are using 700 billion cubic meter of water as on date, and China is also using the same quantum of water as on date. But they are making the industrial allocation of something close to 20%, that is that comes to around 140 billion cubic meter, and whereas our allocation is just 2%. So they can play a leading role in mitigating the water issues. We can play to limit not just our own risk, but the risk of a stakeholder relying on this system. These can be accomplished by directing actions through various spheres of influences, such as direct operations, supply chain, and process improvement. Water insecurity plays a driving role in conflicts and famines around the world. While water pollution and scarcity pose long-term economic threats to developing and developed nations alike, according to the 2019 RBC Global Asset Management Responsible Investment Survey, water ranked among top 3 environmental, social, and governance concerns. All industries rely on water in some way. A company's water footprint can be seen in 4 key areas of its value chain. That's raw material, suppliers, operations, and product use. But we must be cautious because the future of water availability is grim. Various studies note that many of the world's basins could see a supply decline of around 10% by 2030 and 25% by 2050. And I'll tell 12 such basins are there in India. So we should be, out of our 20 basins, 12 basins are likely to face this problem. According to the UN estimate, 1 in 4 people may live in a country affected by chronic shortage of fresh water in sustainability. Organizations must place a greater emphasis on addressing the global water crisis and minimizing impact to themselves and the planet. Water stress is a risk multiplier. Alone, it is a powerful risk with the potential to upend socioeconomic and ecological system. When compounded with other risks such as those related to food and energy system, politics and infrastructure, it becomes detrimental. To effectively lower an industry's water footprint, it takes top-down commitment, employees engagement, and a methodology for routinely measuring water use. The first step to better manage and reduce the company's water use is to develop a problem statement with the goal the company wants to achieve. Next step is measurement, which is the essential step for improvement. Industries should install meters and take regular readings to find the areas of greatest water use. Knowing water cost is another key aspect of the measurement and targeting phase. After a company has measured overall water consumption, it can assess where water use is most significant and compare that to industry benchmark. As Mr. Chopra was already indicating the benchmark, and I would like to say that we are using 300 to 400% higher water consumption in making the same product what it is being made in globally. So we are not actually water conscious. So first within the industry, the consciousness needs to be developed. This will help to identify opportunities for improvement. These steps should eventually lead to improvement in current water consumption. The water issue is the reverse of carbon problem. Carbon problem is localized, whereas the cause is global. The water problem is global, but its manifestation is highly special and can be addressed in a concentrated way. Rather than tackling water use everywhere, a more efficient route for the companies to understand how they are interacting with basins that are projected to become water stressed and focus efforts there. Not all basins have priority. In fact, several basins have water withdrawn that are well within sustainable limits. Companies have several levers they can use to reduce water stress, like including water use in relevant company key performance indicator, identifying and eliminating water leaks in their operations, and introduce new technology that reduce water stress. Companies can further reduce water stress by using their influence to ensure that their primary suppliers and other stakeholders are equally rigorous and their own contribution to water stress. There are 3 critical levers to pull: reducing energy use and shifting to renewables, setting supplier standards, and sending water expert teams to help key suppliers identify and implement efficient water use solution. Water is required to both extract many energy sources and to generate energy through steam power turbine. With the transition to a more decarbonized world, new energy investment decisions can consider water benefits alongside carbon, cost, reliability, and other lenses. I will say that it is high time, while we should really see how we can make a circulatory use of water. A single use of water, which is happening today, should be completely abundant, and it should be made a circulatory use of water, and the water which is used in the processes should be extracted back, and again with a smaller treatment, or the treatment whatever it is required, it is needed to put back. I am curious to hear from the industry leaders on their views and their expectation from government to support them to achieve the common goal of sustainable water use. I am confident that the deliberation in this platform will bring perpetual changes in the industrial water use. As I said, in the beginning of my, you can say, the speech, that our share, the industry share in the total water consumption is just 2%. With this, to think of $5 trillion economy is really a distant dream. We need to allocate 10 to 15% of water for industries, as well as the allocation of water efficiency is required to be there in the agriculture sector, where we are shifting from conventional canal-based irrigation to pipe-based irrigation to micro sprinkler and drip-based irrigation. So that transition is already happening. The efficiency there is hardly 38%, which we are trying to bring 62%, which is at global standard. Similarly, in our domestic water supplies, the transmission and distribution losses are somewhere close to 40 to 45%. There also we are trying to bring it down close to 10%. And again, in industry, I would say it's most inefficient use, where I will prefer that benchmarking of various operations and etc. is to be carried out. Niti Aayog will certainly look into this aspect and will do. I am confident that the deliberation will certainly bring further changes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mishra ji. Thank you so much for that address. I think coming from personal stature, it gives a lot of confidence to us as industry players that if we, and do the best practices, I think government will acknowledge, and also maybe knowing you will definitely look forward to even incentives for the industry to enhance the water use efficiency and productivity. I would request now Mr. Sharad Kumar, Chief Power Systems and Energy at Tata Steel, to give his views on scaling up and deepening of the best practices and strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra. A very good afternoon to all participants today. Very good afternoon to Mr. Mishra, who has kindly shared his thoughts on his expectations from the industry with respect to their responsibility towards efficient use of water by this sector, and also highlighted the methodology which he expects the industry to actually use to bring about this efficiency. And I'm quite, I would say, very much impressed by the thoughts that he has shared. And I would like to share some of the things which, based on what Mr. Mishra said, Tata Steel has already been doing for quite some time now. And that is the reason why we feel proud that our performance has been recognized by FICCI. Thanks to FICCI for giving us this recognition at this level. It really motivates all of us, the entire team, and Tata Steel as a corporate values this recognition very highly. So I would like to begin by picking up some of the points which Mr. Mishra had stated when his address was on. So as far as we all understand that industry is a large user, although it is still 2%, but in terms of specific geography, if you look at a particular water table, then in the water table where the industry is actually using, there it becomes a very, very large user. And obviously the use of the water that industry takes up is actually competing with the rest of the population and the people who live in that particular water table. So it's important from the industry's point of view to be very responsible, not only from the efficiency point of view, also from the quality point of view also, so that it does not, their actions do not cause any kind of, I would say, impact on the environment around them, in case there are any discharge or any kind of effluents which can, impact the environment around them. So that responsibility also rests with the industry. So speaking about Tata Steel's journey, the point is that as a steel company, you would all know that by and large, water is used in the steel company, not as, it doesn't get into the product per se, but it is primarily used for cooling applications. So as you know, when we make steel, typically the temperatures that are achieved, that are required to be achieved while making steel are upwards of 1000 degrees centigrade. And finally, when the final end product comes out, it is at normal temperature. So the whole process, requires heating and subsequent cooling. And this cooling has to come from some media. And water is used extensively as a cooling medium across the process in steel making. However, it does not get consumed. The only consumption of water that happens in the process is, the evaporation during the cooling process. That is the real consumption, because that water goes into the environment. It gets lost. You cannot kind of, retrieve that water. But the rest of the water which gets heated can obviously be, reused. So there is immense potential for steel industry to actually, reduce its makeup water requirement or the fresh water requirement that it draws from the river for meeting the makeup water requirement of the industry. There's a huge potential. So when we started, practically most of the processes, as you know, Tata Steel Jamshedpur is a 100-year-old, more than 100-year-old plant. So initially when these plants were designed, they were designed with a system where most of the water that was being put into the system were once through kind of usage. So after using these, the water used to get discharged back into the system. But over a period of time, it was realized that that's not the right thing to do, and that's not an efficient way of working. And understanding that water is a scarce resource, it became important from Tata Steel's perspective to look at it differently and look at ways of conserving this. So basically, Tata Steel set upon with the 4R philosophy. Basically, the 4 R's which are important is reduce. So first is, how do you reduce the use of water in the processes of steel making? Then the next R is reuse, as to how much of the water that gets used at any part of the process, can it be reused for some other process also, in cascade. So that's the reuse part. The third is R is the recycle part, whereas in this recycle, we try to treat the water after its use and bring it back to a quality which can be reused. So that's the recycle part. And the fourth R that we, try to achieve is the recharge. So it's the industry's responsibility does not end, with just the use of water. It also has a responsibility towards its community, and therefore recharging water, whatever you are extracting from the river in the long term, what finally going to make you sustainable over a long period of time. So Tata Steel, considered that using these 4 R's, we would like to finally, so as far as objective is concerned, Tata Steel said that we would like to become water neutral. And Tata Steel, as you may be knowing, has several, I would say, locations where it has steel making facilities. So earlier there was only one at Jamshedpur, but over a period of time that has grown, and we are now at multi-locationals. We have at Kalinganagar, we have at Angul, we have at Jamshedpur, we have mining locations, we have at many other locations, smaller units. So across all units, Tata Steel has set a target that it would want to become water neutral by 2030. That's the ambitious target that Tata Steel has taken. And we wanted to achieve this. We wanted to become a benchmark in water efficiency. So we have also approached the World Steel Association to understand and engage with them, to understand what kind of water usage is being achieved by the best steel companies across the world. So we don't want to limit ourselves to just the Indian context, but we wanted to go beyond this and understand across the world what are the best performances which are being achieved at process level. So that's as far as the benchmarking part is concerned. And we have been engaging with them. We have obtained some information, but we are, trying to triangulate that information in a way in which it can actually reflect the real performance. So that is one. The third thing that Tata Steel had embarked upon was to understand where we stand as of now. So when we started this journey a few years back, actually very little measurement systems were in existence in the water system, in the water circuit. So knowing what, where we are at a particular point of time is the start of your journey. Unless you know, you will not be able to, take up improvement measures to achieve what you desire to achieve. So we set up a complete, I would say, visualization system. And in this system, we have got an integrated dashboard. We set up an integrated dashboard which tells us the real-time measurement of flows and consumption of water across all units and all departments. And we know what are the best performances for each unit. And that is what we, against the best performance, we monitor what is the actual performance of every unit within the system. And we also compare it with our own other units that we have in other locations. For example, what we are achieving at Jamshedpur is compared with what is the best that has been achieved at Kalinganagar, or what has been best that has been achieved at Angul, or what is, and also in Tata Steel Europe. So that kind of internal benchmarking already we are doing, and we are making sure that we compete with one another to make sure that we achieve the best number that anybody else has been able to achieve. And then that sharing of practices of how they have achieved is also something which we do through PITs, which is active performance improvement teams have been made. And these teams work together to make sure that we share the learnings that are there, which has helped us to achieve best performance at any particular location. So these are, the means that we, adopt for, improving the efficiency from the current level. So I'm happy to, report here that when we started this journey, maybe about 10 years back, so at that point of time, if you look at the specific water consumption, which is the measure which we have, identified as the appropriate measure for understanding how efficiently we are using water. So the specific water consumption we're measuring in meter cube per ton of crude steel that we make. Now the specific water consumption, which used to be above 7, above 8 at that point of time, we have gradually worked using the 3 R's basically to make sure that this number comes down continuously and we reach the benchmark level. So I'm happy to report that today, in this year, I mean, today we are in, on 1st of March, we still have one month to go. Sorry, we are on 2nd of March, so we still have 1 month to go. But I'm happy to report that today we have achieved a level of almost 2.15 meter cube per ton of steel. So that's, I would say, from last 10 years, if you look at it, it is more than 300% reduction. So that has been possible because of very, very concerted efforts. And these efforts are both in terms of technologies, in terms of investment that we have made as a company to make sure that we use the right technology. So as I said, there were open discharge systems which were converted into closed loop systems. There were specific guzzlers of water. For example, water was used in a big way in quenching coke, and coke is produced in millions of tons, and all these millions of tons of coke that we used to produce used to be quenched from a very high temperature to the normal temperature by pouring water onto this coke, and all that water used to get evaporated as steam and get lost, and that used to be consumption for the steel company. So we've systematically converted and implemented by spending a huge amount of capital, and we have now introduced coke dry quenching, which is a process which does not use any water for the quenching of the coke that we make. So that's an investment. Sorry, sir?
We are running out of time. So
okay, so okay, so I'm so sorry for getting carried away by trying to explain each and everything.
The work is such, anybody will get carried away.
Thank you so much, sir, for encouraging me. But considering the time that we have and the limited time that we have, I would definitely want to mention 2 or 3 things that we have done, and where I think industry needs support from the government, as Mr. Mishra was saying. So I would like to dwell on that thing. So one is that technologies that we have used, the investments that we have made. One big thing that we have done over the years is we have tried to recycle the municipal water. So while as an industry we are using water and recycling water within the 4 walls of the industry, but there is a whole township outside of our industry. And that township actually generates a whole lot of sewage water. So that sewage water was initially or usually being finally treated and going into the river. So what we did was we have taken up tertiary treatment of that sewage water, and that entire sewage water after treatment is now being recycled back into the steel plant. So now the sewage water is not being thrown into the after the treatment, it is not being put into the river. So that is a huge initiative which has actually helped us in reducing our makeup water requirement, fresh water requirement from the river. And that is something in the case of Jamshedpur that we found it, we were able to quickly implement it after having recognized that as an opportunity, because luckily in Jamshedpur the entire municipal function, which is sewage system management, both the fresh water as well as the sewage water management, entire system is run by Tata Steel. So it's the municipal authority for Tata Steel, so to speak. So that's why we were able to quickly do that. But what I feel is that in other locations, for example, in Kalinganagar, in Angul, and other places, this opportunity exists. However, obviously the work related to the sewage treatment and treatment and making that suitable for reuse by the industry is being done by the municipal corporations of those locations. So we would like to collaborate with the municipal corporations over there, and we would like to see greater support from the municipal corporations in making that water available at a reasonable cost, as well as at a high speed, so that we are able to implement the ideas that we have across other locations and reduce the overall freshwater intake that we have as an industry. So that's a request that we wanted to make. And I would like to share that as far as in our industry is concerned, we don't know, I mentioned that we also have a 4th R, which is basically recharge. So we don't work just within the company, we work beyond our boundaries. And in that context, there's a full team which, engages with the local communities in the watershed area. And what they do is they create rainwater harvesting ponds across the, entire watershed area. And till date, there are more than 1,015 such ponds which have been, developed by Tata Steel's CSR arm, which is actually helping in recharging a whole lot of water back into the system, and thereby attaining neutrality for the company. So I'm happy to report that we have been measured by DNV, and they've certified that Tata Steel at Jamshedpur is water positive, which means the recharge or the recycle is more than our consumption. So we were certified to have been water positive by 15%. So I don't want to rest on my laurels. I want to say that we want to achieve the same thing across other locations, and we are working towards that with the right support and the right philosophy and policies that we have. I'm sure that we are going to achieve better results and finally achieve water neutrality as a company across all locations by 2030. So with that, I would like to close my address, and thanking everyone for a patient hearing and giving me this time to present my case. Thank you so much, sir.
Sharad, I think that was a very, very enlightening talk. I think maybe the benchmarks you have set up, especially reducing the specific water consumption to almost 1/3, is something that is in line with what the global standards are today. I think when we look at the overall, almost other countries are producing 4 to 5 times what we produce with the same water. So thank you so much. Maybe we'll come back to you later to know more about it. With that, I would request Dr. M. Muthukrishnan, Head of Environmental Health and Safety of Airport, which is one of the best airports today in the world, to give his views on.
Yeah, sir, thank you very much, and thank you, FICCI, for giving this opportunity to share our initiatives of water management at the airport. So water is very important substance. Everyone knows that, and even when we see on a sustainable angle, it addresses almost on 6 sustainable goals of United Nations. So SDG 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. So considering all these factors, at the airport, we see water is very important, long-term sustainable component. And it also connected with socially and connected with the surroundings of airports. So we address water as a very important resources for us. The main factors which we adopted for water at airport is having a proper, efficient infrastructure. And the infrastructure means it is nothing but fixtures and fittings, piping network, sewage treatment plant, and reuse network, and then landscaping, irrigation network, all factors considered as an important efficient network. Unless otherwise the proper design or infrastructure is in place, we cannot achieve ultimate efficiency. So we have spent good amount of time and energy to develop those infrastructures. I can say like Delhi Airport, we have almost 5 MLD water treatment plant and 16.6 MLD sewage treatment plant, having both primary, secondary, and tertiary. And it's a completely state-of-the-art plant. The water which is treated at airport sewage treatment plant is completely used for our flushing, HVAC system, and irrigation network everywhere. So with this, we could able to reduce overall water consumption somewhere around 65 to 70%. So it is moving forward. Our target is to become more water positive. And to have a more water positive, so what we are trying to do is more rainwater harvesting structures at the airport. And we are also now developing recharge wells as a part of our development plan, and also going for a storage infrastructure somewhere around 6 to 7 million liter capacity of storage infrastructure we are doing. And all the water related factors are being addressed by leadership team. And we have got a top management commitment focus on water conservation. So that's an important factor. Like unless otherwise the leadership team focus on water conservation at ground or with the stakeholders, the efficiency cannot be attained. So that is very important factor which helps us to become more water sustained airport operation. So we are also promoting water reuse, recharge to the maximum extent, not only at the airport, beyond our airport boundary. We have constructed a good amount of rainwater harvesting sectors around our airport. And we have got a continuous monitoring, accounting, review of water consumption, because unless otherwise the water is not monitored or measured, we may not be having, how the efficiency of water is being addressed. We cannot able to calculate. And other important area is, create employee involvement, training, and capacity building. Not only our airport employees, our stakeholders employees too. So all factors helps us to become more water sustained airport operation. In recent years, we have adopted various techniques at airport infrastructure. Some of them are smart, some of them are conventional. Like water efficient fixtures with sensors are very common now, which helps to minimize water to the extent, and passengers' convenience is also met, as well as the water reduction objective is also met. So operational improvement is another important area, and waterless cleaning and mopping. So we have got a large flooring area, so we have advised all the cleaning and mopping to be done to the extent with the minimum water. And for waterless cleaning and mopping, ultraviolet, germicide factors have been used, which helps to maintain the good quality as well as good shining. And other areas are flushing water optimization, adoption of smart irrigation system, and complete water metering. All together helps us to make water to be more conserved, to be more efficient, as well as helping us towards more in terms of water positivity. So the treatment plant which we have at the airport, it's a very large one, and we can see that this is recognized by Government of Delhi as well as the CPWD. The complete treatment, where we can see it's a kind of circular system. No one has this infrastructure across airport infrastructure. So it has got both primary system, secondary system, as well as tertiary systems. So which helps to make our overall water demand to be to the minimum for fresh water and maximum to reuse water. So from the overall water consumption, if you see, almost 70 to 80% is our reuse water. So with these all initiatives at the airport, we are trying to get through more water positive. And now thanks to FICCI for recognizing our efforts and initiatives as a part of one of the winner in this forum. So any questions and clarification I can address at the later stage.
Thank you, Krishnan. I think I know a little bit about your wastewater infrastructure. I think whatever initiatives you have taken, probably the best and probably need to be shared so that it can be replicated, because I know the all horticulture you maintain, because at one point of time we were managing your water and wastewater management facility for STP and WTP. So I think it's very, very heartening to know. We'll come back to you after everybody has given their point on questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, I would request Mr. He is General Manager, Environment, Health and Safety of Diageo, to give his viewpoints on the subject, what we are talking about scaling up the best practices and the strategies.
Thank you, Mr. Rajneesh, for setting up the context, and good morning to everyone, and big thank you to FICCI as well for giving up this opportunity. And it is equally exciting to be part of this panel as well. So, and thank you for Mr. Avinash highlighting the water productivity in India and compared to other peers, and the importance of right measurement, etc. So, and with this, before move on to this water efficiency improvement and circularity context, I will take a few moments to set the context here. So water is a fundamental for Diageo's business and the biggest environmental risk for our operations. And this is not the future challenge, and it is already we are experiencing. And having said this, preserving water takes the importance and critical for sustaining our business. And just to say that we have a long history on working on the water, and we have done quite a few activities over the last 8 years, and we have improved our water use efficiency from their baseline of 54%, that is our water intensity in the last decade. And this is the kind of base we are building on from taking on the next decade. So with this, we are proud to say that we have launched our Vision 2030 in the name of Society 2030 Spirit of Progress, and it's a decade of action is now. So it is against United Nations Sustainable Development Goals we have launched. That is on the universal call on action to end the poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that people enjoy the peace and prosperity by 2030. So we also built our Society 2030 goals in the back of this. And just to unpack, we are focusing our action on the 3 core areas. So promoting positive drinking, reduce alcohol-related harm, and champion inclusion and diversity, and finally, pioneering grain to glass sustainability. So we have in total about 25 goals, all are aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we know that we cannot segregate that climate change and other issues such as water crisis and biodiversity and poverty and the inequality separately. So under this, we have pioneer grain to glass 3 pillars: preserve water for life, and accelerate to low carbon world, and finally become sustainable by design. Okay, so and focusing on water, we have 4 wider targets. First is improving our water intensity or water use efficiency by 40% against our F20 base, and restore more water than we use across water sites by 2026, and invest in improving the access to clean and sanitation and hygiene around communities where we operate through WASH programs, and have a collective action on the priority water basins where we operate. So just to highlight that the water stewardship is not it's a local challenge, and we know that water stress occurs like as Mr. Avinash was highlighting, the demand versus supply exceeds, so that becomes a water stressed region. So that is and affects the watershed where we operate, and for the same period or the particular period where the water stress occurs, and the quality of water also restricts its use. So that is the risk associated with the water stress. And we internally and globally, we perform periodical water stress assessments to discover where we have the area need to be focused. And this is done with external data from the World Resources Institute, Aqueduct, and Internal Site Survey, and also third-party expertise. So as an outcome of this survey, so we have discovered that more than 90% of water which we source are from the water stressed regions. So this highlights the worsening water crisis for the business. Yeah, so if you look at historically, industrial wastewater management has followed a traditional linear philosophy, and it is imperative to break this traditional thinking, and time for us to work towards optimizing every drop of water by promoting the water stewardship hierarchy and intuitive framework of water circularity in our operations as a standard practice. So our main objective is to begin with minimize the abstraction of water from the environment as we preserve this precious resource for the community where we operate. And here we normally explore various technologies and materials and process to find whether we can avoid the dependency on water. So that is the primary focus on the water stewardship hierarchy. And here we have done quite a few activities wherever we operate across the water stressed regions. And we are also exploring various technologies where we can get away from the water. And if not, like what we are thinking is proactively reduce the demand for water. And beginning with, we are doing the detailed water and mass balance. That's the fundamental in identifying the inefficiencies, leakages, loss, and track the water use across every stages of processes and utilities and discharges. So next is the benchmarking the best practices, which can give the best results and prioritize the identified interventions on a true water cost of water perspective. On reuse, again, we have done several initiatives, which is where the water can be used in the multiple cycles with the minimum interventions, and that has saved the huge amount of water. For example, the container cleaning, the bottle has become the important packaging container, so where that is being washed, and compared to the earlier approach of linear philosophy, but we have taken into the multiple cycle of reuse. So that has saved about 70% of water use at that particular stage. Okay, so and the overall, like the demand on the local watershed has reduced and increased the water use efficiency, and also wastewater discharges and the cost associated with the treating that water has benefited to us. And on the recycling part, with the adoption of emerging technologies and wastewater treatment facility has been upgraded, and with a wide variety of benefits that water is treated up to the drinking water standard, and we are exploring the possibility of using in multiple opportunities as well as in the same purpose where it has originated. And that is what, so the paradigm shift from the treatment and disposal to recycle and resource recovery, because from the wastewater treatment we are also recovering a lot of energy through biogas, and it is being used as an alternate energy source in the heating processes. Yeah, so and the key factors, again, as Mr. Muthukrishnan highlighted, the leadership support is essential, and with that we have been able to deliver the performance, and we are confident that we can again repeat that performance. And another point here I just wanted to highlight is the water economics. So as we know, the water is undervalued resource, and if you look at the cost of sourced water, it is insignificant, and often it doesn't justify the investment. So while the cycle of entire water management, if you assess right from the receipt, transportation, storage and treatment and purification cost, finally the waste treatment cost, etc., the overall water cost will be very different from the price of the just the price of water if you look at. So this helped us to change the mindset, and this data helps to make a favorable decisions on the many of the water related and water circularity related projects, and of course creating an awareness on the water scarcity issues and the impact of water conservations in the among the whole stakeholders across all stages helps us to identify the problem, and we are trying to make them part of the solution as well. And next is the monitoring and governance on the performance. So as Mr. Avinash was saying, that the importance to measure the water extracted and every stages of use has helped us to discover the and benchmark the water use in the every stage of the processes. Okay, so and it has been reviewed at every stages of the process and disseminate the informations and helps to continually improve the performance. And lastly, on the benchmarking, where we choose to benchmark the best practices. Before that, we set our own benchmarking practices, and on the water efficiency and water intensity, we have the maturity scale to assess the water use efficiency practices like base, table, progress, and lead. And this is used to compare within our operations, like which are the sites, like in packaging or distillery, which are the best sites on the maturity scale, and how every others can follow and to be there in the best in class water use efficiency over the next decade when we target for a 2030 actions. So as we know, this demand for water is projected to exceed by 40% by 2030, and it is a combination of affected climate change, population, economic growth, urbanization are the combination of factors adding pressure to water resources, and this may increase both operational risks for us as well as the cost of business, and may affect day-to-day operations if the crisis worsens. So it is we have to look more forward thinking, and by setting the stringent water efficiency targets and widespread adoption of circular approach may help overcome the water related challenge. And time to think, act, and get into the paradigm shift to understand the importance of overall water circularity and ensure to preserve water for future and life. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pazani, for your comments. I think maybe you can set up a benchmark within your own industry and share your best practices. Especially, what you mentioned, technology and circularity. I think that's where this is. I think sooner or later, I think the industry is going to be definitely water positive. With that, I would request Vivek Kanchandani. He's Senior Manager, Environment, Health and Safety for one of the leading companies, Asian Paints. So I request him to, share his views.
Thank you for the platform. So, echoing the sentiments of some of the people who have spoken before me, at Asian Paints, we understand that water is a valuable resource, and it is something that we are sharing with our surrounding communities, if not the world at large. Okay, so honoring that responsibility, we essentially feel that we are obligated to not just reduce the water that we consume inside our units, we are also obligated to help conserve it outside our units, outside our factory limits, as well as making its use more efficient, both in-house as well as outside. Okay, so when we look at water stewardship for us, what it essentially means is initiatives in both of these components, that is replenishment and conservation inside our factory premises, and replenishment and conservation outside our factory premises. Okay, so I'm sure it's very, very, very known. At the heart of such initiatives, we have 3 Rs, which is your reduce, reuse, and recycle. adding to it comes the fourth R, which is replenishment. Okay. So for reducing, we focus on reducing our fresh water consumption. So along with some of the other sectors, for us also water is a raw material. Okay. So we cannot, that is why it is important for us to demarcate between water usage for product and water usage for non-product purposes, because that is where the meat of the opportunity lies in improving the use efficiency. So hence, one of the key metrics that we track is our non-product water consumption. Okay. So anything, this essentially excludes anything. It includes everything other than what goes into the product. Okay. So all our utility operations, our domestic water consumption, our firefighting systems, gardening, everything is included in this metric. And this is one where we look at specific improvements in. Okay. So the key ways of reducing the freshwater consumption is rainwater harvesting, improving grey water utilization in our plants, then trying to conduct assessments to reduce the domestic footprint. So one of the key initiatives that we have taken in this area is conducting something called as an empirical minimum study. This is something that we have done at all our factory sites. And what it does is it essentially tells us for our domestic consumption, what is the minimum that we can reach with what kind of initiatives. Okay. And what this helped us, obviously, one thing it helped us is reducing our domestic consumption. It also helped us in formulating something called as the golden rules. So these golden rules are something that we track, and would include basic things like percentage utilization of aerators in our sites, percentage utilization of cisterns, and those kind of things, essentially. Okay. And similar things are also there for utility consumption, where we look for solutions that can help us recycle the coolant tower blowdown back into the coolant tower sump itself, optimizing the value at which blowdown should be done, improving the recovery percentage for our utility water systems like RO or soft water plants or DM plants. Okay. Ensuring that we avoid utilization of raw water or fresh water for operations where grey water could be used, where treated effluent could be used. Things like non-contactless flushing, cleaning of barrels, and those kind of things. Okay. So then, while I mentioned about non-product water consumption, for our product water consumption also we take initiatives such as wash water utilization schemes. This is essentially how we can use equipment washing back into the same product or like products. Okay. And the third R being recycling, where we have all our 8 of our factories in India are ZLD, zero liquid discharge facilities. So we treat the effluent, we recover it through an RO, high performance RO, where the permeate gets used in the product itself. The reject goes to multiple effect evaporator, where we can utilize the condensate further into the process. So this is about the aspect of the reduction or conservation inside our factories. So this also includes a lot of monitoring and measurement systems and solutions to one, monitor as well as get alerts for any abnormalities which are there. It also includes a lot of mass enrollment and people mobilization. So because if you want to reduce domestic, we also need people buy-in. We need their ideas to come in so that we can continually improve. It also includes a lot of PIPs, that is performance improvement projects that have been undertaken across sites to locally reduce the water consumption. And obviously a key chunk of it was also internal as well as external benchmarking that we did. Now coming to the external initiatives which are on water conservation as well as replenishment. So we divide this into two kind of approaches. One is the demand side interventions and the second is the supply side intervention. Okay, supply side interventions essentially is improving the availability of water. Okay, by exploring options to increase the availability through techniques such as your rainwater harvesting, lake desilting, construction of check dams and wastewayers, integrated watershed development projects for our neighboring communities and villages. Okay. Then So as an outcome of this, we have been able to create more than hundreds of such structures over the last 5 years. And this also helps improving the livelihood of the farmer community which is present in such areas, because they're able to undertake crops which are across seasons and not restricted to kharif and those things. Okay. At our newer facilities, we have huge rainwater and stormwater harvesting tanks, which obviously help us ensure that freshwater utilization is minimized at our factories also. Now, coming to the demands and interventions, these largely focus on reducing or rather making the use of water more efficient. Okay, so these could include things like sustainable farming, which is SRI, shift from flood or furrow to drip irrigation. A lot of it is also about human behavior, where we encourage people to do mulching of trash rather than burning of agricultural things. Replacement of inefficient pumps, promoting use of solar pumps to make it more sustainable across the years. Okay. There's also chisel plowing and those kinds of things, which essentially help reduce the amount of water which will be used for same output by the farmers. So these are the interventions that are there from these aspects. I'm happy to share the outcome that it has helped us realize. We are able to reduce our non-processed water consumption, which is the metric that we monitor stringently, by about 60% over last 8 years. We have been able to reduce our effluent generation by 76%. Despite us being ZLD, we've been able to further reduce the generation itself by 76%. We've been able to reduce our overall water consumption, which is our specific water consumption, by about 40% over last 8 years. Okay. Coming to the replenishment part, we are able to replenish about 185% of the water that we use. Okay, in an absolute terms, it corresponds to 1,100 million liters of water that we replenished in the last financial year. Okay. In fact, in 4 out of last 5 years, we were water positive in that sense. We were able to replenish more than 100% water as compared to what we consume in our factories. So that's on the outcome that we were able to create, or the impact that we were able to create. Okay. Now, coming to the last part, which was about the government support, which Avinash ji had pointed out. One, I think this was mentioned earlier also, but one key aspect is grey water utilization. So we are able to fully utilize the grey water that we generate inside our factories, but that is still not enough to meet 100% of our water requirement. Okay. So in some of the municipalities, like Chennai has the option of providing piped STP water to factories. So we would need government support in providing more of such initiatives, where the access to grey water is available to industries through pipe. Because we have some pilot initiatives which run with our neighbors in terms of getting grey water through tankers, but that makes it commercially inefficient and restricts the scalability of it. Okay. So that's why something of this sort would drastically help us. As an industry, I'm sure we are ready to utilize grey water further. We need support to make access and availability of it swifter and easier.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek. I think shared, the figures on, the water use efficiency, they are very, very encouraging. And probably, I think in this panel, sectors of the industries other than pure, thermal power station, 85% of the total water in the country is missing. But if you look at, metals and mining, we look at, paints and chemicals, we look at whatever industry, tiles, utility management, almost everybody is represented. And I think it's very, very heartening to know that everybody is working on, water use efficiency. Reasons to be very, very optimistic going forward. Now I would, invite Debander Debroy. He's a chief manager at Vardhaman. I think, least, I think that is one sector, which is been having a lot of challenges of late, and I'm sure he is going to share with us the success story, and they got an award so for that. Congratulations. So that is something where this particular sector, efficiency and effluent management. So if these can shared and can be implemented across, I think that would be something which will really help sector also. Over to you, Dibakar.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Rajneesh sir. Good afternoon, Arvind Misra sir, Rita ma'am, and all the participants. First of all, thank you, FICCI, for recognizing us for our efforts, for our water sustainability efforts. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to share all the initiative which we have taken. And as Rajneesh sir was rightly saying, that our industry is a very challenging kind of processes as far as water is concerned. And over a period of so many years, we have been doing our efforts to reduce the specific water consumption, the fresh water intake. Sir, first of all, let me tell you that we are Vardhaman Fabrics Budni. We are part of Vardhaman Textile Limited, which is almost a 5-decade organization. And for Vardhaman Group, sustainability is not only in papers, it is deeply embedded all across our organization, sir, right from the boardroom to the shop floor. Sir, textile industry, as you were rightly saying, that this is a very intensive industry, water consuming industry, and it's almost the 3rd largest industry after oil and paper as far as water consumption is concerned. Sir, we are key suppliers to all the large apparel manufacturers in the world, and as such, we are also not only aware of the need of the hours, we are also mindful of the future, sir. We strongly believe that only waiting for legislations and laws will not is not enough. It will be too late. And as a responsible organization, we need to proactively take accelerated actions to stem the damage for a better tomorrow. Sir, as all other participants also shared with us, that water is not only used in our process, but also in non-process activities also. But with our technological upgradation, our conservative initiatives, scientific management, we were able to ensure the continual availability of this precious resource of the business activity as far as water is concerned, and also provide easy accessibility of potable water for the neighboring communities, sir. These efforts have brought social, economical, and environmental prosperity to neighboring areas around our manufacturing facilities. And sir, I just want to contemplate one more thing, that over the years we are in operation since last 15 years in this unit, and with our persistent efforts, process innovatives, investment in new technology, and heightened awareness among the employees, we have achieved the downward trend in freshwater per unit of the produce in our textile facilities, that is spinning, weaving, and processing divisions. There is significant reduction in water consumption, sir. We have achieved by preventing unnecessary water consumption in our plant, selection of new technology over the old technologies, implementation of in-plant control techniques, which is employed for achieving the significant reduction in water use. Sir, let me now share with you the few initiatives which we have taken in our industry. I would like to share this with the help of presentation so that the participant can easily connect with, sir. So just give me a second, sir. Let me share the presentation. Ma'am, can you please enable our so that we can share the presentation? Is it possible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Just give me half a minute.
Yes, sir. You have rights to share the presentation.
So kindly share. It can be done now.
Sorry for the disturbance. Am I audible, ma'am, sir?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. So this already I've explained. Now let me share a few of the initiative which we have taken. This is our the ETP plant, which is extended bio-oxidation process, and with that we can able to reduce BOD level up to 97%. Sir, one things which we want to share with you, the effluent which we generate from our process from production, we have diverted this this stream into two categories. One is the low effluent, another is the high effluent. So low effluent we treat in ATP, and part of this low effluent we mix up with the high polluting stream, and this high polluting stream then goes to RO, and then the permit water is used for processing. The RO reject goes to ME, and then we dispose at the authorized government sites. So this is how we are managing the effluent. So we are not mixing the complete effluent. We are diverting it into two categories: low polluting stream and high polluting stream. We have RO plant, which we have procured from Italy though, and it is a system recovery of 92.75% recovery, sir. This is the high point of our RO plant. And multi-effect evaporator we have. This is a 4-stage multi-effect evaporator, and we are recovering salt out of this ME and then dispose of to CTSDF, as already I've told you. This is a new technology evaporator where the steam consumption is also far lower than what the conventional ME has. This is our STP plant. The high point about this STP plant is that the water that is treated in STP is then again used for our production. So this is basically something different which our sister concern, you will say, or the other textile industry normally doesn't do. So this is an important point which we want to share with you. So as already all the participants also have shared that we have a complete monitoring and review mechanism. We have flow meters and all SCADA system implemented all across the consumption point, which are being monitored on daily basis at unit level or also at corporate level. And this really help us to monitor our consumption. These are some of the steps which we have taken to reduce our water consumption. For example, as we have told that we are a textile unit, we have spinning plants where a lot of water is used in the humidification plant. Earlier, what we used to do is that we used to use soft water, but because of the scaling nature of the soft water, we have started blending this water with the filter water, and with the help of this, COC has been increased, and water, huge amounts, 600 KLD water has been saved by these efforts. In the water treatment plant, we are using the backwash water, again recycling it, not taking it into the ETP. We have the ultra filter. With the help of that, we are able to reduce the rejection of from DM plant from 12 to 6%. This is also a good idea which we have been implemented and able to save 70 KLD of water. So all the effluent which is generated in the ETP then comes to the in the process, then comes to the ETP. So before going into the biological tank, there is a rotary drum filter. Earlier, we are using the fresh water to clean the screen of the filter. But now, with this new idea, we were able to use the ETP treated water to clean the screen of the filter. And so, as you can see, saving of 270 KLD. This is also a very good idea which has been implemented in our unit. In our manufacturing process, we want to highlight that since we are a textile fabric processing unit, it is a composite unit though, but in the processing unit, we are able to, we have implemented this new technology that is salt-free dyeing. In the conventional dyeing, you need to have salt in your system to fix the dye on the fabric. So we have, procured this new technology of, dyeing the fabric without salt. Because of this, the salt consumption has been reduced, and also water has been reduced by 90 KLD. This is really a good achievement, sir, which we have achieved. In fabric processing, earlier there was a long range of machine which you use for a particular fabric, but now we have compacted into a singeing machine. So this whole range of machine now not used with this new technology, so saving of 40 KLD. In a particular machine that is called the bleaching machine, where some non-contaminated water can be recycled. So this water is again used in the same machine, thus saving 112 KLD of water. We are using nowadays the state-of-the-art screen filter. Earlier there was single screen filter. Now double screen filter has been installed in all our new machine, also in the old machine also. So we have saved 90 KLD out of it. In textile processing, caustic is used, and this caustic again recycled. This is while recycling the caustic from caustic recovery plant, the vapor condensate is generated. Normally in the textile industry, this water is taken into ETP, not is used in the processing plant again. But in our case, with the help of a infrastructure, we were able to use this water. Thus, we were able to save 300 KLD of water. Earlier there was water cooled pump. Nowadays, no water cooled pump is used. It's air cooled. 100 KLD of water is saved. Condensate recovery, not only condensate, flash is also recovered. This has been implemented in all our new and old plants, thus saving of 200 KLD of water. So I would like to give you an example of one of the machine. This is a fabric processing machine. The pitch washer machine is there. In the machine, this machine procured from Germany, but here with the help of our team members through Kaizens, we were able to generate an idea where the water used in the machine is again recycled into the same machine with the help of little bit of filtration. So you can see 100 KLD of water is saved. In our sizing machines, there also we are recycling the water in the same machine with the help of tank and pumping system. So all with the help of all these ideas, which I have shared with you, we are able to reduce 50% of the fresh water. So we started around 2015 when the RO and ETP system was installed. From that year to till date, 50% administration, and this has been increasing day by day. In this financial year, sir, this has been increased to at least 52%. So this is the fresh water intake which we have been reducing. And apart from that, the specific consumption of water, that has also reduced. About approximately 40 to 50% of the specific consumption has been reduced. And as far as the effluent recycling is concerned, about 80% of effluent is being recycled for processed water. So this is a great achievement which have been achieved with the help of the vision of our management. This freshwater reduction has been able to achieve, sir. Apart from that, these are several other measures which we have implemented. For example, the upgradation of the our centrifugal compressors. We are also using e-glass insulation. These are all other efforts which we are implemented to increase the efforts towards sustainability. So just these are few steps. We have our own solar plant, approximately 9.1 megawatt solar plant is there. So these are the other ideas which we want to share with you, sir. With this, I will complete my address, sir. Thank you for patiently listening to our session. Thank you very much, sir. That's all from our side.
Thank you so much, Dibakar. I think you demonstrated, that every drop counts in your industry, and I think that's which will take us forward. So I saw very small steps taken to which has a major effect on overall water footprint. I think it is a case study worth sharing with others also. Only 5 minutes left, and I have to wind up the session at in next 5 minutes. So I will take the opportunity to request Mr. Mishra. Is Mr. Mishra there?
No, sir. I think he has left.
Okay, no problem. Okay, then I think there are a few things which, on behalf of all the panelists, I would request FICCI to convey to Mr. Mishra. One is that industry is already valuing it, especially the effluent and the wastewater. Success studies which are clearly showing that it is working, and there are leaders in every industry which are and the standards. So probably even from the government viewpoint, when this resource is, the water footprint is being brought down, like carbon credits, this has been a long-standing demand from the industry that, such industries accumulate blue credits. Secondly, industries, these are making, additional investment in terms of, effluent treatment plants, in terms of water management, going beyond their fence to enhance the water footprint and being water positive. So again, this is something where, the government has to think of incentivization. Now, if, these few things are there, I think it will go a long way. These initiatives from the government will go a long way in encouraging the industry to implement across. And the third is, what we probably did this forum was on, MSMEs and SMEs. These common facilities for treating effluent and even water in, especially the cluster. That is something which needs much more attention by the government, since individual industries have demonstrated. And the way, if I look at Mr. Sharad shared about Tata Steel or Mr. Muthukrishnan, I think everybody is talking about, water positive industry. Industry can be a net contributor to the water, and I think that is how we can achieve the productivity standards, which are almost times of us, even in some of the developing nations parallel to us as a country, so that we can definitely, sure that 5 trillion economy can be achieved as a remark by, at least giving 15% of water to the industry and manage, which much lesser by being the water positive. What is required is that, the government needs to, look at it, because at the end of it, it all entails, extra investment, extra resources, extra, expertise to be implemented to achieve that. And a lot of industries now are going for zero liquid discharge, which will further help us print for the industry. So in the interest of the time, I will conclude remarks there, and thank you everybody for, your very valuable, insights into what you are doing in the industry and what particular industry. And I think the fact lies that FICCI with a very eminent jury. Thank you once again, and have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chopra, for chairing this session and closing this on very much on time. I thank all these speakers for their very interesting, work around their in their industries as well as outside their industries. I congratulate the winners of the 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. And with this, we'll end this session. And the next session will begin at 2 o'clock. Please be present. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. We are now into our second plenary session, which is on making innovative water and wastewater technology scalable, replicable, and sustainable. This session will showcase innovative technologies in both industrial and municipal wastewater applications. We are now into our second plenary session, which is on making innovative water and wastewater technology scalable, replicable, and sustainable. Can somebody just mute themselves? There is some background bike platform voice coming from back. Yeah, sorry. So I'll start again our second session on plenary making innovative water and wastewater technology scalable, replicable, and sustainable. This session will showcase innovative technologies in both industrial and municipal wastewater applications with high potential for replication and the unique solutions they bring to water management, which are scalable, replicable, and sustainable. The adoption of key technologies is driving the sustainable water management agenda.
Kritika, something is wrong. I think there's a repetition taking place. You have to check.
There is bike platform voice coming from back.
Echo.
If somebody is logged in from the bike platform at the back, please, if you can just remove that link as of now. Dr. Gosain, is the bike platform here from your side? Okay, so the adoption of key technologies is driving the sustainable water management agenda and will be an imperative for policymakers, industry, and municipalities, and will provide centrality to water in the ESG agenda. I now invite our chair, Dr. A.K. Gosain, who is the member FICCI Water Awards jury and is Emeritus Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, to chair this session. We have other eminent speakers with us. Dr. V.C. Goel, he is the scientist, GNPI with National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. We have with us Dr. D.N. Ravi Shankar, Director, Green Lantern Engineering Private Limited, who is also one of the awardee of 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. We have with us Mr. Hermann May from Germany. He is the Head of Technology and Concepts, Water and Wastewater Vertical, Siemens, Germany. We have with us, and last speaker is Mr. Ashish Sahu, Marketing Manager, Camby, Norway. Over to you, Dr. Gosain. Dr. Gosain?
I don't know, there is something going wrong somewhere. We're not sure.
Sir, if you have logged into the bike platform, you can just, as of now, you can just.
I have switched off all the Zooms which were earlier there. So I don't think there should be anyone coming from my side. Is it still happening? No.
No, it's not happening as of now.
Good.
Yeah, over to you, sir.
Thank you much. And good afternoon to everybody, and good morning to our guest from Germany. I think it's a very important session which we have been asked to really discuss on making the innovative technologies in water and wastewater scalable, replicable, and sustainable. It's important to understand that when we're talking of these two technologies, both in the case of water and wastewater, we have a plethora of technologies which are there. And my major focus will be automatically that ultimately we have to solve a problem. We shouldn't be looking at a technology in isolation, but at the same time, all these technologies first have to work in isolation for specific tasks. When we talk of water, we have to look at water treatment as well as water distribution. So if we have treated the water very well, but the distribution is while doing the distribution system is not behaving very well, then all that treatment is going to go haywire. Is not of much use to the society. In the same manner, if we are having the wastewater treatment done very well, we have installed a very good sewage treatment plant or effluent plant. If the sewage doesn't reach there, we don't have a good sewerage network available in the city, then that sewage treatment plant is of no use to the society. So I think when we are looking at the innovative technologies, there can be many reasons why that is not working as a system or as an integration of systems. It is equally important. So when I'll request all my panelists, when we are looking at these aspects of innovation, we have to keep in mind that that innovative technology, if it has to be made scalable and sustainable, what are the things which are associated with it, which have to be worked in conjunction? Only then that technology can be useful to the society. And in that sense, you have to understand what are the local conditions when we're talking of Indian cities or even the rural areas, because some technologies might be required for the rural areas. It can be water distribution, the irrigation water distribution technologies. And in that case also, we have to keep in mind what will be really possible for the society and the organizations to really implement, having made available to them. What are the issues which are revolving around those aspects? It can be the affordability. If you are giving a technology which is very beautiful, it works very well, but is not affordable, then it has a similar situation that it won't be implemented. So the sustainability will come much later. I think all these aspects, I wouldn't like to take too much of your time because we have gathered here to listen to the experts in their respective areas. I had sent some questions, but I think later on also after each one of you have made your presentation, we will look at some of these aspects and revisit some of these aspects with this ultimate aim of having the technologies which work and which really do the job which they're supposed to do for the society. That is the important aspect. I will once again welcome all of you, and we can start now, and we'll go one by one. And as communicated already by the organizers, each one of you will be having around 7 minutes to really make your first presentation, and then we'll come with a second round and we'll have some more discussion. May I request Dr. V.C. Goel, who is Scientist G from National Institute of Hydrology, to make his presentation. Dr. Goel, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gosai. Good afternoon, everyone. As the chair has already mentioned that we are going to discuss here about innovative aspects of water and wastewater technology in terms of scalability, replicability, and sustainability. So what I'm going to talk here is about an innovative technology of wastewater treatment, which really facilitates green environment and circular economy in this domain. So as we all know that fresh water is limited and water demand is growing every day. And on top of that, we have climate change impacts, natural disasters, which impose constraints on freshwater availability. So United Nations has been publishing World Water Development reports all these years. And in 2017, the theme of their report was wastewater, the untapped resource. Next year, it was nature-based solutions for water. Then in 2020, it was water and climate change, and the last year was valuing water. So we can see that United Nations is also laying emphasis on using wastewater as a resource, because fresh water is limited and we cannot really meet demands of various water demands through fresh water. And if we want to achieve SDG 6, that can also be achieved once we start using wastewater as a resource. So nature-based solutions, as you all might be knowing, that these offer cost-effective and sustainable solutions. And so those solutions, those basket of solutions we can use for water and wastewater sector. As we know that in India, only about 37% of wastewater generated reaches our sewage treatment plants or effluent treatment plants. And majority of these plants are overloaded and therefore not able to treat the effluent to the desired quality. And we also know that the existing installed capacity of these treatment plants is only about 23,000 MLD. And we have a gap of about 39,000 MLD. So 63% is the gap on wastewater treatment capabilities in India. And according to one estimate, the amount of investment required to fill this gap is about US $35 billion. So it's a huge amount. And the existing systems of sewage treatment, which are mostly mechanical based systems, mechanical and electrochemical, those are capital intensive, and these require about 80,000 to 100,000 Indian rupees per KLD, and out of which 40% is on manpower cost and about 20% is on electricity or energy cost. So in this background, this constructed wetlands, these offer a good solution, which is almost energy free, and it works on the principles of natural wetlands. And what we do here is artificially establish some compact wetland systems, and where treatment is done with the help of a substrate layer, which comprises of pebbles and sand, and some aquatic plants suitably identified. And using these constructed wetlands, we can really treat wastewater from any source. And there are literature available where they have used these constructed wetlands for wastewater from domestic sources, from dairy, from tannery, from pharma industries, hospitals, and also for treatment of pesticides and fertilizers. So the whole range is available for treatment, and this technology successfully treats organic loads like nitrogen and phosphorus, then metals, and then various types of emerging contaminants like pharmaceuticals, drugs, disinfectants, pesticides, etc. And with suitable design, people have used constructed wetlands for treatment of streams, then lakes, ponds, and drains. So all these water sources can be treated with the help of constructed wetlands, and this gives a good protection of these water sources. And they have used this technology in urban peri-urban as well as rural settings. So this is the context of constructed wetland. So I'll stop here and then maybe go to the next round. Over to Dr. Gosai.
Thank you, Dr. Goel. Thank you for introducing and giving emphasis on the constructed wetland. Though at the same time, I think we have to really make sure that it's a proven technology or becomes a proven technology. There are issues around that because space is one of the issues, where to get the space for constructed wetland in the city's context. Then the other claims which many times people are making on that you can use it for raw sewage, and that also there are implications, and as well as the metals, so how effective they are. So I think as the researchers, if we can really prove these technologies and bring it to a level where we feel that yes, we can recommend them further, I personally feel that they are still at a stage where they are being proven. For some of the issues, as you said, that if the wastewater is not of a quality which is very, very bad, then you are using it for various purposes like the lakes and ponds and those water bodies. But one of the major concern is always the space concern. Do we have the spaces available for these technologies to be useful? But they are one of the good options. Okay, we'll move on to the next panelist. I'm not sure whether Ms. Mansi has joined or she's still not available. If she is not available, Kritika?
Yes, sir. So she's joining in a while. Probably we can continue with other speakers,
Okay,
and she might
fine.
be the last one to speak.
So I'll move on to Dr. D.N. Ravishankar, who's Director, Green Lantern Engineering Private Limited, to make his presentation. Over to Dr. Ravishankar.
Thank you very much, sir. Kritika, can you please allow me to share the screen?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes. You can take it to the presentation mode. Yeah.
Yeah. So briefly, I'm Dr. Ravishankar, and former technical advisor to Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. I thank FICCI and also the organizers for giving me an opportunity to make the presentation today. In fact, I got the first prize in the awards for sustainable wastewater management on the innovative technologies. I'm going to present on the case study itself, which we have done. This is the background. Now, see, we have heard so many facts and figures right from morning about the importance of wastewater management, water management, everything. Now, the question here is my presentation today will be on the how economical and nice it will be to consider wastewater management as an industry. As we know, as everybody knows this, it's raw material is free, that is sewage is free. Raw material is reliable as long as the community is there. Sewage is always available. End product, treated water as a demand. Then byproducts, sludge as a manure as a demand. Byproducts, there's a biogas also has a demand. And in spite of that, as the other panelists was telling, not even 20-30% of the sewage is being treated in India to the request standards. Why? Because majority of the things is NIMBY. NIMBY is not in my backyard. Everybody says, no, I don't want any waste management facility next to my home or next to my community, next to my apartment, next to my residential zone or something. Now, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya used to say, industrialize or perish. Now it is the order of the day is it's not industrialize or perish. It is industrialize, innovate, otherwise you will perish. This is the slogan. Now, if you have to make the whatever the management facility, what I was talking to you, if it is to be the innovation is that if you have that in order to avoid that NIMBY concept, whatever the management facility like a food waste or the sewage management should be processed in less time. That is first thing. Next, odor either should be treated or it should be vented out without causing any community inconvenience to the society or community, including noise also. And as a builder, as a civil engineer, as a financial, we require a least plan area, that is a construction cost also. Then least power, as you know, energy is very important. Then least sludge production, because the sludge, whatever is there, usually the sludge handling is the most nuisance job in any wastewater treatment or food waste management. And we should have a very nice aesthetics. Unless you have a good aesthetics, people will not allow the waste management facility to come next to the community. Less moving parts like blowers and diffusers and all. If you have moving parts, maintenance will be more. Again, we'll have chances of failure. Then ease of maintenance, there should be technology developers should be very easy to maintain. Availability of the skilled labor is very less in India. So we should design such a system such that it can be operated by a layman. Then useful byproducts, as I was telling you, useful byproducts like treated water, sludge, biogas, all those things. Then life cycle of the entire product like STP, it should be 100 years. If you go after 5 years, you'll see many treatment plants, it will be in the rusted position, corrosion, and many other issues will be there. Then ease of automation, depending on the human labor, especially in India, because of the sincerity and also the punctuality, there will be failures in the wastewater management. You need to have a reliable. So that means it should be easy to automate. Then corrosion is very important factor, because hydrogen sulfide and all other corrosive gases that is present in the while processing the waste, the gases that come out should be, this corrosion also should be taken care, as it should be replicable and scalable. If you do all these things, it will be a sustainable technology. And it is possible to do. When there is a will, there is a way. When man can go to moon, why not we address all these things? So we have got successful case studies to show all these things. Now, another innovation is usually any community produces both solid waste and liquid waste. So liquid waste is sewage, we have plenty of technologies, and solid waste has got a biodegradable solid waste, and liquid waste is the challenging job. So usually these two wastes are treated in two different streams. That is, sewage is treated in different stream, biodegradable solid waste is different stream, liquid waste is also treated in different streams. The innovation is, why not we treat both biodegradable solid waste and biodegradable liquid waste in one complex, so that you can address both the issues, because products, whatever you get, that is sludge, manure, treated water, can be used with in-house use itself. For example, in case of an apartment, in case of a small residential community, both wastes can be treated and all those end products can be used within the premises, so that it matches with the principles of circular economy. So how these things can be done? Now, this is an example I am showing you. This is a wastewater treatment plant plus food waste treatment plant that is located in Richmond Circle of Bangalore. I don't know how many of you have seen. It is the central business district facing a circle. If you see next this one, you can see the top of the treatment plant. Behind is the Richmond Circle flyover. This is the Google map on the top, and left side is the top of the STP, and then right side you can see the Tesla building, that is a Tesla headquarters, and still nobody knows there is a sewage treatment plant. That means if you have a will, there is a way you can treat like that. How innovations have been done, you can see this is the Tesla building opposite what you are seeing. This is the waste management facility. It treats both solid waste as well as biodegradable solid waste and also liquid waste in one facility. It faces famous Richmond Circle, central business district of Bangalore. So it has got many awards so far. This is another FICCI award we got out of this one. Maybe a PowerPoint 2-minute video will be presented at the end of the today presentation about this technology. Again, you can see the top of the STP and the flyover on the top. So we have we treat biodegradable solid waste and liquid waste in the initial process flow diagram. We have anaerobic technology in the process flow diagram for both the waste. So you get biogas out of this one. This biogas is being used in the kitchen for cooking purposes. So we have used anaerobic reactor in the process flow diagram in the first stage, where you get biogas as the byproduct, and it produces, as this anaerobic technology, it produces less sludge production, because you get methane, CH4 and CO2 as a byproduct. So both the gases has got carbon atoms. So that means you are removing BOD or the COD in the form of gas which has got carbon atoms. So that means to reduce the distillate part. This is the simple gas liquid solid separator dome which we had used. You can see whatever is in the theory, you can see in the practice here. So this is how, this is the biogas is being used in the kitchen. So that means it is a circular economy. Whatever is the waste produced, sewage and biodegradable solid waste, both produce the biogas which is being used in the kitchen. So you can see the gas that's in the stove. And if there is no demand in the kitchen due to some reason, you can clear the gas so that you are addressing the greenhouse gas or the climate change effect. This is a big 1 MLD sewage treatment plant. You can see unless you put a board, we can say it is a sewage treatment plant. This has been done for the Foxconn India, that is who manufacturers iPhones in India. iPhone 13 is being manufactured under this facility. You can see the top of the treatment plant. Unless you, if you want to, sewage cannot be seen during the process of treatment. No odor, no noise. We don't have no blowers, no diffusers and all. All these things are all innovations. If you don't have blowers and diffusers, the major power consumption is solved, as well as the noise, vibrations, and also preventive maintenance, breakdown maintenance will be very least. You can see the treated water is being used for toilet flushing and gardening about 300 acres of the plot. And if there is a rainfall, there is no demand for this one. You can see the treated water going to a lake. So it is possible to do the innovation such that where you don't have blowers, diffusers, noise is addressed, the aesthetics is addressed. So this goes to a lake now. Now the same treatment plant in the night time, it looks like this, unless it looks like a palace sometime in the night. So it is possible to address all the issues for the sustainability. It doesn't have noise, vibration, odor, everything. Now this technology, they have 2 treatment plants, in fact, one with membrane bioreactor technology, one is with anaerobic and aerobic combination, which we have designed. The membrane bioreactor technology is producing cost per kL of 35 rupees per kL, whereas the same quality of water you are getting at 7 rupees per kL. Just by innovation, by saving the power and also other important factors I explained in the beginning of this slide. This is another example where it's called a Kriya University near Chennai, where we have a sewage treatment plant. It's something looks like this. This is a sewage treatment plant. This is the top of the sewage treatment plant. You are seeing some centrifugal fans taking it to a gas scrubber. Yeah, all odorous gases are scrubbed and left. This is very next to the administrative building of the Kriya University. This is very next actually. So you can see the gas odor is also treated, and this is the beauty of the technology. So nobody knows it's a sewage treatment plant unless you put a board in front of that one. This is the top where you scrub all the gases. There's it's simple centrifugal fan of half HP. Now this is the gases are scrubbed with the chlorinated water. That black syntax tank, what you are doing, seeing is a water with the hypochlorite solution, so 1% dilution that scrubs the odorous gases to remove hydrogen sulfide. Now this is the scrubbed gas is left at about 4 meters from the scrubber. So it is not causing any inconvenience to any residents. That means any technology will sustain once it is not causing any inconvenience. It has got a very small footprint. It's about 4 meters by about 8 meters. 65 kL is the capacity. Now,
Ravi Shankar, please conclude now.
Yes, sir. This is a food waste that is being treated, grinded into liquid waste. And then that same is treated with anaerobic technology. You get the biogas. The biogas storage balloon, and from there, your innovation, this is the last 2 slides only, sir. Usual conventional technology used to aerate the water using this system like this. Everybody will be knowing. This is conventional aeration tank. What we are doing now next is, sorry. This is how conventional aeration tank, which requires a lot of power. What we have done here is, this is how it has been done. We break the water into droplets and supply air through a fan, simple centrifugal fan, no blowers and no diffuser. It has got a lot of contact time between air and water. I have innovated this by using cooling tower principle. So that means this is more efficient, less power and less maintenance, no breakdowns at all, non-clogging nozzles, which has been designed for that purpose. This is the last slide I would like to say. The usual screen provided is the bar screen on the left side, where shampoo sachets and such things can go with the wastewater treatment plant, which comes in the way of performance of pumps. That is innovated by using a perforated stainless steel sheet where even shampoo sachets cannot go. So we can avoid cutout pumps and all, which has got less efficiency, more power, more breakdown maintenance, and costly also. So like that, innovations, there are so many other innovations because of lack of time, I'm not able to present you. It is, if you have a will, there is a way. If you innovate, it will succeed. It is scalable, replicable, and we have done plants from 1 KLD, that is one single villa, to 3 million liters per day. It is several hundreds of projects are taking place across South India to prove that it is scalable, sustainable, and it addresses the noise nuisance, odor nuisance, it addresses the aesthetics, it addresses both solid waste and liquid waste, biodegradable portion. And because we get biogas out of that one, and because we are reusing that one, we are addressing the climate change also. Because of the limitation of time, I'm concluding. There are several other slides. So I thank the chair for giving an opportunity to make this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar, for a very nice presentation. I know the time is less, but I think you are going to get a chance in the afternoon also. So those people who are interested, they'll be able to have a look at your full presentation.
Yes. In fact, we have done for a lakes also. We have done for a lake, a famous lake in Lalbagh, where we have removed algae without adding any chemical by making a beautiful waterfall called as Niagara Falls of Bangalore. That's also designed by me. If time permits, we can.
We'll come back. We'll come back to you in the second round.
Yes,
Let's first finish all the panelists their presentations.
Thank you.
Now we'll go over to Mr. Herman May, Head of Technology and Concepts, Water and Wastewater, Siemens, Germany. Over to you, Mr. May.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hossein. Hello, everyone. I'm Herman May, and I'm heading the team of Technology and Concepts for the Water Department in our headquarters in Germany. And my part of this panel session will focus now on how digital transformation can support the drinking water as well as the wastewater industry and reveal its high potential for sustainable, replicable solutions for modern water management. So I would like to briefly start with the challenges we encounter around the world at different water industries. And first one is, of course, sustainability. Yeah. Decrease carbon footprint. As we all know, this is has a huge impact. And also water reuse. We have already heard about it today. This is a big issue. Another challenge is the security of supply. Yeah, so water quality is of utmost importance. Of course, there shouldn't be any contaminants in the water. Cyber attacks are becoming more and more frequent. And since water is a critical infrastructure, we have to make sure that this is protected. Then cost efficiency, cost of energy is always increasing these days, and so operational efficiency is very important. So growing population is adding, I would say, a few further to the complexity of plant operators. So plants have to be expanded. Water resource management have to be effective, as well as we have to protect infrastructure and people from water-related disasters. Yeah? And also regulations are becoming more and more tight. So higher risk of penalties and high risk of bad publicity. So taking all this into consideration, we developed what we think of very innovative value proposition for the water and wastewater industry, which is based on, I would say, digitalization. Yeah? And digitalization means that you make use of the abundance of data which is already generated in your plants. And so we think that 6 pillars are important for digital transformation. The first one is about integrated engineering and operation, which is dealing with the digital twin of the plant and of the process. And this facilitates very much the replication of solutions and also the expansion of plants. Yeah. We usually start with IoT consulting. That means a customer has its own challenges, has its own objectives, and we try to understand together with the partner, with the customer, which challenges can be overcome by applying digitalization. Yeah. Then coming to the digitalization, to digital technologies itself. Yeah. So you use the generated data, you analyze it by means of AI, artificial intelligence algorithms, and you find a lot of potential to increase and optimize plant operation. Another very important aspect here is the cybersecurity. As we all know, cyber attacks are becoming more and more frequent. And so our solutions are fully compliant with the IEC 62443 norm. Yeah. Another important lever here for sustainable and scalable solutions is standardization. I'll come to this in a minute. And we also provide project financing for customers who want to modernize their plants, etc. So what we think is important is standardization. I already mentioned it. And this is a modular system or modular applications which consist of standardized selected components and solutions for typical water and wastewater processes. And this concept guarantees a solid foundation for consistent end-to-end digitalization. As I already mentioned, digitalization is apart from process technology, innovative process technology, what we have already heard from the others, from our previous speakers, is the second important lever to modernize the water industry. And as already said, we start with consulting. Because every customer has its own sort of challenges and objectives. And so it all starts with an assessment workshop where we learn about what could be suitable measures for an IoT roadmap. And then we start implementing with a proof of value project, and then with a pilot project, and then scale up and implement this for the whole plant and for the whole enterprise. Our digital twin approach consists of certain components. One important component here is, as I already mentioned, integrated engineering, and which is allowing to create a digital twin. The digital twin can then be connected to the plant operation systems and get updated over the whole plant life cycle, which then, of course, gives customers a lot of information how to expand plants, for example. And simulation is also very important for plant operation, to optimize plant operation. And we have also developed a couple of digital or software applications for water industry. One good example is about leakage detection, because I understood that leakages in water pipelines is a big issue in India, as it is in other countries as well, of course. And here, modern systems can help detect and localize these leakages. Another important issue is optimizing the energy consumption of water transportation, for example. And here we have digital solutions which can provide a good fit for this, as well as the availability of pump stations or compressor stations, etc. All this can be optimized by the means of software applications. Also, the energy consumption of wastewater treatment plants, where we have compressors for aeration, etc. Also here, software can help optimize energy consumption. Yeah, there are other applications like for predictive maintenance. There are applications to support the digital worker concept whenever that something breaks in the plant, that the repair can be done very quickly and very efficiently. So all this can be supported by digitalization. Yeah. Then I think I can come to an end of my presentation. I just want to briefly mention that yeah, with digitalization you can really optimize a plant, be it wastewater plant, pumping station, or water plants, and it really supports customers to effectively manage their resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mai. Very nice presentation, and you have given an overview of what you're doing. Basically, is a systems approach. You're identifying each system and then trying to look at what is the present situation of those systems in a client situation, and then providing tailor-made solutions. And more of it is integration and automation, all the components put together. So have you incorporated some systems which are as broad as taking care of all the subcomponents of water distribution, water treatment, sewage treatment, as well as the sewerage network and all those interactions? Are there some good examples which have been done in some of the cities across the world?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we have, for example, what we have done here for energy consumption in Saudi Arabia. We have installed a system which is optimizing the energy cost, and this is done by forecasting demands, water demands of consumers, and then make use of the variability of electricity tariffs. This is so that you pump the water into reservoirs during the night, for example, when electricity tariffs are low. This is one thing. Or we optimize the use of pumping stations by just selecting pumps which are fitting most or best in terms of efficiency for a certain transportation job. So this is also something we have already installed several times in big cities in China. So for leakage detection systems, we have several references around the world for distribution systems as well as for transmission systems.
Thank you. Thank you much.
You're welcome.
Once again. Now let's go to Mr. Ashish Sahu, who's the marketing manager, Kambi, Norway. Over to you, Mr. Sahu.
Thank you. I'll just quickly share a presentation. Just give me a second. Why don't I see that? A very good morning and good afternoon and namaste to all of you. And thank you for this great opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Gosain, for your key questions, because what I've done is I'm going to cover a very short presentation answering those three questions. Now, I'm not here to really preach about what's right or what's wrong, because every country every place has different drivers in terms of adopting technologies. Then you have finance, you have regulations, you have politics, and you have climate change, and you've got geography of what works, what's not. But what I'm here to give you is a perspective of what's worked in 22 countries, because the challenges and the drivers, there are some commonalities. It's just like your phone, right? We all use a telephone, and the phone is getting standardized, and we try to think a lot in the wastewater and in the water business to standardize things, but we forget fundamental things. Is a lot of the water and wastewater depends on human behavior. It depends on how we use things, how we use our resources. So but I'll focus my talk is basically to answer the three questions, which are what are the major issues in the wastewater system. I'm going to stick to wastewater, especially on the domestic side, and I'll answer the other two questions as we go along. But within the wastewater system, I'm just going to focus on a sewage treatment plant for large cities, for medium towns and large cities. I'm not looking at village level right now, just to get the presentation a bit focused on. We all know that wastewater treatment has two byproducts, treated water and sludge. I'll focus a little bit on the sludge aspect because that is something that is one of the most ignored topics, or the most kind of the topic that's put last on the list. And there might be a reason for it, but what people forget is when you've built a plant, that's a byproduct you have to deal with. And that's the thing that is going to come up with everything. We've just heard from our first speaker that 63% of the sewage is practically untreated in India. And there's a huge investment that has been poured right now to develop new greenfield projects on STPs. So this is a good time to leapfrog and learn. And what I keep saying is seeing is believing. Again, we've adapted our systems to brand new phones. Why don't we adapt to the right technologies? Again, I'm not saying that this is right or that's wrong, but it's what we can adapt to. So what are the key challenges? Now, these challenges for sludge is basically everywhere, whether you go to America, whether you go to a small town in Europe, whether you go to Africa, whether you go to India or anywhere else. Yes, it is toxic. It is smelling, it is complaints of odors, people don't want to use it as a fertilizer. There is always some or other surprises. And this is a common challenge when it comes down to sludge. And then most importantly, it stinks, right? Nobody wants that. Secondly, 50% of all the operating costs today is on sludge. That is one other ignored factor. People just think it's treated water, but what do we do with the sludge? So what are the innovative solutions that's available for water and wastewater management is the second part. So let's focus back on sludge. Now, as I said, raw sewage from towns and cities will give you treated water, which you can dispose of. What do we do with the sludge? Sludge has pathogens, microorganisms, heavy metals, primary solids, secondary solids, and sometimes even food waste. And there are different technologies. Each technology has its pros and cons, and they have to be evaluated of what's right. I mean, you've got anaerobic digestion, you've got sludge stabilization, you've got thermal processing, incineration, pyrolysis, drying, and every technology has its limitations, and every technology has its drivers to fit into the right environment. I'll focus a lot on the anaerobic digestion. My second speaker did cover a lot on using UASP for a 1 MLD plant in Bengaluru, but I'm just going to take it to a next level, a level up. What can we do more about it for larger cities? And here's a simple picture that basically shows a wastewater treatment where you can co-digest also food waste into the sludge line and basically produce biogas and electricity. A lot of countries do that, but what they don't do it is if you have a higher capacity plant, you can basically also convert that to a fuel to run your buses, which many cities around the world are doing that today. Secondly, you can use the biosolids. You can basically land apply it or make a product like something like DC Water does in the United States. They make it soil and then they use it for all the cities, for gardens in the cities to make the city beautiful. You also can incinerate it, but incineration is very expensive. And if you see utilities like Thames Water in the UK and others, they are backtracking saying, we have 30 years of experience. Let's not go that route. Let's learn, let's teach, let's educate. So not everybody can afford to build a wastewater treatment plant, right? So we can talk about, to deal with sludge, you can decentralize it also outside an STP. So you can have a concept called sludge centers, very popular in Europe, because Europe has a lot of small towns. So does India. So does, you can't afford to have 40 wastewater treatment plants in the city of, or the state of Delhi or anywhere else. You can consolidate making sludge centers, which has been very effective. Now, what can you do with biosolids? That's a big question. At the end of the day, you still have to deal with it, whether you treat it, whatever you do, you can. So it's better to kind of make this into something called a fertilizer. You can hand apply it. You can basically add it to the fields like they do it in the UK, or you can produce a product. Now, for you to get to that stage, you really have to have a Class A product by the US EPA rule, which is free of pathogens, which should free of odors. Then only you want to touch it with your hand and actually apply it, because you don't want to create a product and then you have problems with it, right? So that is what is it. Even cities like a country like South Africa have taken sludge and converted into fertilizer, and you can see the huge difference. By using biosolids into the fields, they've got a much higher yield of crops from organic fertilizers than using commercial fertilizers. Why? Because it adds to the stable carbon content. We are polluting our fields right now by adding a lot of chemicals and pesticides in this, and there is a way to go about it, and it's still our old culture. If you even look at our Vedic culture, it's all in it. All this information is coming back into a modern way of telling us the same story again and again on the circular economy. The last thing, what's about scalability and sustainability? Now, as I said in the beginning, there are sustainable benefits. First, you triple your digester throughput by installing a technology like a thermal hydrolysis process technology. You increase biogas production. You get low volume, high quality biosolids, so you have better carbon footprint. You do not want to haul trucks around the whole city, which is stinking of biosolids. You want to reduce the quantity. You want to have pathogen free, so you can land apply it, and you want lower life cycle cost, because that is what is also not looked at very holistically. People look at capex, but people don't look at the whole life cycle cost of it. Secondly, it's also, as I said, important that can it be scaled? Yes. Has it been scaled? Yes. It's been available in 22 countries and more than 75 references from very small towns to very large cities, Beijing, Washington, DC, London, Singapore. They all have used this technology. So of course, it is scalable. It is been used. So I would say seeing is believing. So it's also important that the utilities and municipalities invest their time to learn a little bit on what's going on there. See if it adapts to your drivers. And sometimes the drivers are, a lot of drivers, as I highlighted in the beginning, can be adapted to. At Cambi, we have 76 references in 24 countries. We're serving 109 million people with 1.1 million million tons of carbon dioxide, which has been mitigated. So to summarize, I'll give you 3 points. What we are doing here with the technology is you are fundamentally changing the property of the sludge. And by doing that, you saw there are several advantages, that you can lower your carbon footprint, lower life cycle cost, make a fertilizer, convert the biogas into biofuel to run your buses. So that's what. It also has a downstream impacts of reducing risk. Anything you do with sludge management is about risk management. So think of it from a risk perspective on long-term biosolids management, because that's a problem that's coming your way. And lastly, we have been the world leader in thermal hydrolysis with more than 30 years of experience. So why repeat history? Leapfrog, learn, and see how it fits to your needs. With that, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Thank you much for your very nice and compact presentation and addressing the issues which I had raised. Mansi, do we have the last Manisi Jain joined by now? I think I see her on there.
Hi, Professor. Yes. I'm here.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Mansi.
Okay, great. Yeah, so sorry for the delay. I was experiencing some technical issues.
No problem.
But I can now.
So, Mansi, I think all the other panelists have made their presentations. Now is your turn.
Sure.
Over to you. You can take your 7 to 8 minutes to make your presentation.
Yeah, sounds great. I'll just share my screen to do that. All right. Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm here today to talk about what we're doing over here at Digital Pani and how we're trying to bring in innovation into how wastewater is managed. And so just for some high-level background and context, I think, as we all know, there's a huge water crisis, not just in India, but across the world. And we really see this as fundamentally a wastewater management problem, because there's a lot of wastewater currently worldwide that's untreated. It then goes and contaminates drinking sources of water, as well as our land. And this is especially true if you look at countries like India, where we are seeing 80% almost of our water bodies polluted by untreated sewage, while over 700 million Indians are facing water stress. And if we are able to actually treat and reuse wastewater at scale, we can single-handedly solve a lot of this issue. Nearly 65% of water needs in urban areas can actually be met by doing just this one simple step. And the way that we see it, this problem isn't something that can be solved at a state level or at a city level. It's something that fundamentally has to be solved in a bottom-up manner by managing all the different plants and assets we have spread out better. But unfortunately, there's a lot of issues that we see currently happening in every wastewater treatment plant, be it an STP, be it an ETP. And there's really two key main drivers of these issues. So first of all, the operations are very manual in nature. There's no visibility currently in plants. And so there's no technique to actually be proactive about plant operations or to detect problems early or to maintain any visibility on what the operations team is doing. And the second and more important challenge is that there's a complete lack of technical expertise. I think, as one of my other panelists was mentioning, there is a shortage of skilled people who can actually manage such technical operations at scale. And this is especially true because there's strict budgets and cost constraints that we see every individual unit having, be it a residential client, be it an industrial plant, etc. And so the result of this is that there are a lot of recurring issues that we see in plants across the country, whether it's breakdowns, whether it's recurring issues maintaining the biological treatment process, or whether it's safety hazards. And so ultimately, we're seeing that nearly 75–80% of the plants are dysfunctional, even though we're spending so much money and effort actually erecting and maintaining these plants. And this is also creating a lot of sustainability challenge, a lot of compliance risks for units. And so what we're really seeing is that there's a need for focus, not just on erecting new plants or on defining the best technology for new plants, but rather on actually improving the whole operations cycle in a systematic way. And there's a need for a style of management that can both provide this expertise at scale, as well as provide the required visibility and proactive approach at the desired frequency. And technology, I think, can be a very key driver to actually enable this, as opposed to, say, for instance, deploying more and more experts in every site, which isn't really feasible given the shortage of skilled manpower and expertise, as well as the cost constraints we see customers having. And so this is exactly what we're doing at Digital Pani, where we're trying to pioneer a whole new approach and a whole new management style for wastewater treatment. And so essentially our system is an expertise-driven lifecycle management system for wastewater treatment plants, where we're actually taking over these plant operations through our software-led approach and managing it from end to end. And this basically happens in 3 simple steps. And so the first step, any wastewater treatment plant you take over, is actually baselining the operations, which means how should these plants actually be operating? Because as some of my co-panelists pointed out, there is actually variation from units to unit, depending on the influent characteristics they're facing, depending on the design of the plant, etc. And typically, actually, what happens is operations and design are disconnected, and people who are operating the plant don't actually know what the plant should be operating as. And so the very first step that we go on with our software is basically baselining operations, which means how should the plant be operating? What kind of operational parameters should we be maintaining based on the influent characteristics in the plant design? The next step of actually managing using Digital Pani is actually operating the plant. And so under normal circumstances, our focus of our whole system is how do we manage all of the different resources involved in operations to actually achieve these operating parameters that we've set out. And so that entails both automating the plant and managing that automation. It also entails managing the workflows of all the different people involved in operations. So whether it's operators on the ground, whether it's maintenance staff, whether it's the procurement team, what should everyone actually be doing? What training do they need to make sure that we are able to achieve these operating parameters? And then let's say, for instance, something goes wrong. We're no longer in a normal circumstance. How do we actually detect them in those issues in real time? How do we diagnose the root cause? And then how do we go about troubleshooting them in a step-by-step manner so that we're actually able to make sure the plant is back in normal operations mode? And then the final step involved in operating the plant through Digital Pani is to actually improve the operations. So it's not just about managing the whole operations from day to day, but actually about looking ahead as well. How do we minimize the whole operating costs? How do we project future retrofits or future changes in operating parameters based on the maintenance and the operating costs that we're currently seeing? And so just to be a little bit more concrete and give a specific example in case it helps spell out our whole approach better, let's say we're looking at a specific issue. So like, for instance, how do we maintain biological health? How do we maintain proper sludge health or F/M ratio? So the very first thing, as I was saying, would be baselining the operations, which means that based on the influent characteristics, based on the plant capacity, the different equipments that are involved in the operation, we want to fix parameters, fix the values for the biological parameters, like what the ideal sludge age should be. And then based on that, we want to manage it. We want to manage both the automation as well as all the manual work and the SOPs and all of those things. And then let's say our sensors that are plugged into our system detect that sludge health is actually becoming poor for whatever reason. Then we need to then go back to the operations team through our system and tell them that this is how you actually resolve it. These are the step-by-step instructions to be followed. And here's the training that you may want to review to actually make sure you're able to do it properly. And let's say they're not able to do it properly or any issues coming up, then actually making sure that the whole issue is escalating up. And our team is actually involved in monitoring it step by step with them and coordinating with them to make sure the issue gets closed looped. And then finally, let's say we've actually successfully resolved this issue, or for whatever reason we weren't able to. We then need to look at further improvement. How do we resolve this issue in the long term or prevent it going forward? Are there retrofits that are needed? For instance, do we need to increase aeration capacity? Or maybe do we need to change certain biological operating parameters like sludge age, which we had initially determined to be a certain way. And so in this way, it's a very holistic approach to actually managing these assets. And we see that a lot of the issues that we currently face in our current style of manual operations, we can actually solve through this style of managing treatment plants. And so where currently we see a lot of gap between plant design and operations, now it's a fully integrated process from end to end of managing these units. And where right now it's a very reactive form of operation, now it's a fully proactive system because we're actually detecting issues early, we're resolving them early, and we're preventing them through all of the workflows we're managing for the entire team. And where majorly there's a lack of expertise to actually manage and fix problems, we're now able to provide this expertise in every single plant, no matter how small, 24/7. And finally, while currently a lot of operations are narrow in their focus, they're focusing just on their day-to-day, we're now able to bring in a long-term focus, which actually minimizes long-term operating costs and maintenance needs. And we've implemented this solution in facilities across the country and seen very good results in our whole operations process. And so, for instance, this is one of our, a small case study of one of our facilities where we've been present for over 1 year. And what we saw is that basically before we got involved, a lot of these operational issues I was talking about were happening. And so the plant was actually not being able to treat their sewage properly, had a lot of water quality issues, a lot of breakdowns actually going on. And so through this whole holistic approach to operations, we were able to kind of transform it and make sure they're able to treat 100%, as well as actually treat it to such a high water quality standard that they can recycle 100%. And the way we did this, of course, is by helping them solve a lot of concrete operational challenges, whether it was choked filters, whether it was issues with backwash practices, a lot of choked pumps, a lot of breakdowns that were going on. And at the same time, actually, we saw a lot of reduction in operating costs as well, So around 32% in net costs went down. And that's because a lot more lean operation style is also possible once we use this kind of approach to managing operations. So a lot of the labor needs came down, energy consumption is down by almost 35%, and breakdowns have almost been eliminated in this year. And that's how we've seen both an improvement in quality as well as a reduction in cost. And ultimately, what we're seeing is this approach is driving good results, not just in this one facility, but in a reliable way across customers as well as at a higher policy level. And so if you look at an individual customer, let's say an industry or a residential plant, what they are able to get out of this is basically more cost-effective operations, more hassle-free operations, and most importantly, higher quality and expertise-driven operations, which can ultimately drive their core metrics like compliance, safety, and cost. And if you look at, let's say, a community or a municipality, we're able to see a lot of sustainability benefits as a result of this, because we can now actually reduce demand for fresh water. We're able to improve recycling and treatment of wastewater at a decentralized level, and ultimately also reduce contamination of land and water. And finally, if we keep zooming up, I think I showed a little funnel diagram of how this bottom-up approach aggregates up to the city or state level. At a policy level as well, what we see is that this can provide a cost-effective way to maintain oversight over critical operations and make decisions on how we should allocate and manage our water, not based on limited information or on delayed findings, but rather on real-time insights coming from facilities across the country. So I think I'll end my presentation there. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Mansi. Thank you for your presentation. See, one question which comes to my mind, Mansi, is that all these systems, which are the new systems, they are coming up with the SCADA system these days. And many of your components are basically part of the SCADA system, which is supposed to be there in all the new systems. So is it appropriate to say that if all those STPs, which are already having the SCADA system, what kind of interventions are possible which they're not being done under the SCADA and you are providing?
Right, sure. Yeah, that's a great question. So I think under SCADA systems, what we've seen, there are a few different patterns we observe. So the first thing is the SCADA system is managing the plant at a local level. And it's basically handling the automation, but it's not actually handling the on-site work that people are doing. And what we see is there's actually a lot of need to focus on what the staff is actually doing on site. What are the, let's say, how do they need to execute preventive maintenance protocols properly? Let's say there's any abnormal condition that comes up. What is the step-by-step troubleshooting that they need to do? And so that, I think, is a core piece that we're completely adding on top of the existing SCADA systems, because not everything can actually be done in these plants in an automatic manner. The second thing is, I think a lot of these PLC SCADA systems as well, they are not actually building up a base of data analytics. And so there's a lot of, they're capturing data, they're displaying it locally, but they're not actually looking at the trends in let's say, things like operating cost or inventory buildup in the long term. And so because we're looking at those additional factors, we're also looking at what is the design and capability of the plant. We're able to look at a more life cycle approach of the plant. What is the future retrofits required, etc., which is not something that a SCADA system integrates. And where there is a SCADA system, typically we do try to integrate that. So, it brings down the cost of actually installing our system, and we can have it as an easy add-on. So they're very much complementary wherever these systems do exist.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mansi, once again. So now we are done with all the presentations. They were very nice presentations, and thank you very much for every panelist. We can now revisit some of the questions which I think might be coming to many minds. I'll first start with Dr. Goyal. Dr. Goyal, now having listened to all the presentations, I feel it'll be important to revisit the constructed wetland situation. What do you think in a real researcher, as a researcher, because you are a real researcher, if I ask this question, what do you think, which are the situations under which, because while making your presentation, you had covered almost everything, that the constructed wetland will be quite suitable, which is not true. So if I pose that question once again, what do you think if you are to advise the Government of India or the different people in different organizations who are thinking of having such a solution, which is the most appropriate situations where constructed wetland can be very forcefully be projected as the best solution?
Yeah, first of all, constructed wetland is a green technology, so no doubt about it. It does away with the energy use. So, and presently we are carrying out a DST funded project called Innovation Center on Eco-Prudent Wastewater Solutions. So under that, we are working with IIT Bombay and MNIT Jaipur. And we have prepared an inventory of constructed wetland systems in India. So we see thousands of such systems available at different scales. Not all of them are on field scale, but even at field scale, many systems are available working for last many years. And a recent example I have personally visited in Hyderabad, that was more than 2000 KLD system in Kanha Shanti Vanam. It's a place where Heartfulness Center headquarters is there, and more than 10,000 people visit that center every now and then. So it's a huge system they have established there and running very beautifully. And many other systems are working. So I don't say that constructed wetland can replace these STPs or ETPs, but in small applications, it can treat especially grey water very well, and we can have local treatment and utilization type of solutions. Within industries, within hospitals, we can install such systems where we can treat the wastewater locally and then utilize for gardening or for washing or for toilet uses. So thereby we can go for green type of technology. And also the removal efficiency you were talking that is not that good, but I think the reported removal efficiencies for all organic pollutants are up to 95%, 95%. Then even for nitrogen and phosphate, this is also up to 60%, 65%. So not bad. So my point is, I think we can use this technology in a hybrid mode. That's what our partner IIT Bombay has also advocated, that we can use mechanical system, and then for secondary treatment, we can use a constructed wetland. So that way we can come to the desired level of water reuse purpose. So that's my contention here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Goyal. Now I'll come to Dr. Ravi Shankar, and my question is again similar, that in his viewpoint, because he has a lot of practical experience also, what are the major difficulties of the solution which he's promoting, and are there any situations where he feels that that solution may not work?
Sir, we have executed more than 300 to 400 treatment plants. We have in the treatment chain, in the process flow diagram, because of the limitation of the time, I could not show you. We have only submersible pumps as a moving part in the system. Each submersible pump will have a standby pump. So working on standby pump will automatically change through the SCADA or the PLC, whatever is there. And then we remove major portion of the pollution in the form of biogas. So the sludge handling will be very less. 70% of the BOD or COD is removed along with anaerobic technology. Balance 20-25% aerobic technology produces sludge that's also sent back to anaerobic technology. So again, we are optimizing the sludge production there. So sludge handling is very important and also a cumbersome process in any wastewater treatment technology. So far, we have not found anything much big operation maintenance issues because we don't have MLSS, something like that. We don't have sludge volume index. We don't have food to microorganism ratio. We don't have blowers. We don't have diffusers. We design everything in RCC and stainless steel. We don't have a corrosion problem because majority of the pollution is removed in the using anaerobic technology. Our cost of power costs are very less. So we have optimized the power also. And all our bioreactors are a closed condition. That means it's very important that wastewater or the sewage is not seen during process of treatment. Nobody wants to see sewage during process of treatment. I have examples. If you permit, I'll show you some more slides.
I think that we don't have that much time.
Yeah,
but as Dr. Sahu mentioned that sludge handling is the most difficult part. You are also saying the same. And in his case, he mentioned very categorically that when there are pathogens, you have issues. Yes. So what happens in your case? The pathogens are...
That's a nice question. So actually, you know, we have got 30 days detention time, solid detention time in an anaerobic reactor, what we design generally. Due to underloading, that sometimes it may be more. Generally, it is designed for 30 loads. So whatever the sludge we get out of the system, as you know, fully digested sludge is free from pathogens. And that issue is not being faced by us as of now. In fact, the design is based on endogenous decay coefficients. So because of that, the sludge starts digesting sludge itself, eating sludge, starts eating sludge itself. So that's how it has been designed. In fact, if you see, we have done a project for Bosch Limited, which is, I think 2014 we commissioned. It is a 300 KLD plant. Not even single gram of sludge is taken out so far. So they removed the filter press and took to the some other plant. This is an interesting case study. I think because of lack of time, I am not able to tell you. These are the things where we have innovated so many things. Each and every process I have innovated. Actually, I was a chairman of a committee formed by Government of Karnataka to study the problems and solutions of STPs in apartments and industries. I met so many people. I met the builders, I met the operator, I met the Residents Welfare Association. So each of them gave their own problems and I had to find a sustainable solution. So based on I studied more than 200 apartments in Bangalore and some industries also. So each and every problem cited by the people who are involved in that actually addressed those issues in my planning. That's how these things, innovations came. That's why actually, in fact, I think he was also part of the jury while awarding this first prize to this. I'm so grateful and thankful to you. Maybe I request from the FICCI to give us an appointment with the Honorable Minister. He was telling he wants to meet people who has got innovations and sustainable technologies. I want this to go to people and community. It is possible to do. There are so many good case studies. I told you, it is scalability 1 KLD to 3 MLD we have done. There are more than 20 projects which are working
now. That is our role.
MLD.
That is what we are doing. Basically, we have picked up all the cases which we feel that they are good cases, but they are all parallel cases. Each one has some good points embedded in their own cases.
I have one point to add to Mr. V.C. Goyal's the concept of constructed wetland. In fact, I used that concept for rejuvenation of a lake for using for a constructed wetland. In Indian Waterworks Association gave the first prize for that somewhere in 1 decade back, 10 years back. The basic principle is we took the sewage, we wanted lake to be full always. We took the sewage, raw sewage flowing in a nearby sewer, and took it to an anaerobic reactor, that is UASB only. The effluent of the UASB was taken to a series of oxidation ponds. The effluent of oxidation pond was taken to the constructed wetland, and constructed wetland overflow went to the lake, and lake was sustainable. It is 112 acres lake, and it started attracting birds and all. Here, no energy was used, so only sunlight as a source of energy for oxidation ponds and constructed wetland. Anaerobic reactor gave a pre-treatment before it entered into the lake. So like that, it is the case-to-case study where you have the space, where you have the land, and we can take a decision based on the lot of factors. You cannot say one technology is always good for all the places. It depends on the availability of power, availability of skilled labor, availability of space. In fact, the cost of land has gone very high anywhere in India now. Even if you go to a district headquarters, taluk headquarters, if you ask for acres of land, they will say we don't have it. So we have to find some sustainable solution. Just because it is in textbook, you cannot just say that we can't copy and paste everywhere. So
Thank you.
It is case to case.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. I'll now go over to Mr. Mai. I think he has a wealth of experience. What do you feel that, and I'm sure that you must have also been exposed to some of the conditions in India and knowing some of the typical situations which are prevailing here. In your opinion, what is the best mechanism which can be adopted by the Indian society to really take care of this problem of wastewater, especially?
What kind of problem do you mean exactly?
I'm saying that we have problems. Let me tell you that even in Delhi, we have the problem of the sewage not reaching STPs. We don't have the sewerage network is not functional.
Okay.
All the sewage, majority of it is flowing into the stormwater drains, and through the stormwater drains is going into the Yamuna, and Yamuna is getting polluted. So it's the overall system which is not functioning.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the question is, of course, then if you have sufficient sensors or installed around the sewage systems or sewage network, there is a couple of possibilities. I mean, just in case sensors are missing today with these new communication systems, you're able to install IoT sensors at any place and then send the information back and forth to analytical systems or in the cloud or on premise or whatever. So we have developed a couple of systems which are preventing blockages in the sewer systems, through I would say garbage or whatever can occur. So detect these blockages in time and then send people and repair these blockages. That's one thing. Another thing is based on rainfall. I would say forecasts. You can also optimize the sewer network, by, for example, preparing the reservoirs, the sewer reservoirs, empty these reservoirs and just prepare them to take over excessive rainfall, for example, just to avoid overspilling of sewage into natural resources. So there, and also, for example, another issue here in sewage systems for not working is that pumps are blocked due to the garbage which is transported. So this is kind of blocked pumps, which can also be predicted and forecasted through the use of data and AI technology, artificial intelligence technology, to forecast all of this. So there is I would say a lot of technology available nowadays to overcome these problems.
Thank you much. Actually, we are in fact we are working on a very large research project, which is water security of NCT of Delhi. So we are trying to do all these things in terms of understanding the systems, what is their present efficacy, and what is their interaction, where they are malfunctioning. So all those things we are doing. I think maybe we'll get in touch sometime and have more discussion on this. So lastly, I'll now go over to Dr. Sahu. So Dr. Sahu, what do you think, since you belong to India, basically, what do you think that what is the best solution? I mean, I know there's no one solution. Is a plethora of solutions, but how to pick up the best solutions if we have to take a call? The cost can be one thing, because every solution is not affordable to us. And there are many other issues. So I'll give you some more time to really throw some light on those issues.
It's a very valid question, and I get this question a lot in every country I've basically presented. Is around more than 20 countries, because, and I keep saying that it all depends on the drivers and the challenges. Of course, India has a lot of working problems. It's all about being present on the ground level to understand what the ground situation is. As some have said that, you don't even have the sewage lines yet in place. Okay, it's like you buying an iPhone 12 or an iPhone 8, but if you don't have signal, it doesn't matter what a phone you have, right? However expensive it is, but without the signal, it doesn't work. So it all depends on basically on the entire infrastructure needs to be thought about it, but it needs to be thought about it a little bit holistically, in my view, as an Indian. Because see, we are an agriculture country. Land is very, very expensive. Okay, it is going to get more and more expensive. You're going to have these huge drivers like carbon footprint because of climate change. Regulations will change. The demands in terms of treatment of your COD, BODs, and your sludge and everything is going to go up. At the same time, technology is also leapfrogging, right? I mean, we have a 150-year-old activated sludge process, but today you have moving bed biofilm reactors, you have much more compact technologies in this. So what I would say is, and typically this is my overall guidance to every consultant in a way, to say, go and look at other examples. But I'm not saying that you have to exactly copy what's worked in UK is going to work in India. No, but you have to adapt to your conditions. You have to check out what parameters work. And I kept saying that the use of wastewater or drinking water is all upon human behavior. If you look at a BOD content, if you look at what is really coming to a wastewater treatment plant, what are you really designing it for? Are we looking at a manual which is very, very old, or are we going to adapt our regulations to new regulations for these drivers? So there are lots of things, in the picture to be considered. And what's happening with India, I feel, is everybody's bombarding information in a way. It's like you're sitting and saying, oh, I've got this great technology. Someone says, oh, change your regulations to this, do this, do this, do this. And you're thinking and sitting, this pure chaos. When am I going to see the light at the end of the tunnel? And I would say,
Thank you.
Have to
Thank
start
you very
somewhere.
much. Thank you, Dr.
Sahu.
We are running out of time. Mansi, 1 minute for you to have the last word.
Oh, great.
If you want to say anything?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it was just great hearing the other panelists talk about their various solutions. I think from my perspective, the biggest leverage points that I see in terms of helping solve the water crisis, I think the first thing is getting wastewater treated properly. And specifically, I think the biggest area of focus right now should be on how do we actually get these plants to operate once they're installed. Of course, we need to make sure that we're installing efficient plants to begin with and minimizing unnecessary instrumentation and equipment. But I think the biggest challenge currently lies in long-term operations. The second 2 or 3 other areas that I think are quite high leverage right now is decentralized rainwater harvesting systems. I think that's not something that we've kind of touched on in this session, but I think that like decentralized management of water is really going to be the key. And then the last thing is, how do we enable more data-driven policy at scale? If we're let's say we're intervening in all of these individual treatment plants and piping networks and things at a local level, how do we aggregate to make more meaningful water allocation decisions at the watershed level? Yeah, I think these are the 3 areas I see.
Thank you. But I think as far as the rainwater harvesting is concerned, is a very delicate issue. We need to address this very, very carefully.
Definitely.
We have to have the threshold established. How much rainwater harvesting? Because
Right.
if you overdo it, then it's going to have a very huge additional problems created. Okay, so that is something which I think we'll discuss some other time. So with that, thank you very much. It was a very lively discussion, and thanks a lot for participating in it. Over to you, Ritika.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Gosain, for chairing this session. And thank you all the speakers. It was really an interesting session. And we had very much ended this on time. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. We'll now move to our next session, plenary session 3. We'll start in another 5 minutes at 3:35. Please be present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we are just going live.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to all of you. We are now moving into our third plenary session, which is on water and wastewater as an asset class from investment and financing perspective. There is a huge gap in generation of wastewater and infrastructure required to treat it. Private sector investments as well as innovative financing solutions can help in bridging this gap. This session will highlight on the perspectives of investors and financiers on how water-related infrastructure projects can be considered as an asset class on lines of other infrastructure projects. In this session, we have Mr. Arunav Mukherjee, who is the FICCI Water Mission Subgroup Lead for Financing, and he is the Vice President Advisory, Tata Capital Cleantech Limited, to chair this session. We have other eminent speakers, which is Mr. KP Bakshi, who is the former Chairman, Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority, and we have Mr. Mohan Senevirente with us, who is the ex-Global Water Lead and Water Lead IFC and Principal Consultant, Mohan Senevirente Consulting Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. First, I would like to thank FICCI for giving me the opportunity to chair this important session on financing of the water sector. The Indian infrastructure sector offers a huge opportunity for financiers, and the numbers we have is upwards of US 1.5 trillion for the next 10 years, of which water sector alone is estimated to be at least US $300 billion. So the government of India has initiated various schemes, and some of them are like, for example, the Namami Gange program, which has attracted global attention. There is also the programs like the Amrut, which is the urban renewable mission, where also water supply and treatment forms a key part. And then there is also, we have the Smart Cities program running across from 500 cities in India, and they are also looking at the water sector. So water indeed is an area of great priority, and numerous efforts are being made to get our arms around it. There is also, I should mention this, that Jal Jeevan drinking water program for the rural, for both the rural and the urban areas, and then moving to the industrial side, there is now, as a part of the permit to operate, many industries are being asked to implement ZLD or zero liquid discharge programs, and also, again, this is probably applicable both to the municipal and the industrial sector. We have various desalination projects now being talked about. So the opportunity is indeed very large, but it has still many challenges to overcome. Unlike the telecom and the power sector, where the private investment has overshadowed public investment, mainly because of a structured environment, where, for example, in the power sector, we have this a power purchase agreement, which has now become, in the renewable sector, which has now become fairly well known both to the investors and to the project developers and to the regulators. So it becomes relatively easy for a financier like Tata Cleantech Capital to look at such projects and provide finance. So without further ado, we have two very eminent speakers with us. Mr. KP Bakshi, he's one of the few water regulators in the country, and unlike the power sector, I think most of us have become familiar with the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission and the State Electricity Regulatory Commission. I think a water regulator is still a relatively unknown person. So it is very interesting to hear from Mr. Bakshi what measures are being taken by the government to attract to make the power sector, to make the water sector more structured, like the telecom and the power sector, and invite private investment into this sector. Because when we speak to foreign investors, there is no, when we talk of figures like 1.5 trillion or anything, they are willing to put in any money. The money is not a constraint. It is if we have the right structures and the enabling and institutions in place, the money will flow into India. We also have Mr. Mohan Saniwar. Mohan is a veteran in the water sector across the globe. He's now based in Australia, now currently holidaying in Sri Lanka. So a lot of experience across both municipal and industrial sector, industrial usage of water. He was also the IFC, the International Finance Corporation Global Water Lead, and he can tell us how a multilateral organization like IFC can complement the effort of say the government of India or the state government or the urban local bodies in making this sector more attractive to private investors. So I will now turn to Mr. Bakshi, so he can tell us how the water sector is structured and how the challenges are being overcome. And then we will go to Mr. Saniwar. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, and thank you, Kirtika, for introducing. I'm very happy that I'm talking to a large gathering of people from the industrial sector and from commerce, and they are the people who are going to actually make the difference in water sector. Unfortunately, till today, the importance to water sector, which should have been given in the previous few decades, has not been given. It's only of late that Government of India, under the current Prime Minister and Honorable Minister, now they're bringing in a lot of importance to this particular subject of water sector. Water resources, recycling and reuse of water resources, etc., has become very important. Namami Gange is a very, very good example in the country. They have done a lot of work in the cleaning of the Ganges. Now, to start the discussion, I would like to go back to the preliminaries and then take on from there and come up to the point of recycling and reuse of wastewater. Can I have the presentation shared?
Yes.
Yeah. First slide, please. Yeah, this figure is known to almost all of you. Everybody knows this, but just to set the context, I thought I'll bring in this figure again and discuss a little bit and then proceed to the other slides. The world population is 7.7 billion and land area is 150 million square meters. As compared to that, India has a land area of 3.3 million square kilometers, which is just 2.4% of the entire world's area, and population is 1.33 billion, which is 17% of world population. So very high population and very low area. That is the point coming out here. If you compare Maharashtra within India or with the world also, then land area of Maharashtra is 0.3 million square kilometers, which is 0.2% of the world population, area, and population is 112 million, which is 1.45% of world. Now, one thing is very clear, that because of very small area and large number of population to be catered to, the pressure on water has really gone up too much. So 7 times is the density of population density in India as compared to the average density of the world. So naturally, when you are living in a small area and large population is to be catered to be given the water, then 2 very important things come out. One is that for drinking and other purposes, you have to provide more water to more people and coming out from a very small area. And secondly, since the large population has to be taken care of, therefore the production of the area also has to go up to meet the demands of large population. And if the production has to go up, then again water becomes very, very important. Every drop of water then has to be utilized very, very carefully, and every drop of water becomes very important. So just to give you an example of the Sahyadri ranges in Maharashtra, to the west of Sahyadri ranges, we have almost 45-48% of rainfall, total out of the total precipitation of India, Maharashtra, and everything goes to the Arabian Sea, and there is no benefit to the eastern part of Maharashtra. So this is one example how, although the precipitation is good, but the rest of the state is not able to use it. Next, please. Because of that, the state of Maharashtra and also some other states in the country, they started thinking of regulatory setup in water sector. And this was 2005 when Maharashtra set up a water regulator in Maharashtra by passing an act. And in 2006, the first water regulator came into existence in Maharashtra. The National Water Policy of 2012 mandated that every Indian state should have an independent water regulatory authority. Thereafter, the 13th Finance Commission linked the disbursement of funds to states for water resources development to the level of institutional reforms in that sector, in the water sector. So they said that the 13th Finance Commission said that if you have more institutional reforms in the state in water sector, you are going to get more funds from the center. This was the hypothesis they put in. And on this, many of the states started working in the direction of setting up regulators. As of now, we have Maharashtra, Jammu Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Haryana who have full-fledged water regulator in place. There are other states who have passed the act. The statute is in position, but somehow the functioning of the regulator has not yet started. And it is just on paper. And of late, Meghalaya is wanting to have a regulator in the state. This is what I'm told. So about 7 to 8 states have already started working in the direction of regulation, water regulation. Next, please. What are the prominent objectives of water regulators? Obviously, it is to regulate use of surface and groundwater. Surface water, as in the precipitation of water, and groundwater, whatever has gone to the ground, even that is extracted and it is getting used. So regulate the use of surface and water is the prime responsibility of a water regulator. Second is facilitate and ensure sustainable management and utilization of water. And third is when you have less water resources, naturally the distribution and allocation becomes very, very important. And the allocation has to be equitable and judicious. Otherwise, it will lead to all kinds of wars and disputes. And therefore, the regulator's job is to make sure that equitable and judicious allocation of water is done to all the sectors. All the sectors meaning agriculture, industries, commerce, and also domestic sector. All the sectors must have a very, very judicious allocation of the resources which are available in a state. Next is have a water tariff system. Many of the states have not yet decided on water tariff. Whatever is being charged in the domestic sector, in the nagarpalikas, municipalities, gram panchayat, etc. Beyond that, I am not aware of many states who are charging the agriculture sector or charging the commercial sector. Industrial sector they might be charging, but in the commercial sector, the commercial establishments, they are not charging much. Maharashtra has been having the system of water tariff even in the agriculture sector, and they have almost exceeded the target of collection of water tariff from the farmers. That is a good step. Punjab has just started and they are thinking of introducing the water tariff system in agriculture sector also. But the main job of regulator is to make sure that all the 3-4 sectors have a proper water tariff system so that if not full, at least a part of the cost of production of water, collection of water, maintenance of the system, etc. is met. Next very important thing which is the theme of today's discussion in this forum is recycling and reuse of water. That is, whatever is getting used in the domestic sector or even in the agriculture sector or industrial sector, whether we can recycle it, reuse it to a great extent, then the demand of water will be to some extent met. Otherwise, if the very little resources of water in the country and the state will create a problem in future. And that leads us to the reason of efficient use of water in all the sectors. In the industrial sector, efficient use must be there. In the domestic sector, leakages must be stopped. There should not be a theft. And even in the commercial sector or other sectors, efficient use of water is a must. In the irrigation sector, I think micro irrigation is playing a very important role. And if you have micro irrigation on a large scale, that efficient use of water can be ensured. One of the duties of a regulator is to make sure that there is proper awareness about water, and innovation also takes place in the water sector, not only in the technology but also in usage, etc. And one very important thing is that there are disputes in water sector amongst various stakeholders and users. So resolving the disputes is also one of the responsibilities of the water regulator. Next, please. Coming to recycling and reuse, I see it as an opportunity for industries. Those of you who are present here, you know all of it, but still to discuss it a little bit, I would like to take these points. There is a huge gap between wastewater generation and treatment in the country. And in this aspect, Israel and Singapore, they have excelled. They have gone far ahead. Israel is almost treating 90% of its used water, and they are using to the extent of 86%. So Israel is far ahead of even of Singapore, because Singapore does almost 100% of treatment, but the use is only 35 to 40%. So Israel is far ahead. They are doing 90% recycling, treatment, and 86% of recycling. Singapore is doing 100% of treatment and less in recycling. Coming to the second aspect, in India, the actual operation in the world, the actual operation is much lower than the infrastructure development. Even in Israel, it's 86 versus 90, and in Singapore, it is 35, 40 versus 100. In India, if you take the average of the entire country, then about 65 to 70% is being treated, and out of that, only 35% is getting recycled. So we have a huge gap. From 30, we have to go up to 60, 65, 70 because the infrastructure is already existing. And from 65 to we have to go to at least 90, 95% because we need to invest in infrastructure. That is how the country stands today. What is the reason? At present, there is large investment in this sector and returns are very, very low. But if you scale it up and a lot of industries take to this area, then because of scalability, perhaps the cost, etc., investment will come down and returns will be slightly better. Second is, there is no significant market yet for the recycled water. There are some pockets in the country, like in Karnataka, some parts of Madhya Pradesh, some parts of Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh, that some treated water is getting used, but the market is not significant. Unless you have a proper market, the returns are not going to be very, very substantial. And last reason for this treated water not getting used properly, or there's no demand for the treated water, is that the fresh water supply in almost all the states is at a very, very low rate, or in some places there is no cost attached to it. As I said, in agriculture, in many of the states, the fresh water is not getting charged. So it is available freely. So why should any farmer take the treated water when the fresh water is available to him at a very low cost or no cost at all? In Maharashtra, we are charging, and therefore there is some market. Like in Aurangabad, we have some market for treated water, and some villages are trying to lift water from the Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. So market being very small and fresh water being very, very cheap, the market for recycling and reuse is not yet established. But gradually people are realizing this, government is realizing this, and we are moving towards establishing a better market for this. Next, please. What is needed? I think the most important thing is that with the help of the regulator in the state, that the use of treated wastewater should become mandatory in certain areas, not in the entire area, but in certain specified or notified areas. By notified, I I mean that the government should notify a particular area and say that in this area, only treated water should be used by the agriculturists or other users other than for drinking purposes. Once these are notified, then we will make sure, then we can make sure that treated water has a market and it goes in that direction. In the such notified areas, there should be no freshwater use policy. That means fresh water should not be allowed to be used. And if at all somebody wants to use the fresh water, the price of fresh water should be hiked up so much that automatically they will turn towards the treated water supply and not take the fresh water. So this is one strategy by which a market can be established and treated water can find its way into the agricultural sector and industrial sector. Third is that beyond the STPs, we should have a battery of reservoirs, small reservoirs, ponds, or deep wells, which can store the treated water for a regular and constant supply to the farmers and also to other users. If you leave it to the STP, then STP keeps on discharging to the area where it is going to be used. Then sometimes the farmers may not need it. They need it at a particular interval, maybe 7 days, 10 days. So there is no point in throwing the water into their field. So you have to have balancing. You have to have a balancing reservoir or a battery of reservoir where this treated water can be stored, and as and when at whatever frequency the farmers require it, they can take it from the reservoirs. What happens if there is an occasional shortage from the STP, or there is no operation of the STP because of let's say strikes, let's say power shortage, power failure, or no trained staff available? Because of that, there will be occasional shortages. To address that, I have been suggesting, when I was in the authority, I had been suggesting that this battery of reservoirs should also be connected to the fresh water line. That is, fresh water coming from the dam for the city for drinking water purposes before treatment and bringing it in the city. Before treatment only, that should be connected to the battery of reservoirs. So in case of occasional shortage or a disruption from the STP, this can make good the loss, and at the end, the user is assured of constant supply. Third, next point is that for STP infrastructure, the trunk line, not the distribution line, but the trunk line up to the user's main point should also become a part of the STP infrastructure, so that you are in a position to supply the treated water to a particular point, and from there the users can have their distribution lines, take it to their field or take it to their place of use of this water. So therefore the trunk line, which will not be many, these trunk lines should be connected. The trunk line should be a part of the STP infrastructure as a whole. How do we actually set up these infrastructure? A very good concept has come in the smart cities, that SPVs have been set up in almost all the municipal corporations. So it is not the municipal corporation and the general body and the elected representatives who deal with the smart city, but there is a separate special purpose vehicle where the commissioner of the corporation is there, and there are experts and Government of India representatives, and they deal with the smart city allocations and expenditure and designing of these schemes, etc. Similar concept can be brought for the infrastructure in the STP and in treated water sector also. SPVs can be formed with the ULBs, and ULBs can put in their money, and Government of Maharashtra and state government or the central government can also put in some money, and these SPVs can actually take care of the infrastructure for STP and distribution system. Last very important point is that since this entire area is new, and there is aversion in the sense that you do not know how much of profit will come, whether it will succeed or not succeed. Therefore, all such concession documents must provide for mid-course correction, because even the government does not know whether the profits will be moderate to low or they will be acceptable, and the investor does not know what kind of investment he is going for, whether it will have returns or not. So mid-course correction must be a part of the concession document. Then only the confidence building can take place, and the industries and other investors can come forward saying that, okay, in case 1 or 2 years you see and you're not making profit or you are running into loss, you can take recourse to this mid-course correction, and the committee or the authority assigned the right of mid-course correction can take corrective action, including the government. So it can be both ways. It can be increase in the tariff, it can be decrease in the tariff, it can be some other correction which can be done throughout the whatever is happening in the concession period. Next, please. So to enhance the viability of such projects, STPs and infrastructure, etc., very important things have to be done. One of them is cluster approach, which has been followed by the NMCG, Namami Gange. Namami Gange has done a very good exercise of doing the treatment, etc., in big cities like Kanpur, etc. They have added all the nearby villages. So not just the Kanpur city and corporation, but all 7-8 villages nearby which were discharging into the Ganges, they have all been brought under the STP network. An entire cluster has been assigned to an investor. So that is a very good concept. This can be done in cities like Mumbai, where 9 municipal corporations are there, starting from Vasai Virar in the north to almost, let's say, Navi Mumbai in the southern part, and Thane and Badlapur, etc. So all these municipal corporations can be grouped into certain clusters. The clusters should have very, very viable STPs, as well as those areas where viability is not so high. Therefore, if you make a cluster, design a cluster, then moderate to decent benefits can come, and this cluster approach will then work out quite effectively. Second is provide for viability gap funding. We have seen this in the road sector in a big way. National Highway Authorities also provides the viability gap funding. In water sector also, in this infrastructure sector also, if the government or the municipal corporation or the central government provides for a viability gap funding, then it becomes a little viable for the investor. Floating of infrastructure tax-free bonds, just on the lines of other infrastructure bonds. The infrastructure bonds, and which are tax-free, they came in a big way in 2011-12, and they made a good impact on the investor. A lot of investors already invested in it, and this has proved to be a very, very good instrument, financial instrument for helping the investors. So infrastructure tax-free bonds can also be thought of in the water sector, in the treatment, recycling and reuse sector, and that can be introduced. Next is regulators to introduce or gradually increase freshwater tariff in all 3-4 sectors. Wherever water tariff, freshwater tariff has not been introduced in the agriculture sector or commercial sector, then regulators should actually take the lead and introduce that. And wherever it is already introduced, there is a gradual increase which is expected every year, so that you gradually move towards the cost, towards the actual cost of production. When I say cost of production, it is cost of collection, cost of maintenance of the infrastructure, etc. It's not really producing water, but it is actually collecting water from the resources, maintaining the reservoirs and distributaries, etc. So that actually turns out to be the actual cost of reaching the water to a particular user. So gradually increasing the fresh water tariff is also a very important job which regulators can do, and reduce the gap between actual cost of production and actual revenue realized from the users. This we have to keep in mind, because normally society does not take a very steep rise in any services. It can absorb only gradual and very incremental rise, and steep rises are just avoided, and they should not be promoted also. The regulator then becomes very important, because on the one hand he has the government, and the other hand they have the users and the investor, and therefore a gradual increase can actually serve the purpose. Finally, formalizing water trading and wastewater reuse certificate is also very important. Water trading is a very good concept in some countries like Australia, and wastewater reuse certificate, which was introduced by the MWRRA, it has not yet finally been floated, but then concept of wastewater reuse certificate is to promote the industries and commercial establishments to treat water to a greater extent than what is targeted, and then get that as a credit and use it as a credit against use of water. So this wastewater reuse certificate, designed by the MWRRA and 2030 Water Resources Group of World Bank of India, is also a very good instrument for improving the viability of the water sector in the treated and recycling reuse sector. Finally, national policy and treated wastewater reuse has already been drafted. I think it has been declared also. So it must be followed in letter and spirit. Then only this particular sector will be benefited. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bakshi, for a very illuminating presentation on a topic which is sort of information on this topic sort of dispersed across sources, and you've put everything very nicely in one presentation, and it gives us sort of a coherent approach to this to make the water sector more attractive for investors. So we will move now to Mohan and ask whether a multilateral organization like his previous employer would be enthused by such measures and increase their commitment to the water sector, and then we could get into a discussion. Mohan, over to you.
Thank you, Arnav, and thank you, FICCI, for inviting me to this presentation and conference. Can I have the presentation, please? So essentially, what I'm going to talk to you about is some thoughts and experience in working in the sector in India, in China, Bangladesh, and many parts. And what are the challenges faced by multilateral development organizations such as the International Finance Corporation in trying to decide what are how the projects could go ahead and what are the barriers. So essentially, that's what I'm trying to highlight. And also, Mr. Bakshi, credit to Mr. Bakshi and Aruna talking about the utility space, but water is more than goes beyond just the utility. It's how the most challenging areas like financing the base of the pyramid. That's where it really becomes crucial, because from a social and environmental perspective, as well as very challenging because the finances, you've got to really think about innovative financing schemes. So next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so what are the barriers to financing? Whilst the pie is very appealing in the trillion-dollar terms, but what is the addressable market in India when it comes to water financing and investments? Is it really, can we really go after that trillion-dollar market, or is it much smaller? Based on the research I have done, I think the addressable market is about 9 billion. Even though Aruna and others mentioned about 1.5 trillion, some research shows that it's what can be done from the private sector. So let's forget the numbers. We don't want to get too focused on the numbers, but this comes down to the crux. Why is there such a big difference? And that's because of the what are their bankable projects? That's the issue. And and as Mr. Bakshi rightly said, highlighted, the problem of water, it can be expressed in 3 words: it's cheap, scarce, and wasted. So first problem of water, it's underpricing of water. Water is considered to be a public good, accepted that, but it's an undervalued resource. So until such time that water pricing is it reflects the true cost of water, it's difficult to make these projects bankable. Where the investors would meet the investors' return on investment criteria. So unless the governments within India and elsewhere recognize this and have either tiered pricing or bulk pricing or pricing for different types of water, that is the real issue. And then underpricing goes to the low recoveries, and municipalities are in India, municipalities are the water utilities, and they don't have the financial strength to deliver these services. And we combine that with the lack of political will to raise tariffs. I've been to certain water utilities like the Tata water utility in Jamshedpur, and then when we were doing a water footprinting exercise in the Tata Steel, so I had the opportunity to go to Jamshedpur. There I saw the municipal and the water utility managed by Tata, and alongside that there was a water utility managed by the municipality. It was like a very clear distinction. That the private sector managed one was much better. Then water is a capital intensive asset class. Whether you are developing water resources, reservoirs, irrigation, infrastructure, capital intensive with very high sunk costs and long repayment terms. But the question is, why are we going after new investments when we are not even protecting and making better use of water that is already there? I mean, the non-revenue water losses in Asia, especially the leakage, is 30 to 40% in most cases. So why not? And if you do a least cost planning exercise, the least cost planning, it'll really, there's no argument, it's a no-brainer to address non-revenue water, and that will save 30 to 40% of all already treated water. Then the issue is difficulty of monetizing the benefits. Benefits both public and private sectors, and they are not, sometimes they're not easily monetized. Some water projects are often too small for a development agency like the IFC to get involved in, or they are one-off, which means it raises the transaction cost of the exercise and limits the financing options. So, for example, in Bangladesh, we were looking at financing water, drinking water, the base of the pyramid with a population of 5 million people, giving water membranes, membrane kits to address cholera and other bacteria and virus related issues of drinking water. So, but these people were so poor, they could not even afford to pay $1. Whereas these membrane kits cost about $28. So the total investment was around $28 million. So then we had to come up with a carbon financing innovative scheme in order to finance it. And the issue is, can we then scale this up? So I know again, Tata does a lot of work in the villages. They're providing water. But then these investments are done from a CSR perspective. So from an investor like us, CSR is good, but it needs to have return on investment. The other issue is poor business models. Business models often fail to support the operation and maintenance efficiency, hampering the ability to sustain at least cost over time. So if you have a poor business model to start off with, then that alone is a game stopper. Then you have the various regulatory approvals, etc. So when we were doing a water footprint exercise in India about 10 years ago with my friend and with Arunav, we were looking at power plant where the power plant was taking seawater, and they were basically, you could reuse that, you treat it, reuse it to the adjacent refineries. But then one of the game stoppers was that access pathways had to be taken, and then we had to get the municipal authorities to get the approvals. Then the issue of drinking water, so it became too complicated. Then the other issue, lack of bankable projects, as I mentioned. A one-off project is not that appetizing for a agency like the IFC or other multilaterals. Typically, we like to have portfolio of projects. So therefore, the risk-return reward will be different from each project, but at least as a portfolio, you can have a minimum requirement, and that will also reduce the transaction cost. And then, especially in India, the lack of national state-owned enterprises like a water utility, very few private utilities operating with few exceptions, as I mentioned earlier. Now, when I compare that with the work, the success we have had in China, for example, we work with some of the largest water utility in China is called Beijing Enterprise Water Group, where we gave them a $300 million loan to expand their water utility. So the Beijing Enterprise Water Group has got subsidiary companies in Singapore, water, Portugal, Malaysia, etc. It's a large group. It's a state-owned enterprise, however. And so we were successful there. Then we gave a very small loan, like for 6 to 7 million, to another entity which is trying to make sludge conditioning as a nutrient for agriculture. So the investment enabling environment in China is a completely different ball game to what we face in India. So next slide, please. So when as an investor, where do we look? I mean, if you look at this graph here, you can see the impact, the vertical is the impact, the social and physical, and the complexity from easy to execution complexity. So start off with industrial water efficiency is the easiest thing to do because it is within the fence. And when we are operating within the fence, you are in total control, and you don't need to get those approvals from other agencies, and you can reduce, and it goes straight to the bottom line. So the argument for the business case becomes easy to convince. Then going up a little bit more, the industrial wastewater reuse recycling, so municipal waste to industry. I'm not a proponent of treating water, sewage treated water to supply to potable drinking water. The reason is sewage treated water is not only nowadays sewage treatment plants get water also from industries, and this contains whole raft of pollutants which a typical utility is not designed to remove. A typical wastewater utility is designed to remove the basic pollutants like biological oxygen demand, BOD, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. They are not designed to remove very sophisticated contaminants that come from industry to a sewage treatment plant. So if you don't have the control mechanism, you're exposing by treating that and then combining that with potable water, you're exposing the community to a far higher risk. So in Australia, when they went through this, they put up a series of treatment mechanisms, compliance, and also tested it at the parts per billion level. So unless you have that degree of sophistication, I would suggest that we pause. The third one is urban drinking water grid. So that is also fairly well understood. Typically, the treatment technology is not that sophisticated. Then you go up to the rural drinking water grid, and this is where you need the rural drinking water, where you really need what are the mechanisms and where the private sector can come in. Small companies doesn't have to be large, but supplying to the base of the pyramid, for example, with innovative schemes. So decentralized model is best rather than depending on a utility supply to everybody. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Earlier I said, okay, how can we develop these bankable projects? We develop these bankable, to develop a bankable project, you need to address the risks. So what are the risks? So you got a commercial risk. And Mr. Bakshi went through the tariff affordability, cash flow profile of the project, demand and market information gaps. So a lot of the times, and Mr. Bakshi alluded to this in the PPP when he mentioned about public-private partnership. You don't know what the market demand is. So unless you have done a very good report, technical feasible report in identifying what the true demand and information, you're taking a commercial risk in pricing it. And then the credit risk of the investor. So the construction risk, construction and the performance risk is that what is the construction risk and what are the performance risk? Are they acceptable? Then you got the technical risk, what is the most appropriate technology used. So I actually commissioned a zero liquid discharge plant in Kazakhstan, where Chevron, the water comes from 500 kilometers away from Russia. The water comes in, and they had put up this big, it's in the Tengiz oil area, where they have put up a $10 billion project, and they use the most up-to-date modern technology for zero liquid discharge. But actually, the Kazakh people who were going to operate it were not equipped to do that. So whilst it is the latest thing to be used, it was not something that the operators were comfortable with, because the technology was too zero liquid discharge is extremely complex. It was not appropriate. Then you got the political risk, country stability, sovereign guarantees, freedom from political interference, currency risk, and devaluation. So I'm in Sri Lanka. There's a huge issue of currency devaluation and the currency risk. Sri Lanka, it's a dollar crisis, a rupee crisis for whatever reason, and is looking at a potential devaluation. So this is a reality of third world countries, developing countries. And then you got the expropriation and nationalization or whatever. So that's a huge risk that needs to be addressed. Regulatory and legal and contractual, so like any other typical project. And then the financial risk, you need to partner with, so within the World Bank group, there's another agency called MICA, which provides multilateral guarantees to offset some of these risks. Then you got, especially nowadays, ESG related risk, climate change, environment impact, and safeguards. So that needs to be addressed, and that sometimes can come back and bite you. Of course, the reputational risk of who the promoter and the investor are. Typically in developing countries, this is a huge issue. Whilst whom do you partner with? Whom do you partner with? Because you're going to be dancing for the next 5-7 years, so you don't want to be tarred your reputation. If you went with somebody who had basically skeletons in the cupboard. Next slide, please. So from IFC's perspective, I just put this up, it's a bit dated, but it tells you the story that IFC, the other thing I need to suggest is that what IFC has invested around 1.4 billion, and they have mobilized about $736 million in 55 projects over 10 years. So this, I think this data goes back to 2017 from. one of the things that we forget when talking about water, we talk about all the problems, but one of the things that is not recognized is that water projects, the non-performing loans, NPLs, are pretty low in the water sector, because we are talking of working with a utility, and these utilities have been there for eons, and because they're supplying water to a community, these utilities are they're not going to go under, unlike in the power sector, etc., where it's much higher risk. So NPLs is certainly low, but when you look at this map, and also where we have invested, so subnational finance is the municipalities, the countries. So where we have been most successful is in the red one, that's in China. So you can see there for $576 million committed and 362 mobilized. And then India, South Asia, and that's really India, have been very tough market for development partners like IFC. For the reasons I mentioned earlier, very, very difficult. So that's why you saw, even though the potential is huge, actually developing one. So when I was leading the global lead for water, with the smart cities program came with 100 cities, we overlaid that with what are the utilities, cities that have water scarcity. So try to have a better understanding of the addressable market. So put water utilities with water scarcity, and then on top of that, we also put up another slide on what are the cities that we can actually go in, and where there is political will to do something. So like that, you can break it down, you can put other filters and screen it and bring it down to a small sector. So one of the cities that we looked at was Pimpri. Then in Tamil Nadu, was very, very hopeful that because Tamil Nadu, they have a investment agency called Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Management Company, which has been given I think about $1 billion to invest in water, and we had a good hearing from them, etc. But on the whole, it's been an extremely tough market compared to other countries like Latin America and the Caribbean. You can see the numbers there. So I would suggest that with even Middle East and Africa, we have been more successful. So that's basically brings my comments to an end. Thank you.
So Kritika, what do we have some time for questions, or how do we take it forward?
So we can discuss the questions, but not from the audience, like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. So let me start with the last one. I mean, Mohan, the numbers, if IFC, the investment numbers was only about $1 billion, right, across practically across the globe. So that's a pretty small number. Especially when you compare it with, say, even the Indian renewable energy sector. I think that the last year itself, I think we were there, with some 10 gigawatts, and you can see how much of investment went in, So obviously the challenges seems fairly formidable. So you mentioned quite a few approaches to make this sector more attractive. Perhaps would you like to give us a top 3 of things which we could do in India to make it more attractive?
I think the number one pick, I would say, is focus on the industries. Because when you look at that grid I put up, industrial wastewater, industrial and also supplying wastewater, municipal wastewater to industry, because industry cannot operate without water. And you don't need drinking water quality. So, for example, Arvind Mills in Ahmedabad, they take water from the municipality. So the water is supplied to them, treated somewhat, and then it goes through another treatment process in the Ahmedabad site, and that is then utilized for the operations. So if there's an investor, so I was looking at creating $150 million company in India for not going after industrial wastewater. So essentially, if I was IFC now, I would partner with a technology company who could be willing to operate. So basically, you got to have cookie cutter approach. I mean, there'll be obviously slight variations, but you need to have a cookie cutter approach to make it scalable. And then you need to attract another co-investor from India. And then you have the operating company, and you have technology partner, and then that could take then that basically takes the decision away from the industry. The industry is not. It's not that is as if the industry is not unaware. They are just they are doing whatever they do best, whatever industry. If you come along and then tell them we can do this for you, we'll take the headaches out of you. We will engage with the utility, put this together, and supply water at at either the same rate or slightly below the whatever rate they are using. I think that's doable. Then at the other side of the spectrum is addressing the base of the pyramid. So base of the pyramid is essentially you need to think of how you can create employment as well in a village, for example. So you provide employment, for example, what one of your organizations doing, Arunava, is exactly that. It's just that it is not for an investor. We can't because we are looking at from a CSR perspective. Now, can that be turned around? And then you can scale it, because India has got so many villages, and the population, as Bakshi put up, you have the scale. So there are two extremes here I just came up with.
Okay. Other question which I had for you, you mentioned this non-revenue water. I mean, you said that about the 35% of the water is just leaking out. So what would incentivize, I presume that most of the water lines, like say in a city like Mumbai, are owned by the municipality or any other city in India. What would incentivize a municipality to look at taking some action on this front? For example, in the power sector, we have that example of Delhi. We have our own company, Tata Power, who brought down the thefts there were about 60%. The same thing, what they called as ATC in power sector, and that's been brought down to, I think now, some 13 or 14%, of which at least I think 7% is technical losses, which you cannot reduce. So what would you say about reducing non-revenue water in municipalities?
I think it must come from the leadership. So let me go back to Sydney Water. So Sydney Water, the water program manager for business water conservation there. And just a background, just to digress a little bit. So when the Olympics came, with the Green Olympics in 2000, Sydney population was expanding, and same thing like in India, etc. So water consumption was going up. So the government told Sydney Water, you got to reduce its demand by 35%. You do it whatever way you want it. Reduce demand based on a certain year, 1991 baseline. So Sydney Water had come up with the portfolio of projects to do it. So similarly, and one of them, and then you quantify these opportunities based on least cost planning levels, levelized costing plan. So the lowest cost to address it was one no-brainer. The 7 to 8 cents per cubic meter was addressing non-revenue water. Similarly, what I'm saying is, in India, you need to have the political will to tell the water utility, get your act together. That's number one. And that will drive them to look at, rather than expanding, putting another treatment plant, address non-revenue water. And then also non-revenue water, Arunama, is not only just the cost of water, but the cost of electricity as well. Put that also in. So look at the total cost of treatment. And you can see that this addressing that. Then of course there are peculiarities about non-revenue water, whether you have metered system or not. There are so many ways. Then you're getting to the technicalities and how do you address it, what are things, but you can start looking at energy efficiency, the pumps, etc. So looking at that, then also start monitoring where the water usage, and some of them is actually not physical losses, but actually commercial losses. So the billing has to be right. So it's you got to address all of these, and that's how you get it down, rather than going and building another dam. So this is what Sydney was faced with. There were no dam sites. So Warragamba Dam, which supplies Sydney, holds about 4 times the amount of water than Sydney Harbour. But beyond that, there was no other dam site. So the reality was, this is it. We got to reduce demand. So when I went to Queensland, a different approach. Queensland had very small dams, and the water usage was pretty high, and so it became unsustainable. We were looking at the drought. We were looking at importing water from Antarctica. It became that dire situation. So basically, one of the things that we did was reforms as well as addressing non-revenue water. I hope I answered your question, or maybe I missed something there.
No, I think you tried, and obviously it's a very complex issue. But again, maybe if we could draw some parallels on the power sector and see how we could tackle this vexing problem of 35% of non-revenue water.
I mean, and let me just add to that. I think we got to talk to people like Cambodia, Phnom Penh Water, Manila Water. How did they do it? Phnom Penh Water is a worldwide success story in reducing non-revenue water losses.
Thank you. Yes, that's interesting. That look east also for some lessons in water management, not just to the west. Yes. Yep. Thank you. So Mr. Bakshi, you've also been been the commissioner of many large cities, and besides being the the water regulator more recently. How would you react to some of those ideas which Mohan has been describing, especially, of course, they've been in the context of Australia and places like that. Do you think we could do some of those things like that in India?
Yeah, Mr. Mukherjee, if you compare India with other countries which are far ahead in water management, like Israel and Singapore, etc., I think we'll not be doing justice. It is not possible for India to reach those stages in the next 20, 30, 40 years. I think what we can try is try to copy South Australia, where water trading is very, very important, and it is being followed, and they do water management very well. So South Australia is very, very akin to what Maharashtra is. We have approximately the same area and same population. Also, the water situation is also same. So some of these experiments which are being done in South Australia, like like the measurement of volumetric measurement of water to the field also. At the field level, they are doing the measurement when they are giving it to the farmer. And it is all centralized from a control room, and you can sit on the control room, and you can receive an order from any farmer on your mobile and supply to him without going to the site, and it is billed, and it is the amount is credited to your the account of the manager, that is water manager. So these experiments, and these have succeeded in South Australia and many other parts of the country. That is what we can do. In Maharashtra, we tried to do volumetric. We introduced volumetric system of payment. That is, you by volumetric, this thing we supply and you deposit the payment into the government kitty. But it has not taken off because of the very obvious reason of technology going right up to the farmer, and volumetric measurement not being possible by very sophisticated equipment. We have a very crude method of volumetric measurement by just having a cement concrete area where we know the height of the water column and passing, and from that you find out the volumetric. This is one. Second, he rightly mentioned that risk perception, risk management and risk analysis is very important for an investor. And when you are in the sector of water and you do not know what the future is, then it has to be done very carefully. And that is why I had been suggesting when I was in MWRRA that the entire risk management can be managed, the risk can be managed if you provide for certain exit system in the concession document. If I have ventured into it and I have brought in a lot of money, I do not know what is going to happen. Either I seek some relief, or government is able to do some mid-course correction so that we continue to do the business for a longer time. This is another area where government has to think that mid-course correction should be provided or not. And naturally, government has to chip in with a lot of funds, infrastructure bonds, etc., so that the finances, which are generally very expensive, they do not remain so expensive in the water sector, and some kind of relief is given to the investor. I think these things, if you follow, then we can go in a big way in the water sector. And as I said, combining various projects into one cluster, making a big investment, and sort of mitigating the risk by having a high profit place and a low profit place together, so that you are able to sustain.
Thank you, Mr. Bakshi. I think both our eminent speakers have suggested various measures to improve the financial viability of the Indian water sector. So, although it looks very daunting, but there are business models, there are financial models, and there is technology available, which can indeed make this sector very attractive to investors. And from my perspective, coming from Tata Cleantech Capital, we do meet with many foreign investors, and their opinion is that once they see such measures being taken, then the money will flow into India. So I think I would end on that note, Kritika, if that's okay.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Thank you, other chairs. Thank you, other speakers and the chair. It was really very interesting session. We'll now move to our next part, the last part of our day one of 7th India Industry Water Conclave, which is the screening of short videos of the winners of 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. May I request to please play the videos of the winners of
Steel industry is highly water intensive. Substantial amount of water is required for various processes of steel making. Our founder, the visionary Shri Jamshedji Tata, selected this location of steel plant not only because of proximity to raw material, but more importantly for its water availability. In addition to this, the Dimna Lake was created for contingency. During the modernization journey, Tata Steel has eliminated once through processes and brought in the cutting-edge technologies, having lesser water footprint to reduce its fresh water requirement. Water management is a part of corporate sustainability initiative of Tata Steel, which led to the formation of a dedicated department in 2012 to have a holistic approach towards sustainable water management and drive strategic initiatives. Various initiatives and projects based on 4R principles have been taken since then to improve its fresh water intake as well as discharge. Significant improvements have been achieved. Is it enough? Still, we are discharging substantial amount of water outside premises. Tata Steel aspires to be the world benchmark in water performance in near future. Efforts has been undertaken to achieve golden means of minimal effluent discharge. It will be achieved through the implementation of upcoming projects: BOT tertiary treatment plant, capacity enhancement of CETP. Tata Steel has also implemented rainwater harvesting projects across works and mines to conserve precious water. The two existing ponds inside steelworks at Jamshedpur are being used to harvest rainwater and collect the surface runoff, in turn leading to biodiversity and a flourishing ecosystem which attracts migratory birds. At Tata Steel, we are committed to save the drop for a sustainable future.
Asian Paints Kandala is one of the biggest and most automated integrated paint manufacturing facilities in the world. Located in Kandala, Maharashtra, this plant is a source of pride for Asian Paints and Indian manufacturing sector. As responsible water usage is a key constituent of Asian Paints Kandala's commitment to resource conservation, it has taken numerous steps in this endeavor from as far back as 2013 itself. Some of our key water management measures include water treatment and management through distributed control system, reduction in freshwater consumption, and wastewater generation through near 100% reuse of wash water back in process, 100% reuse of rooftop collected rainwater and runoff in utilities, that is 14% reduction in water. Reuse of reject of water treatment plant through effective water treatment system, sensor-based taps and waterless urinals. High efficiency reverse osmosis systems for treatment of wastewater. Recycle of effluent treatment plant reject for cooling tower water makeup through effective water treatment system. Unit is ISO 14001 certified and has zero liquid discharge operations for effluent management. Superior cleaning system to reduce the water required at source. Reduction in water consumption for landscaping through native species and reduced turf areas. As water conservation is a complex and a never-ending challenge, we invest and support community water projects near Asian Paints Kandala through rooftop rainwater harvesting and recharge systems, integrated watershed development in nearby villages. There is no world without water.
Uttarakhand, known for its Himalayan beauty and serene landscapes. In the remote villages of this magnificent North Indian state, water and sanitation are amongst several issues hounding the lives of the inhabitants.
तो हम बेड़ स्रोतम गयो पानी के कोई दुई है पर ये हाथ वाली जान था तो दुई हाथ वाली जान था तो 3-4 घंटा लिए कम बेड़ जान था.
The crisis becomes more severe during the summers, when the water on the springs goes down drastically. Unplanned development, change in rainfall patterns, and environmental degradation has impacted the water flows of springs. In Uttarakhand, springs are the lifeline of rural water supply systems, with more than 90% of rural water supply being fed through them. Keeping the above challenges in mind, in 2003, Tata Trust initiated the Himuthan Prayojana. Himuthan was tasked to taking forward Himuthan Prayojana in Uttarakhand. One of the flagship initiatives is WASH, Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, that focuses on facilitating the access of potable water, access to safe sanitation for households, as well as ensuring better water security in these remote villages in the Himalayas. The program is pitted against demand-driven and participatory approach, aiming to improve community health through village-level drinking water, ensuring long-term sustainability of springs catchment. Above 250 spring sheds were scientifically mapped and treated. Having an area of more than 600 hectares. A few small lakes were revived with community participation. That the program has had a positive impact on the community, largely due to the following indicators. The average time to obtain water has been reduced to 25 minutes from 4 hours in baseline. Similarly, water availability has increased to 80 litres per capita per day against 25 LPCD. Lean season discharge at spring has been improved by 70% against the baseline. Himuthan continues to work for eradication of these problems, thus making a difference in thousands of lives in these secluded regions. The engagement of Gram Panchayats and village communities are formulated for easy workflow and educating people on various aspects. Himuthan is continuously strengthening the Trust's objectives of developing sustainable water and 100% sanitation services to the Himalayan region. Himuthan always values its partners for their support for making all this possible.
We started the Rainwater Club once we had a personal experience with water shortage during the construction of this house. And we found it raining and water was getting wasted away in the storm drain. So we started to collect rainwater and harvest it, and we used that to build this home. Since the Rainwater Club was an unregistered platform, we had to, for grant purpose and activity purpose, register it, and so we started the Biome Trust. So we work with rainwater harvesting, groundwater management and groundwater understanding, wastewater reuse, something called ecological sanitation systems, and water literacy, whereby we teach children especially how to value water, how to understand the quantity and quality of water which they are using in their immediate surroundings to become responsible citizens with water. Biome is part of a larger canvas of people and institutions who are seeking solutions to India's water challenge. One has seen that water has now become center stage at receiving attention. So we are glad to be part of this broader journey. We are glad to bring the voices of people, farmers, well diggers, plumbers into this whole discourse, and we see hope and optimism. Even though the era of climate change is very pessimistic, we think that a lot of local solutions will help us at least partially alleviate our problems in the coming days.
rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge through dug wells. One of the first steps in the water conservation project was to implement a miraculous intervention that could enrich the water of many open wells that are drying up. As soon as the sustainable access to safe water in Palakkad, which is also known as Jala Surisha project, started in the year 2018, March onwards, steps were taken to purify the rainwater from roof and store it in the groundwater chambers through wells. The average rainfall of the area is 1,750 millimeter. A roof with 1,000 square feet or 100 square meter of area receives around 1,75,000 liters of rainwater a year. Up to 85% of this rainwater can be purified and stored in groundwater through our open wells. The availability of drinking water increased during the summer months when rainwater recharge was implemented in the project area. The public became more interested in recharging wells with full availability during the summer months followed by the recharge. It is a commendable achievement that by the end of the monsoon season, many saline open wells recharged with rainwater achieve good cleanliness and purity. People's Service Society Palakkad, with the help of WaterAid India, could complete the dug well recharging works of Elapulli and Usjeri Grama Panchayats. Over and above this, certain government schemes also converged with this project. Accordingly, altogether 2,600 dug wells were recharged during this project period throughout the district, and it shows that people are becoming more and more interested and they are coming forward to implement this type of recharge activities throughout the district. It is the duty of each and every individual or household or institution or any other establishment to recharge or give water to earth at least equal to the quantity of water that they are using every day. So what we are taking should be at least equal to what we are giving. This should be the equation in the water sector. This equality is known as water neutrality. Let us work together to reach the target of water neutrality at all levels. People's Service Society is a non-governmental organization which has been functioning for the upliftment of the poor people for the last 42 years. It is a diocesan NGO under the Diocese of Palakkad, and it has been implementing multifarious developmental activities in the areas like water conservation, natural resource management, agricultural development, women empowerment, etc.
Diversion-based irrigation is an ancient method of irrigation among agricultural practices. In this method, gravity is used to collect water from sources such as streams, rivers, and ponds to irrigate agricultural lands. For the past 3 years, WOTR has been implementing this project in 11 villages in Gunapur block of Raigada district.
एथिरे किंतड़ा आमर गोटे रेवेन्यू विलेज रही जार कि बुंगसेंगडा गोटे पड़ा ग्राम रही जितेबाला किंतड़ा ग्रामवासी मैंने भिड़िसी गोटे प्रस्ताव आमको देले कि पड़ा गाँटर पहाड़ उपरे गोटे छोट झरणा रही से झरणार जदि पाइप जोगे चाष जमी को पानी व्यवस्था करा जाता ताले एठी 7टी परिवार रही जो माने कि चाष भलरे करि पारंते।
Since the stream is at low altitude from the agricultural land, the Village Development Committee in Kinteda village and WOTR officials worked together to catch the stream from its point of generation. 8 beneficiary families from Bangasinda hamlet built a tank near their 12 acres of land and collected water in it. 8 outlets were used from this tank to distribute the lines to assure irrigation to these lands throughout the year. As a result, the beneficiaries, apart from reaping a good yield from Rabi crops, also managed to enhance their income levels.
आम गाँव रे पानी बहुत प्रॉब्लम थिला, चाष मध्य करि पारनुथिलु आउरी तोली मध्य पकाइबा आग पछ ए जाउथिला जो वर्षा को जगी कि आमे चाष करथिलु एबे बिना वर्षा रे चाष करि पारुछु आ तोली मध्य ठीक समय रे लगे कि रही पारुछु।
Sinnar, a small town in Maharashtra, is on a mission. This is Sanjay Kedar, Chief Officer of Sinnar Municipal Council.
आज के दिन में हम ODF++ का मानांकन ले चुके हैं और फर्स्ट सिटी है जो शेड्यूल डिसलजिंग हम कर रहे हैं आज के दिन में।
Sinnar was declared ODF on 22nd June 2017. Even so, achieving ODF status was just the first step.
If you really want to achieve the full scope that is envisaged under SDG 6.2, then it has to treat, it has to collect the waste from the toilet and effectively treat it safely.
Sinnar decided to implement a new city-wide fecal sludge and septage management system.
हमारा सिटी 3 जोन में डिवाइड किया है, हर जोन 1 साल में पूरा होता है, ऐसा 3 साल में 3 जोन करके पूरा सिटी हम डिसलज करते हैं।
The service is inclusive and covers all properties. Now that desludging services were in place, Sinnar took the exceptional step of building their very own fecal sludge treatment plant or FSTP. The end products such as treated wastewater and dried sludge are used to develop and maintain an 8,000 square meter urban forest and garden built around the plant that is maintained by a self-help group of women. The FSTP not only has a resource center that has hosted international visitors, but is also fully self-sufficient as it is powered by solar energy.
The next target is that it's not enough to manage only your fecal sludge. You also need to manage your grey water, as it is called, from bathroom and kitchen waste that comes out. The grey water is collected properly through interceptor network, is taken to a treatment facility.
They have demonstrated that they are able to do scheduled desludging. They are able to construct a fecal sludge treatment plant with their own funds. And this is something that many other cities can also do. They are of the size of Sinnar.
मैं आपको एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, जो हम कर सकते हैं वो आप डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं।
Well-run sewage treatment plants are key to a sustainable city. By treating wastewater from our buildings, they prevent pathogens from contaminating water bodies and provide us with usable recycled water. Today, when 54% of India faces extreme water scarcity and cities are running out of water, sewage treatment plants can help us save over 2 billion liters of water every day. Unfortunately, a lot of plants don't quite work this way. Take Mr. Raj's case, for example. Mr. Raj leads operations for a large corporation and has to juggle reviews, site visits, and endless paperwork to make sure all his facilities run optimally every day. On top of all this, he gets unexpected calls informing him that one of his plants is in shutdown due to operator mismanagement and another needs a budget increase of 7 lakhs to deal with equipment breakdowns. He spends a lot of time keeping tabs on his plants, but just last week he received a warning letter from local authorities that one of his sites has been non-compliant for over a month. Mr. Raj is not alone. More than 75% of India's sewage treatment plants face similar problems. With skilled and stable operators becoming increasingly hard to find and government vigilance increasing, improving plant operations will be progressively critical to meet water needs and growing compliance requirements. Eco-Innovision uses proprietary technology to transform your sewage treatment plant from a liability to an asset. Our one-stop solution revolutionizes plant operations to give you compliance and complete visibility of your plant from your desk, even while reducing each plant's lifecycle costs by 25% over time. For an average plant, that's 8 lakh rupees a year. We have a proven track record with sewage treatment plants of different sizes and technologies, including MBR, ASP, MBBR, and SBR. We've enabled barely functional plants to effectively treat 100% of their sewage while reducing labor needs by 50% and energy consumption by 15%. So how does the transformation happen? First, we install our proprietary sensors that detect everything from bar screen blockage and blower performance to low sludge quality and treated water clarity. Second, we automate key parts of your plants to ensure consistency in operations. This includes everything from ensuring blowers and pumps run optimally to dosing chlorine based on need. Third, our real-time dashboards and regular reporting for you, as well as your managers and technicians, provides insightful data on over 75 key metrics so that everyone has complete visibility of the plant. This includes everything from water flow and quality to energy, safety risks, equipment efficiency, process parameters, maintenance needs, and more. Finally, we activate our virtual engineer that uses algorithms based on insights from hundreds of plants to detect problems early and diagnose their root cause instantly. For example, let's say your outlet water is contaminated. Without us, it might take weeks to diagnose whether the issue is with your grease removal system, diffuser performance, or poor nutrient buildup. On the other hand, our virtual engineer uses the readily available data to diagnose the issue almost in real time. Most importantly, we don't stop at diagnosis. We help make sure the issue is actually resolved. Our virtual engineer instantly sends your team the exact actions they need to take, along with targeted training content to make sure they do it right. The product also has built-in accountability features that ensure the issue reaches your desk if it isn't resolved on time. At Eco-Innovision, we use technology to overhaul sewage treatment plant operations for maximum performance, as well as take a step towards solving India's water crisis. Our A to Z solution resolves problems in a fraction of the time and cost while preventing new problems from arising. Contact us to be stress-free and become a sustainability leader today.
Ganga, the longest and one of the oldest rivers in India, the spiritual and economic source of millions of Indians. From mythology, worldly facts and fictions to ecology and geography, the 2,525-kilometer long Ganga mothers all while flowing through 5 major states. That's how 43% population of India thrives on its magnificence. That's how all that lives on the bank of the Ganga defines us as a nation. For the cleanliness and conservation of the Ganga, the first initiative was taken in 1985. In 2015, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, an integrated Ganga conservation mission, Namami Gange program, was launched under a separate ministry for Ganga rejuvenation. It covers all the 11 Ganga basin states and initiating conservation measures for all the tributaries of the Ganga. Till date, this is one of the largest provisions in the history of Ganga cleaning, with a dedicated budget outlay of Rs 20,000 crore. With a vision to restore the wholesomeness of the Ganga by ensuring Aviral Dhara or continuous flow and Nirmal Dhara unpolluted flow, National Mission for Clean Ganga is working as an implementing arm of the Namami Gange program and declared as authority on 7th October in 2016. NMCG has a two-tier management structure and comprises of Governing Council and Executive Committee. It is headed by the Additional Secretary to Government of India, supported by Executive Directors and team of subject experts. For its seamless working, it is carried out under a 5-tier structure. 1. National Ganga Council. 2. Empowered Task Force on River Ganga. 3. National Mission for Clean Ganga. 4. State Ganga Committees. And 5. District Ganga Committees. To make Namami Gange program a more comprehensive and stronger movement, the partnership and knowledge exchange is also being carried out with other ministries in India. Not only that, many countries like Germany, Israel, Japan, as well as multilateral agencies and organizations of repute like World Bank, Survey of India, FRI, WII, NIUA and IITs, among others, have come on board with their top-notch expertise. As a roadmap to achieve the goal of Nirmal Dhara or unpolluted flow, so far more than 300 projects have been sanctioned at the approximate cost of Rs 28,500 crore. From the development of sewerage infrastructure, CETP, riverfront development, ghats and crematoria, river surface cleaning, biodiversity and afforestation. This gamut of projects covers it all. Though the government is undertaking many Ganga rejuvenation initiatives, the river can only be saved if its tributaries are also cleaned. As a result, many projects have already started cleaning Yamuna, Ramganga, Gomti, Saryu and Kali among major tributaries. Nevertheless, the work doesn't stop here. On 10th October 2018, the government issued a notification for e-flow for Ganga to ensure that the holy river has at least the minimum required environmental flow of water, even after the river flow gets diverted by projects and structures for purposes like irrigation, hydropower, domestic and industrial use, etc. While multifarious initiatives have been directed towards Nirmal Dhara or unpolluted flow, deliberations have also been going on to achieve Aviral Dhara or continuous flow. This has triggered a strong support and mass participation nationwide. From spreading the awareness through Ganga Task Force and activities like Art Campaign, Clean Ganga Fund to protecting wetland, cleaning water bodies, ghats and plantation, Namami Gange program is becoming a stronger wave of change than ever. Indeed, water conservation and river rejuvenation is a big goal. The National Mission for Clean Ganga is working tirelessly to achieve it. This is just the start of a new beginning. The day is not far when this mass movement will become the epitome of faith. The day is not far when the holy river Ganga will be Aviral, continuous and Nirmal, unpolluted.